Yo,
Hey, how you doing?
doing okay.
Did you want to answer the
About you?
background?
Black people of the Western Hemisphere. Black Americans, Southern are not Africans. I believe they are Africans by DNA. For sure, they are Africans.
How do you identify?
I'm Egyptian.
Egyptian.
Yep.
Okay. Um. Okay. So why do you say you think they African?
They came from Africa, so they are Africans. Just like the Jews in Europe say we came from Israel 3,000 years ago. No, even though they not been in Israel for thousands of years, they still claim Israel.
But ain't you African?
No, yeah, I am African.
Oh, okay.
Well, the reason why I said that we ain't. I'm speaking like on a social level. Um, from like a social standpoint, and the reason being is that we're not from there. Like our lineage been in America probably even before America even got started, and even a lot of other countries in the Caribbean and South America. Like we was here with we allowed us to help develop these countries over here in the Western Hemisphere before what they are today. And the culture, we all have our own unique culture on there. So that's why I don't agree with being African. Now, I say I'm African descendant, but to me, like an African would be somebody that's directly from the continent, that know their culture, that know their language, this, that, and the third. So that's how I look at it.
Act- Okay, but it doesn't change the fact that no matter how many generations, if let's say there's these two couples coming from Africa and they make babies and the babies marry each other and all that stuff, right? And it goes down generations of generation. Their ancestor is still from Africa, you know?
Where at in Africa? Well,
What?
where?
I, I mean, based on the trades that happened back then, you would probably, like most African Americans are probably from Ivory Coast, Nigeria, um, Gambia.
So you don't know.
You would have to look up you would have to go deep, to find out because these
A lot of
people,
people can't find it though.
That's what I'm saying. Not only that, there's multiple places. Like if I pull up my DNA, because I did 23andMe and ancestral DNA, like I connect to close down to 20 tribes and across West and Central Africa, a little bit in Southeast Africa too. So like, where can I pinpoint to? You get what I'm saying? Because there's so many different types of Africans came over here and they mixed up. They didn't separate them. They strategically, purposely mixed them together so they wouldn't, mainly so they wouldn't communicate because of the language barrier. They didn't want them rebelling and all this and the third. So they definitely mixed them up. So you
oh,
look
okay,
at,
okay, I agree with what you're saying. I agree.
yeah.
So
I see what you mean.
if you don't speak their language and you don't have any really connection to the culture, to the food, to the like the way of life, like our parents are not really immigrants, their parents aren't. It's like we really don't connect with being African, and like African is a whole continent, right? Like you said, you're from Egypt, so it's like you kind of like are familiar, or obviously or feel comfortable like with like representing yourself as Egyptian, right? But when you say
Hmm.
you're African, it's like you could be South African, you could be from the Congo, you could be from Sudan. Like it's not really like it's not really like an identity at all. It's just more like
Okay.
a general
Yeah,
understanding,
yeah,
Yeah,
you
I
know.
agree with you, Paris, because even you from being from the continent saying I'm African, it's like it erases us too. Like
Hmm.
what type of Africa? Like at least you could say you Egypt. At least somebody can say, well, I'm from Nigeria, I'm from the Yoruba tribe. Us over here on this side of the world, we can't do that. I don't think we can say, well, I'm Black American, I'm African American, my folks been here in America or Jamaica or Haiti or whatever, and we can tell you about the history and the culture of that country or whatever. You get what I'm saying?
yeah, okay. But so, so you would say you're not African, like at all?
I'm saying on a social level. I want to say that now. As far as DNA wise, scientific DNA, yeah, I can make the argument that yeah, I am genetically, yeah, because 86% of my DNA is on the continent. The rest of it is European and a little indigenous, American Indian or whatever. But socially, I'm gonna say no, I'm not. I'm gonna say I'm African descendant, but on a genetic level, scientific level, I can make the argument that yeah, I am, but with some admixture.
And it's like the same thing, just like it's how white people do, right? They don't say like, "Oh, I'm European American," or yeah, because Europe's a continent, so I'll just stick with that. You know what I mean? They just say that they're American or white American, and it would be the same for us, even though they can trace their history back a little bit farther.
Yeah,
Like we
yeah,
would say we were black American. It's not really like African American because there's like no connection to there at all. Like all of our roots are here.
Mm, okay, okay. Yeah, yeah. I get it. I
Were
get it.
you born in Egypt?
Yeah.
That's cool. That's cool.
but then I got a restriction because that R
Damn.
word was brought
Wow.
up like 3 times, and Prince Red said that last time it took the live. And you can't say that R word. That R word, y'all know what I'm talking about. Artard or whatever.
Hmm.
It'll take you down fast. So y'all
Damn.
gotta really be careful. Yeah, saying that. But yeah, it was like he was the third person to say it tonight, and it was the final straw, I guess.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, the F word too. That's another one.
Hmm.
And then like saying stuff like that, you gonna do like some physical harm to somebody, like them type of words, like SLAP
Hmm.
and HIT, like HIT or whatever, it'll mess the live up.
Yeah, they're not playing around with no more. I see. I swear to God. Because before you usually could say it and get away with it, you just
Right, yeah.
they'll still flag you, but now they drop you now for real. Like you got to
Yeah,
get
it
up
take
out of
it
here.
yeah, it messed the whole live up.
It's
That's
crazy
why Prince
because
Dre, you just can't have that. I don't know. He good for like for the jokes and all that, but I feel like you just can't have that nigga around. He just the worst. So like bottom of the barrel pretending where it's not even worth it. But yeah, I was just over in Nairi Live and they exposed Alan Kennedy.
What about him? He's married, he married an African girl or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was out last year. Yeah, yeah, I knew about
That was
that.
out last year.
Yeah, he married to an African lady. Kenya exposed that because
Kenya exposed.
yeah, because him and Kenya folks had been talking or something. They supposed
Yeah.
to. Mm-hmm.
Alan had her in the RV or some shit like that. But they got the wife messages of them talk she telling everything about Alan and all that shit. I'm like,
What?
nah.
I ain't know about that now.
Yeah.
But
They show
he don't be on here no more like how he used to.
now it makes sense. Cause I'm like, yo, I don't really see Alan like that. I see him here and there. But I guess that Kenya shit, she not supposed to
Yup. Yup.
he was
It
trying he was trying
did.
he tried to say like, oh, she got mental problems where I can't deal with, and it's like niggas was You should have known that
You
before.
knew right exactly. We talking about Kenya now. Come on,
Right.
you knew that long before.
There and half of these,
Now all of a
engines,
sudden,
females is
right
all thrown off.
now all of a sudden she crazy and stuff now, throwed off now that she exposing you.
Oh my god. Yeah, they showed us his African wedding he had and all that. He talking about, oh, I broke up with my wife or whatever, divorced her because I found out she was African. Like, no, nigga.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yo,
It's crazy.
his real name is Antoine or some shit like that. They
What?
supposed to,
I thought that was his real name. So Ellen ain't his real
no,
name?
Alan,
Oh, you
Alan,
talking
his
about
last name.
Antoine? You talk about Antoine.
Yeah, dude
Oh,
was over there with me.
Ellen the last name.
Alan, the last name, yo. And
Dang.
he changed his name legally, like before all that. The avoid child support mad shit. They exposed that nigga over there. No more Pseudo did it. And Caroline.
Mm.
Yo, they was what? He tried to play it off.
That's why them Indians don't like them.
Native
Yeah, they
Americans. It's Native Americans.
What?
it's dropping.
Fucking, I thought that was Tree God. I looked at my phone
I did
like,
too for a second. I did too. Wow, it's a troll.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't like no more suit and all that because that nigga will figure out your dirty laundry, your skeletons, your closet.
you said
Leave,
pseudo?
yeah, no more pseudo.
Mm-hmm.
Leave him alone. Like, stay far away. If you don't believe in none of this, like the regular history or whatever, you got this alternate history, this revisionist history. Stay
Mm-hmm.
away from that nigga because he gonna expose you in a worse way.
Mm-mm.
And Alan like a big fish to me. I ain't gonna lie. Like Alan one of like the high levelest uh pseudo pretendians you can really come across. Like he high key
For
like an angel.
real.
You know what I'm
He's
saying?
definitely one of like the most known one, but he don't really ever be talked about nothing.
Nah, he used to, but his shit just don't stick because he'll just get exposed real quick. But he'll type motherfucker that plant like seeds and like have other
Yeah,
motherfuckers run with his shit.
but like back when he was on, like his stuff would change weekly. Every couple of weeks or so he'll change. He'll come up with
Yeah,
something new and never was consistent.
Exactly.
right.
Exactly.
Like you know how like they trying to stick to this population. Why they trying to stick to this? Now a lot of motherfuckers shit switching up too, but Allen shit switched up every week. Like what was the one shit? What was it? Hypo descendant? What is it? I think that's what it is. It's something hypo. Like he the first one to start talking about the hypo descendant, some shit like that.
I don't even know.
And he
Hypo descendant.
is it hypo descendant? Some shit he's saying. I know it's
Like,
hypo
last time
something.
I really talked to him, he was trying to say that black people were Latinos.
Yeah, before he used to say we was Romans and we was just mad shit like yeah, and it was like shit that he used to say like it used to be smart shit but dumb at the same time because it's like easily debunkable. Like he's terrible his shit. I ain't gonna lie. But yeah, they exposed that man. Something crazy over there, punk. I ain't see that nigga no more pseudo. He's a threat. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, he's a threat.
Wait a minute, but hold on. But hold on. Just let me get it out. Just let me finish talking. But wait
Crumb
a minute,
bum.
and I'm gonna let you speak.
Like crumb bum. Yo, this thing got all the insults in the world.
Man. Oh my god. I'm trying to think of what he said the other day. Oh my god, it was so funny. Oh, I can't think. Oh my god, yeah, he be having me dying.
Yo, you gotta stay like so. I guess Cha you was over there doing when Cha got her hands and feet put on her. Hundun,
Wait, what? What'd you say?
you was over there when Cha and him was talking.
Yeah, I mean, I after a while it gets kind of annoying, but yeah, I heard him for a little bit. He was doing the cha cha accent and everything.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, cause he came over here. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, that, yeah, whatever. But we can't say the word. But yeah, we don't know who he is. And I'm just like, yeah, he done got a hold of you, man. You gotta stay away from
I don't
him.
know. It kind of feels like this shit dying out a little bit, which I do like. It's
This has been like a kind of like a thing for a long, long, long time though. This whole
yeah.
like narrative, like a long time.
Why you say you feel like it's dying out though?
Because I mean, it's like one thing is like nothing really new is really coming out. You know what I mean? But like
Yeah.
we've also to a point where it's like we've also been arguing so long. Like I even got where it's like some of the people like I actually kind of like. You know what I mean? Like where it's like we get in here, we don't really even be talking about this shit no more. You know? So it's like I don't know. It just kind of feels like it, like the vitriol is kind of getting out of it. I mean,
Mm,
Nairi kind of brought it back. Like, I mean, that's a very like aggressive live over there. But like, even when we over here, like 9 times out of 10, like we just be chilling in here. Like, it's not really, you know what I mean? Like,
right, right.
I mean, I don't know. Which I mean, I do still hear. I mean, I see it. It's funny. Like, I kind of feel like it's dying out on TikTok a little bit, but it's getting huge on Twitter.
Let's get he was on Twitter. Oh
It's
shoot,
getting
we might
huge
gotta
on Twitter.
migrate. We might gotta migrate. But yeah, I feel the same way too. That's crazy that you say it. Because now they'll say, oh, before there was like, oh, the transatlantic slave trade happened in reverse, or it never happened at all. Now they be like, yeah, it did happen, but not as much. And
Yeah,
now it's
that
like,
too.
what?
That too. Yeah, they've been making a lot of
Yeah, that's
concessions.
true. Yeah,
I
they
mean,
you
yeah.
right.
I don't know
When I
what the
first
mix
talked to
with
Hot
Trump.
Boy, he said that should
Hmm.
never happen whatsoever. And now Hot Boy came back to saying like, oh, yeah, like some Africans came over here. Like I've heard before it was no Africans whatsoever ever came over here,
Whatsoever.
and then now it's like okay, well maybe some, and then so it's
But
just
we
I
know we
don't know.
all not African though. A lot of us was here, but yeah, some that mixed in with the population.
Right.
Like, shut up, dog. Like, just get rid of this shit. Throw this shit out.
They be moving the goalposts too much for to have like a serious like debate about it.
Where's the ships? Like, we're not even talking about the ships. And it's like we show the ships, but you can't show an African in your genealogy that came off that ship. And it's like, come on, dog. You want to
Yeah,
just
I mean, it's because we just keep doing stuff to like deadlock it, and then it just the conversation just dies. You know what I mean? Like, because at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, I can't. I mean, some people can, but like, I don't have a person on a census with an A on their name. You know what I mean? But they don't have anybody with an I either. So then we
Exactly.
just get locked out, and then we just start talking about other shit, and then it just kind of don't really matter no more.
right. I feel like the only person that's like fake holding it down with like new information is paperwork. That's the only one.
Yeah, no, he really believe that shit. He he really
Paperwork really believe that
no,
shit.
he
I ain't
really
even
believe.
gonna
I mean,
lie
a
to you.
lot of them do though, because I
Where's
mean, if you start,
paperwork?
I don't know where paperwork's at actually.
No, but I
He,
mean like Instagram, Twitter, like where can I find paperwork?
Nah, paperwork here. He on TikTok.
Oh, okay, thank you. I'm out then. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh my God, sleeper cell last name. What
Sleeper
the
sounds
fuck?
crazy.
What?
Yeah, nah, paperwork the only nigga that I feel it'd be he's harder to debunk if you don't know like genetics and stuff like that. If you don't know that shit or whatever, he can really like how you can't
Yeah, he can really
rebuttal him.
finesse it.
yeah,
Yeah, he
he
can
can get
really
Right.
into the
finesse
weeds.
it.
Yeah, he gets into the
You
weeds with it.
got to
Yeah.
know about DNA and stuff with him
Got to.
because
Never heard of paperwork until just now, and I feel like it's meant to be. So thank you.
What
Oh yeah,
you
you
know about genealogy? You
schizomaniac.
know about genetics and all that?
Yeah, genetics, but not paperwork.
Yeah, he know his shit. I mean I wouldn't say he know it like he because if he know it he would have to
he
be
know it. Oh, he know it.
But he's
He
got
know
some
he doing it on
he
purpose.
information
I see. Yep.
though.
he right. He know enough to work it around to manipulate it to the way he want it.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Oh
I'm
my
with that.
God, manipulate the way he wants. Is he good or bad? I need feedback.
Nah. He.
Wait.
Who?
Are
Now
you
he
trying
I'm
to?
cool
so
now.
Wait, wait, wait,
confused
wait, wait,
right
wait, wait, wait,
now.
wait, wait. Why are
I
you?
am
Are you
so
Hold
saying?
on,
confused.
Yeah, yeah.
hold on a
Somebody
second.
give me advice.
He hold
Should
on.
I look for him?
I'm
Bro,
trying
she's
to tell
sick of.
you.
I'm
Trying to
listening,
tell
baby
you,
doll. Yes.
Paper Dog is cool. He a cool dude or whatever, but his
Okay.
information, you know what I'm saying, he going trying to go up against established scientific
That's
like
not a
DNA
bad
and
thing.
stuff.
That's not a bad thing.
Yeah. So, do you believe African or Black people are indigenous to America?
No,
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I don't.
What's
Mm-mm.
your ethnic group? Hold on. What's your ethnic group?
All right. So I took a test and I am 30% like West African. and then I've got everywhere else. So I don't even know, but I look
So, but
white.
how
What
do?
is everywhere
All
else?
right,
What you
okay.
mean?
So I'm about to say, how do you identify yourself?
It's other places. I don't. You know what? I don't identify myself as anywhere. I identify us as all together. That's how I feel. I feel like we are people and we're here together.
Nah, that's not.
I'm sorry. I'm
That's
sorry
not
if
how
you
the world
disagree.
works.
I'm
No,
sorry
no,
if you disagree.
no,
That's
no,
how
no,
I
no. I
feel and I
don't.
have a mixed ethnicity. I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
I
no,
am
no, no. I
dark with
don't. That's
green
not what I
eyes and
want. It's
dark hair and all the I don't care. Like I feel like we all belong together. And
nah. That's not how it works.
I know not everybody agrees. I get it. And I understand why too, because there are assholes out there. I get it. I do. But for
But
me personally,
30 is
I mean, do
very
you?
very low
But do you
for
know
this kind of
your
conversation.
history, like your genealogy?
I know what I've learned and it's not like it's where I'm from and all these things, but I still
So
don't feel like
basically,
I
you
belong
ain't.
anywhere. I
So
feel like I'm lost.
you ain't black though.
I'm not black, I'm not white, I'm not I
Are
don't
you mixed?
know. Yes.
She
Oh,
do
yo,
know.
A
She
wow.
do
thousand
know.
ways to south. I'm mixed. Yes.
Okay.
No, all right. So if
Yeah.
you say you got 30% West African DNA, you know the rest of the
Yeah.
70. You know what I'm saying?
So then what am I?
You
You tell
mixed.
us.
What the
I'm
hell?
what?
Yeah, you
I'm
say
saying,
you
what's your
mixed.
European?
You're mixed.
How high is your European admixture?
The rest is European.
Oh, I you
Okay,
know
You sound like you in a rush.
you European.
so
So 30
basically
to
you white.
70.
Yeah,
So
Yeah,
I'm
you white.
you
supposed to
white.
ignore my 30? Like that's
But
supposed to be
Nah, I
listen,
wouldn't say
wrong?
that.
hold on real quick, y'all.
I
Let me
don't
say
get
something.
it. It's
Wait a
so
minute.
unfair.
Wait. Hold on, because there are black people that look black, been in black culture, it have 30% white European, but they
So you
still black.
understand. It's
You get what
not
I'm
fair.
saying?
Yes.
But you ain't but yeah, but you're pretty much you're pretty much white, pretty
No.
much. But I
Yes,
mean
I
You
look
said
white.
no.
Yeah, I look white. Yes.
you present as white,
But
but
my
what how,
blood is not all white. So
Wait, hey,
that's for
what you repping? What you repping?
hold on a
Big
second,
trolling,
I
sir.
bro.
don't know.
Hold on a second. So that's true for everybody, especially people over here in the new world. Like we everybody gonna got some type of mixture. Black Americans, we on average is 20% European versus the rest majority African, and then like some indigenous and a little bit of, depends on where you live. If you live on the West Coast, you most likely gonna have some recent Asian mixture or whatever. But for the most part, we got most of our DNA is off the continent of Africa.
You have two white parents? White two parents?
I have two white parents, but my grandparents are mixed.
Who's
So what
both?
am
What are
I?
you crying? What you crying
Wait,
for?
are you crying?
Because I am refused from everybody.
No, you're
Like the
not.
white side,
You
the
We're not
black
refusing
side,
you.
no
yes.
no
Nobody's
no.
refusing you.
We just trying to see like who are you? You
I
know what I'm
don't know.
saying?
I don't belong.
No,
No,
Where?
well, okay, okay.
we're not saying that. We're not saying that because the basis of this you in the type of space on TikTok where we talk about race, we talk about DNA and this, that, and the third. So we're not picking on you. You're new
Yeah,
here. We
no.
don't know
No, I'm
you.
sorry. I'm
We just
sensitive. It's not your
it's
fault.
okay. It's okay. You fine. We just asking like who are you? What
I don't
what's your
know.
well,
Did,
you just
did,
said you mix. You like
did you grow up with both of your parents?
you mostly
Sorry.
white, but you got some black admixture.
What do you want to be?
Both. I want to be everything. I just want to be in the middle. I want everybody to love everybody, but we can't do that. Like it's always one side against the other.
Did you grow up
I
with both of
hate
your parents?
that.
Did you grow up
Well,
with both of your
look,
parents?
lem-
Yes, I grew up with both parents. Both parents
Wait, so
look white. Then I
for you to be
took a
30%.
DNA
okay.
test and I
Wait,
found out.
but for you to be 30%, for you to be 30% black, like, do you have an immediate, like, somebody in your family that's black, like a black grandparent or something like that?
It's probably her
No,
grandpa's.
it's hidden somewhere. That's what I'm saying. It's hidden somewhere. I don't know.
It's probably
So
I
her
mean, I
no,
know
so
grandpa's.
it's
so
the
so
truth.
so this might honestly be the wrong lie for that. You know, we kind of just talk about a debate about DNA and stuff like that. But I mean, there's plenty of places where people can kind of go and explore, and like
It's
that's the only
okay.
reason why
Y'all can
people
turn
are
me
trying to
off.
get
It's
into it.
fine. I'm sorry.
No one's turning you. Okay,
No, no,
let's not do
Do
all
nobody's
your
that.
No,
nobody's
genealogy.
Let's not do
I'm
all
not.
that.
nobody's. Hold
It's
on just a
fine. It's
second.
okay.
Hold on just a second. So basically, what he's saying is you're welcome here, but like we talk about that type of stuff here. If you
We
too
just don't want to
sensitive
offend you.
for that,
Yeah.
we don't
Right.
want to offend you, but that's not our purpose. We
Yeah,
not.
But nobody's
But like I
rejecting
said,
you.
it's okay here.
like I said, you new here, so of course, new people we gonna ask how you identify, so because we all know each other on this panel, except for
I
Dunn. I don't
understand.
think I know Dunn down there, but like we all be in the same round. We be out on this side of TikTok, so we pretty much are familiar with each other. But you're newer, so we was just
I
asking.
understand.
It gives us a
Just
better idea of your
confused, I
perspective.
guess.
How old are you?
I'm in my 40s. I'm gonna be 44 in like 2 weeks.
Hmm. Well, you know, being mixed isn't all that bad. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not worried about being mixed. Everybody in
Um,
the world is mixed. Like if anybody says they're purely black or like purely white or Mexican or whatever else, I don't believe that.
Yeah, that's
We're
not what we
all
really
part of
talk
each
about.
other.
We
That's
There's
what
nothing
I've
wrong
Yeah,
that being
always
having
felt.
that shit.
We are all part of each other. That's
Yeah,
how I've
there's
always
this is
felt
not.
before I even knew.
Hold on, I'm gonna just cut you. Sorry to cut you off, but this is not. We're not. This is not a racist live. We don't. We are specifically talking about anthropology, and like anthropological theories and stuff like that. So it is also important that we just identify the people who are on the panel, just to make sure we understand the perspective that they're bringing to the discussion. But there is no like kind of blood quantum kind of thing over here. Like I mean, even like the host said, like I got 20% European DNA. No one is flanking me for that. You know what I mean? Like it's not a big deal. But we just need to we just ask to just understand each other. So no need to cry or nothing like that. But I mean, there's you can see the prompt on the side of the left. That's just kind of what we talk about. That's it.
Yeah, and then like we don't want to be uncomfortable trying to like not make you uncomfortable, because it's like a no holds bar over here. You know what I'm saying? Where it can get a little intellectually
yeah, exactly.
challenging.
It can get crazy over here. It can get real ugly real quick over here.
Right.
So
but I
if
don't
you
think anybody's.
too
Mhm.
sensitive, like right now it's chill on the panel. We got some chill people, but some people can come on this panel and they can really go at you.
Yeah, the wild engines get
So,
over here. This shit gonna change, go 0 to 60 real quick.
Mhm.
hmm
On both sides too. I mean,
but you're welcome here though. If you, especially you say you like 30% African, you trying to look into, what I'm saying, especially you trying to look into your lineage and stuff like that. Yeah, you can sit back and listen to both sides, really, and come to your own conclusion, but yeah, I mean, I don't know, y'all.
Oh, she said thank you.
It
Yeah.
can get crazy over here.
Yeah, just listen. But yeah, back to paperwork and um how I feel like he the only one. Like he is like that last hope when it come to like formulating or continue this talking point. Cause that like that hey, like he, you know what I'm saying. I'm not gonna say he correct because he's not correct at all. But it is some validity to a lot of his his sources that he bring up.
What's he
Like,
But
what's he not correct about?
yeah.
he's not correct about how he descends from that population of people that are dated in, like, let's say Brazil at like 20,000, 30,000 years ago, of being like phenotypically Negro
You talking about population wide.
population wide, right? So I wouldn't. He don't
Shout
he
out MIA.
out of MIA, yeah,
yeah,
population
shout out
wide.
Big Pop Y.
David Wright. He's one of the leading anthropologists and geneticists in that study of giving an alternate theory outside the land bridge. You know what I'm saying? And like who were these original population of people? No, go ahead, tell them. I was over there earlier. We gotta figure that shit out.
Oh, I
You know
know.
what I'm
I
saying?
seen that.
Oh, you
Who's
seen
scared?
that?
Ain't nobody scared of MIA. You can tell him
So
all
it's
you want to tell him. Ain't nobody scared of him.
Yeah, we
He
said
bring his
shout
big
out to him.
forehead ass over
We said
here.
shout out to MIA.
oh yeah,
That
facts.
was
I
not a diss
shout out paperwork
whatsoever.
for sure.
I love call. We just I said shout out Pop Y. That wasn't a diss whatsoever.
So do y'all believe that everybody just came from Africa? All black people came from Africa?
I
For
do personally,
sure.
I
yes,
think
I
that
do.
black means
Yeah,
African, yeah, or African
yeah.
descendant, yeah.
Especially this modern population. You know, and then think about it, right? If there was this Negrito, whatever, Negroid population here in America, that's who these Europeans would have saw and described. Just like they went to the South Pacific and described little Negroes over there. They did it.
True.
They described it. So
True.
do you think their description just automatically switch up when they get here and they describe darker skinned people but with long straight hair, look like they Asian? They don't say like, oh, these sub-Saharan. You know what
Because
I'm
Yeah.
saying? From the Sahel.
we do specifically have moments in here throughout history where the European people were confused about something and they were calling a bunch of people that were not sub-Saharan African black, right? Like you have that in Papua New Guinea, in the Solomon Islands, Australia, things like that, Negritos in the Philippines, like Dafu said. But for whatever reason, when they got here, they didn't do that. They called them Indians. So I think that is a pretty
Right.
easy descriptor there. Like they would have said, yeah, these are the same like Negritos or whatever that we saw um, over here. And I mean, and some people do like to try to take it to Mesoamerica, South America, but I usually kind of go against that because we are specifically talking about
I
where
agree.
Black American people come from, which would be the southeastern part of the United States.
And then listen, right? She's saying somebody saying they dead. Child, y'all be lying. Now one time, I remember it was one time where somebody had showed something, right? And I came on. I'm like, yeah, show me that. Remember Doom, where you was trying to find it, you couldn't find it, or they were saying like the shipwreck or whatever.
Yeah. But that, I mean, that was so that even then, I mean, they already still made that distinction between Negroes and Indians, right? So when they saw those people, they assumed that those people were from Africa. They weren't saying like, oh, here go these like indigenous people. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
I
it's
read
a
some.
weird phenomenon, sure. Like it was a weird thing to see, and we don't know I don't want to say we know exactly where those people came from, but they still already had a very distinct difference between an Indian and a Negro. You see that all throughout American writing.
I read somewhere where the explorer whatever was journaling that he said that like calling the Indians red is like a misnomer, and they said that they have some of them in the South have dark skin like the Negro, like you said, chocolate like the Negro, but they made the distinction, like you said, like they're not the Negro. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Yeah, like they were like they dark skin, but they're not African. That's what he was pretty much saying. Like they're not
Yeah,
Negro.
sure. I mean, and
Yeah, hold on,
a
hold
lot of
on.
people
I
use
got
Columbus too. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I don't want to cut you off. Or
no, you good. My name's Dante, by the way.
I don't.
Dante, I
Um,
got you.
First off, I'm just gonna let y'all know ahead of time. I don't believe we came from Africa.
Oh, that's
I,
cool. It's an open panel, yo. Everybody
yeah,
can
for
get it.
sure. And I'm not here. If y'all can trace back and find your passage from when your ancestors came from Africa to America, more kudos to you. Because I'm not gonna sit here and tell you y'all did not come from Africa, but you guys can't get mad if we say that we're from America and we come with the facts too.
Well,
My
the facts
thing,
are
Well, why don't we just put
debatable.
the same question back on you though? Like, can you show us
Yeah.
like an actual indigenous ancestor?
Yeah, show us the facts.
well, how far you need me to go back? Me
As
personally,
far as
my
where the person
ancestors
is.
trace back into Eastern
What the fuck?
Kentucky up into the 1700s.
Well,
but
sure.
there's
So
proof
I
of
have
us
people
Man,
live
you
here
being
and
of
everything
bitches
people
like
ain't
that.
being here
nobody to
before.
prove nobody to. Don't show they
Bro,
sorry ass and shit.
Oh, I'm
Kenny,
These
what
not
is
bitches
Well,
showing
can
I
this?
that.
show
mean,
back
and
to
then
I
it
know.
gets
I
Africa.
know.
hostile,
I
right?
know.
Yeah, ain't
Like,
no these
Overall,
sorry
England.
motherfucking mutts ain't nobody can
We
show
were
shit
having
to.
a we were having
You
a
ain't
chill
gotta show shit to
conversation.
these sorry
I
bitches.
didn't
That's
I
all
didn't
they
I
ask
didn't
for.
Well,
ask
what
you to
proof do
it
you
didn't ask you to
have
Hey,
show anything,
that
I,
man.
what your
oh my god.
indigenous
Y'all,
ancestors? What
y'all
proof
can
you?
bitches have y'all from Africa? None. So shut that
So
bitch ass
so
shit up.
so what I'm
Get off
saying
of
is
our fucking
everyone
dicks.
can say the
Get
same
y'all
thing,
sorry
right?
asses off of our dicks and worry about y'all weak
Basically
ass burning down that country.
what we're
I
saying
told you
here
the
is
Sorry
wild
ass
everyone
Indians
would
gonna
say
come
niggas.
the
up here.
same thing.
You sorry ass, weak ass niggas always want proof, but don't bring no fucking proof.
So
Stop that
why are
bitch
you
ass
coming
shit.
up here and talk to us if you don't
For
like
real,
us?
you
Stop
agent of
that
chaos,
bitch
weird
ass
ass
shit.
nigga.
Why are
Get
you up
off a
here? Why are
dick.
you up here
Get
if you
off a
don't like
dick.
us?
Get off a dick.
You came up here.
That shit
The
is weird as
wild, the
fuck.
wild
You niggas are
You
weird
Indians.
and
just
lame as
you
fuck.
came
Get
up
off a
here.
dick.
Go back to MIA's
Nigga
Get
life.
said
off a
we
dick.
weird, but you up here
You
hey,
came
you,
up
you
here.
Get
feel?
off a dick.
Right.
on your
I,
Hey,
I'm
fucking
with
look.
my
You
guy
came up
though.
here.
Hey,
We
look.
we from here, but
Hey,
I'm
don't
more
look.
on the civil
Yo,
type
Hey,
Dante,
look.
side.
holla at us, man.
This is
Don't
what
let
these
Billion
sorry
speak for
bitches
you, man.
Yeah,
finna do.
He a
Dante. I
store
mean,
runner.
This is
we're
exactly
not
what
asking
these
you to
sorry
actually show
mud
your
ass
people.
bitches with a
Yeah,
trash ass, tragic ass
but you up here
history
though. But
and
you
a
up here though.
trash ass,
Chill.
tragic ass
Mm,
fucking
mm,
home
mm,
Weird
finna
ass
do.
mm.
nigga.
Yo,
You
this
gonna
shit
show
is
them
crazy.
everything above the fucking moon, proving who you is. These sorry bitches gonna discredit
You
it
know what it
and
is,
not gonna
Dante?
prove
He
who
he
they
just
are.
didn't want you. He wanted to
These
steal your
niggas weak
spotlight.
as
That's all.
fuck.
Yeah, we were
Hey,
He
having
oh
a
seen that
five,
you
you
had
can
you
civil
get
had the
your
Hey,
bitch
real
ass
talk.
up
we
here and get
were
embarrassed
having a
along with
civil
Donnie and these
conversation.
fucking clowns
Yo,
too
that's
if you want
fucked
No
to.
one's
up,
getting
yo,
embarrassed.
Dante.
Is
So
You
that
know
my
right
what?
You're
now,
the
guy?
you
one
know what?
embarrassing yourself.
I'll
But you ain't
invite your
black and
bitch
Tell
African,
your
ass
but
up
son
but
here
but
right
you
now.
and
You're
you
I'll
stay
embarrassing
get
saying
all
yourself.
nigga
these
though. Like,
sorry
what is that?
fucking mutts tonight. I'm on it tonight. What the
You're
fuck you
not
mutts
really
want to
on
do?
anything. You're
Yeah,
just
you're
kind of
not
acting like a
really on
Hey,
lunatic.
real
shit.
talk though. They don't call themselves black over in Africa.
They
So
don't. They fucking don't.
Yeah,
Africa
So
don't come with
because
greatness
racial
unless it
so
has the
classification.
Dante,
American
No, that
the
Yeah,
they
reason
do.
why I
What?
asked that question, Dante, is because,
Get
like I
y'all
said,
greatness
it
up.
becomes
they don't call
it
themselves
comes
nigga
to
either. So why
wait,
the fuck are
hold on,
you
hold
saying
on. Can
it?
we because Billions up here be trying to be a chaos agent, but what the
I ain't
point that
being no
we're making,
chaos
Jay,
agent. I'm
the
coming up here
point that we're
speaking
making,
facts.
Dante,
Get off of
is
people's
that
dicks.
no one
Prove y'all are African.
Okay, so let me talk then, Billion. Thank you for not here for
Prove you
chaos.
African first.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the point, Dante, is we before Billion even came in here,
The
we were
point
saying that,
is, they
bro. Oh
want
my
proof of
fucking
some
Shut
shit they
god,
up,
bro!
cannot
Shut the
bro.
prove
fuck up,
themselves.
Billion. Goddamn,
You acting
relax.
like
Damn,
a
well, stop
nigga.
being a disingenuous
I'm not
bitch
about to be
then, my boy. That's
disingenuous.
all you
I'm
gotta
not.
do, dog.
You gotta let me finish what I'm
That's all
saying
you
because
gotta
I
do.
actually
Stop
agree
being a
with you.
bitch. Stop being
I
a
actually agree with you.
disingenuous
So you just
Bro,
gotta
but
let
bitch.
me
you're coming
talk.
up here arguing like a bitch.
Yeah, you don't know what we're
No, I'm
talking
up
about.
here correcting you,
South
bitch.
You're
Africa
not
God
has the
That's
same
damn.
correcting
actually what I'm
racial
doing.
anything.
I'm
You're not
correcting
Okay,
classification
correcting
like
y'all.
sorry
anything,
Let's
America.
bitches.
Billion.
let's
That's
get
what
back
Yo,
to
I'm
the
Pumpkin,
You're
let me
not
get
doing.
my
any
mod,
dialogue.
time,
Pumpkin,
bro.
I'm
Any
Okay.
coming in
time,
this
bro.
bit keeping it
Pumpkin.
real, a bunch of bitches.
So
That's what I'm
he doesn't know what
doing.
we're talking about. So
Y'all
the
up
point
here
of why we
riding
asked that,
dick.
Dante.
Well, what proof do you have you're
yo, Pumpkin,
indigenous? While you
you
sorry
gotta
fucks
mute
can't
this.
even prove you
This
bitches are
nigga fucking
sorry
up the
ass, weak ass,
conversation.
sardine ass, shit packed ass slaves. Y'all can't
Okay,
even prove
Yo,
okay.
y'all
Look,
Doom, you
look,
see, I
shit.
look,
told
look,
you.
look.
Pumpkin,
Cool
can you
down.
let
Hold
me
But
on,
y'all
This
hold
want to
nigga's
prove
a
on,
y'all
hold
want
can
to
you
on,
weirdo,
prove
control
you
the
hold
they
live,
nigga.
better
please?
living. Ain't that about a bitch? Y'all can
Okay,
even prove y'all sorry
everybody,
ass
Pumpkin, I might
trash.
need
Y'all
a
have
Pumpkin,
shot.
Don't
it
let
no
ain't
y'all
that
get
bad.
it
vocabulary,
twisted.
So
bro.
because he
They
Like,
doesn't
come
better
know what we're
living.
on.
Ain't that some shit? That's
I
some
might need
sorry
one
ass shit.
shot.
That's some.
It ain't
okay,
everybody. It's
y'all.
hit or miss.
Let's get back to the dialogue, please. And we were doing so good. We
Great.
don't come up here disrupt anything. I mean, you don't have to agree with what we saying, but just be respectful and let's dialogue. Let's not get all out because they was about to have a good conversation. I wanted to see where it goes or whatever, you know. So let's just get back to the dialogue, back to the information.
The wild engines, I told you, as soon as
And
they
I don't
come
know
up.
why what happened to your mind. They must have one of the other mods must have took it off or something because I thought she was a mod on this account. But I'm gonna see what I can do.
They was finna have a dialogue about somebody else's genealogy or family records while you sorry motherfuckers don't show shit. That's what you saying, Pumpkin?
But
I was just
Bill,
making. I was
look,
making sure.
just
I
let
was
the
making
conver
sure. Hey,
look,
I'll go
hold
back on mute.
on.
You're right.
Okay, look,
You're
I
right.
can't yell because
You're
my
right. I'll
husband
go
right here
back on
trying to
mute. You're right.
sleep. This is let the natural
I was just
conversation
making sure.
happen.
You're right. Yeah. Let the conversation happen while y'all still don't prove
Okay.
shit and question
Oh
people who
my
they are. You're
God.
right. I was making
Okay,
sure.
okay,
I was
okay.
making sure we know what's happening in real time. Like, y'all keep it real. For some reason, y'all don't.
No, Pumpkin, let me
So
get my showtime,
I'm
bro.
gonna keep it
Pumpkin, because
real.
he's
I'm
not going
gonna
to stop
keep it
talking.
real.
He's not going to stop talking. Let me get my
No, go
showtime.
ahead. Go ahead and do what you do.
Okay,
I'm gonna go
thank
on
you.
mute. Go ahead
God
and do what
damn,
you do.
fucking God. So the point that we were making here, here we go. Thank you. The point that was being made before Billion decided to come up here is that now I'm getting muted. What are we doing, bro?
Look, look,
Bro, what are we
look,
doing,
look,
bro? Come on, pumpkin.
look, y'all. Look.
The funny part is I
Let's
don't
not
even
do
disagree
that
with what
because
Billion is saying.
I'm gonna take my I'm gonna edit my apology now. Y'all need to chill.
No one
Like,
muted
Okay,
him.
just
You
go
can
so
see it.
so
ahead.
Hold up,
someone
Punky.
did
Don't
mute
don't
me.
don't say
Someone
that
did
shit
mute
because no
me.
one
Someone
muted
did
him.
mute me. And
No, no
someone
one
ended my
did. No, the
showtime.
showtime
Someone
ended,
ended my
Billy.
showtime.
The
Someone ended my
showtime
showtime and
ended. You
someone
didn't get
muted me.
muted, so stop
Okay,
whining.
well I
That
started the
lying ass
showtime so
shit.
he can talk. Leave the showtime alone. Let him talk, and then we can continue.
Thank you.
No, I
Bro,
gave you the
bro, come on.
showtime when I asked for it. Just let
You
them
had
talk.
a
I went on
showtime.
mute.
You just had
No,
Just
one.
talk. Why
You
you need
just
a
had a
showtime? Just
showtime.
showtime,
talk.
and
You a grown ass
You
we
man.
gonna
just
Just
let it
had a
fucking
stay on
talk.
showtime, Billion.
showtime.
You just had one.
Don't mess with showtime. Let it go.
This
Go
is all
ahead.
I'm. Bro, come on.
Y'all
Like,
really
why
What
are
is
y'all
wrong with
acting
you, Billion? What are you
immature? Like,
acting like
what's
Y'all
going
just
on?
crazy, bro.
All right, I'm gonna try to say what I gotta say without the show or whatever.
Go
all,
ahead.
all we were saying before Billion came up here is that we tend to kind of come to an impasse, right? So some people, when people say, "Can you show us the African in your lineage?" A lot of people cannot do that. Like me particularly, I don't have someone with just an A on my in my genealogy. But the problem though is that to me, it's kind of a disingenuous question because a lot of people can't actually show someone in their ancestry having an I for Indian in theirs either. We all kind of have either B for black, N for Negro, C for colored, N for mulatto. Some people can trace back to having an African ancestor, but I personally have not been able to do that, so I don't use that as a point of contention, Dante. So that was the only reason why I was saying that. It's like that kind of question, in my opinion, can go both ways because I think a lot of people on both sides can't necessarily prove that, and it makes more sense to not stick to personal genealogy and talk to actual groups and populations of people. That's it. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, yeah, I agree with that. Like, nobody can show an African, nor can nobody show an Indian. Nobody ever came up here and just show all down the census. And the 10 years later on the, I mean, yeah, 10 years later on the next census, them same group of people would then put B's by their name for black or Negro or whatever. I have yet to see that. I don't, I mean, on all the records, I have not seen none of that. I mean, it's just me personally, out of 2 years I've been up here, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, and I mean, and personally, I don't. Me personally, I think those classifications for black mean African, but I would rather talk about historical classifications and talk
According
about
to the
someone's
census,
personal.
it does
Yeah,
mean
yeah, but I would rather
African.
do that than talk about someone's like personal.
Yeah. And no, the conversation was going good. And I feel like it still can go good. But it's more so like we trying to we come to, like Doom was saying, like we getting past a lot of stuff where I feel like we feel like the conversation is dying down a lot on your side to the point where it's like nobody's coming up with any new information. A lot of y'all are starting to acquiesce to the like translated slave trade. Before it was like no, the translated slave trade never happened, or if it did happen, happened in reverse. Now you got a lot of people from your side saying, "Oh, it did happen." Oh, I'm not saying that it's people that's not that have African in them and stuff like that because the translated slave trade did happen. It's just now y'all say, "Oh, it didn't happen at the magnitude," where it's like, or we got to ensure, you know what I'm saying? Where it's like I'm telling y'all like give it up. But the only person I feel as though that can, you know, bring some life back into y'all is paper, but y'all don't really know about like genetics like that. Like yeah, and then his shit not even all the way tight because he used it to manipulate a certain narrative. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you gonna either have to just follow everything he say, like MIA and just scream population Y, or really get into this genetic shit and and it could be like Yoshi and Dub. Like if y'all ain't gonna beat them niggas, so yeah, it's hard. It's hard to be like, oh, I got my genealogy, oh, I got my land patents, versus, oh, look, I gotta do my actual genetic tree and all that, and I gotta send out my DNA, and I gotta pay for it. Y'all niggas not doing that shit. I'm letting y'all know now. So I don't see it happening. Y'all just gonna have to population wide, population wide. That's it. You ain't got nothing else. It's over y'all shit. Nigga, 2026 is a good year.
I think the problem with y'all niggas is y'all like to generalize everything one person says. When one person is talking about their specific genealogy, y'all generalize that and make that the story for everybody. When one person says the transatlantic slavery didn't happen, y'all don't have the mental capacity to be like that person said it. Y'all generalize it and be like, oh, well, since you saying you're indigenous too, then that's what you believe. So that's where y'all got it fucked up. When MIA is talking about population wide and stuff like that, that is a population, but that's not talking about transatlantic slavery. When they're talking about haplogroups, y'all not, you guys are not even reading that shit correctly. So that's what that is. You know, you have to have the mental capacity to be able to differentiate the conversation. When one person is talking specifically about their personal lineage, you can't come in with a generalized consensus of what history is. You can't do that. But the fact that y'all do that all the time makes y'all look bad, not us. Y'all be all over the place, not us. We are very clear about where we stand personally as well as generally. Y'all just don't have the mental capacity to separate the two and direct conversation with who you're talking to versus having a group discussion. That's not our intellectual fault. That's yours. All right. When I'm talking to tree guard, I'm talking to tree guard. When we're talking generally, we're talking generally. I have the mental capacity to separate it.
I like how these niggas get cooked and just lie. Punkin,
Facts.
people been on this panel for them 2 years. You just lied about Ben showing you the eye and everything, and it's all over TikTok. You can see it on Twitter, TikTok, Facebook. People have been bringing this information for years upon years. More than the two you've been on TikTok. Plus the two you've
I
been
have
on
not
here, people
seen
have shown.
that.
It's okay. You ain't got a lot of me. You can lie to yourself,
I
but you ain't
mean,
got a lot of me.
I'm not
It's okay.
lying.
Look,
I
we
have
all
no
it's
reason.
it's cool.
Hold
It's cool.
on,
We get
guys.
it. Y'all lie, but
Okay, first of all,
Donnie acting like he
I have
bringing sources
not.
talking about no
Hold on a
new
second. Hold on
information.
for the host is speaking. Just a second. Just a
Oh
second.
Lord.
So, what I'm specifically saying, I have not seen an eye, and then on the next go around or the census, it was changed because that's always what y'all say. I've been reclassified. I haven't seen that. That's a specific. Yeah, of course we see eyes. Yeah, but although eyes the same ones that 10 years later they got reclassified, these the same exact people. That's what I'm saying. Anybody can pull. I can pull some shit up. They got an eye on it. That's not what I'm saying. Can I pull up some shit that got an eye on it? That's actually my family and me showing them folks getting reclassified. That's what I'm
What
talking about.
Thank you,
I
one
have
thing
Punkin.
not
one thing
seen that. I
one
have
thing
not
I will
seen
So
that.
once again, you ain't got to lie to me. You can lie to yourself, but you ain't got to lie to me.
I have not
one
seen
thing I
Look,
that.
will
I
once
put that
again,
on
one
my
thing I
mama.
will
hey,
So
oh,
say
yeah, it's
look, it's
gone. I
cool.
have
It's
not seen
cool.
that.
I ain't got to worry about it no more. Cool.
Like
Whatever. You ain't never
I
seen it. Cool.
yeah,
Magically, you
like
ain't never seen it.
I say I'm indigenous, but I don't deny the transatlantic slavery.
Yeah, human
So when
yeah, I'm
you're
not saying
transportation.
it
Yeah.
never
addressing
happened, but it's gonna be
when
hard for you
you're
to prove it.
addressing me, don't come to me with that shit.
Man, 2 years ago,
Whoever's
y'all niggas was all motherfucking all
who's
in
y'all? I
Singapore.
didn't know you
It
2 years
ain't
Man,
ago,
y'all.
I'm
Johnny.
just saying,
I
man, y'all
love
niggas
saying it
all
ain't
in
But
y'all.
One
It's
usually,
hey,
just
one
simple.
thing,
usually a
can I
common
say
saying,
something real
oh, the
quick?
translation say
I'm
never fucking
asking
happened.
you
Stop
not to
playing.
do.
They love saying
I
One
it
thing
ain't
usually,
hey,
y'all.
usually a
I
common people have the same story. Like they all have a general understanding of their history. So that's what makes it a little bit frustrating. Like some of y'all say that the slave trade happened, and then some of y'all don't. And then it's like
Yeah, y'all
most
ain't
people
got your
have the
story
same
together.
history.
Y'all just
Yeah.
Who's
all over the fucking
pulling on
y'all?
place.
each
Yeah,
other.
there's no
Show
general
your
Listen,
there's no
genealogy.
general
Look
even
good.
consensus.
even
That's the
with the
problem.
so-called African American, they don't have the same story. Y'all don't even know what tribes y'all come from.
No, we do all
What do
kind of
you?
have the
Yeah, we
same
all
story,
have the
Jojo.
same
Yeah, we
fucking
do have the same
story.
story.
What do you
No, y'all
mean?
don't.
There's no
Bro, we
general
never
And
mentioned
There's
nothing
no
consensus.
other
about
story.
Africa.
You
We
know
say
what?
we
You know
say
what?
we
Here's
came from
what.
Africa.
You know
We don't
what?
know where we
I
came
can
from,
impossible.
and
actually
we
I
know
can
where we are
actually
from
agree
here. What
with
are you
That's
talking
you
about?
know what, Cha Cha? Hold up, Cha
impossible.
Cha. They right. They do all have the same story, but the actual history and information disagrees with them. especially with the records and shit. It completely
Could
disagrees
you
with
could you
you.
show
I was about
records
to
that
say
disprove
You
that?
stupid motherfuckers
if
think
you have
He
12
can't,
million
pretty.
people
He
came over
can't.
here, but y'all can't prove it
But
through
could
Yeah,
any
but
of
but
the
could
they
you prove
records.
they don't.
reclassification
You
though?
know
Y'all can
why?
yes,
people have
You
money.
hold
We've been
on,
Oh,
hold
you
on,
we've
said you
been
man.
can. You
proving
said you can prove the
You know
reclassification. That's
reclassification,
why?
niggas
You
John.
know
hearsay.
yes.
why
All right,
they have
let's
this?
get let's try to get
Hold
back to it.
on.
I mean,
Let's
I
You
mean,
know
well, since we're
no
why?
making
Cha-Cha, because we
allegations,
were
Hold
I
having a
I'm not
good
about to
on.
sit here and show you
conversation.
my
You
No,
D.
we
know
were
Y'all,
having a
you
good
why they have
conversation.
the
weirdos. Y'all
same
be screenshotting
story?
Bro,
stuff.
stop,
You
shut the.
Hold
We
on,
were
calm
having a
down,
good
y'all. Calm down. We
conversation,
getting
bro.
somewhere.
Let him
yo,
show. Let
you
him
know
show
why
his
they?
stuff.
You know
Like
why
Right.
let's
they
I'm not
stop
have
about
the
to show
arguing,
same
you.
bro.
I'm not about to
story?
show you my stuff. There's
You
No,
weirdos
no,
on
no.
here
you
that
You
be
you
hold
dodging
go
on.
You
stuff
stuff.
see
and
how
saying what
you
the
see
stuff
how
that you
quick
want
you
to
was?
prove.
Let's
They
show us
quick with
stuff.
Yo,
it.
you
One
You
thing
know
I
said you
will
why
say
said
they
that you
though,
have
wanted
the
to show us
same
that. You said you
one
story?
had
thing I
no.
will
Because
say
they
though,
are
if
following a script.
You just
That's
said
why
that
they
we
got the
had no
same.
consensus, Cha-Cha, and then Billion changed your mind.
No,
You just
because
said that we had no. You just said that we had no general consensus, and then Billion came and said what he said, and then now you just changed it in real time.
no, I'm
You just
changing.
changed what you were just
No,
saying right now.
listen.
You just said we had no general
All
consensus,
right,
and now that Billion said you
all
changed it.
right, you gonna keep repeating yourself?
Yes,
I'm
because you. I'm not going to keep
Actually,
doing that.
there
You
is
just
because
said that.
most of us all keep saying the same thing. Most of us say that we are
Because you're
African. Hold on real quick. Most of us are saying that we are African descendant. We know that we do have some European admixture. We do have some indigenous admixture as well. Where in Africa we cannot pinpoint to one location in Africa that our ancestors come from because they come from multiple places all over Africa. So we can't just pinpoint to one place. Now, outside of that, there are
Exactly,
some
a bunch of
unique.
damn mutts with no
God,
homes. See?
hold on, like God, leave y'all chill. But outside of that, like there is exception to every
Yeah, thanks
story.
for the munching,
There
right?
are
You can't go 2 seconds without insulting somebody. That's crazy.
there are
Damn, she proving
exceptions.
my point. I'm
Oh
agreeing.
my
Yeah, but do you fuck
God,
with
I
Pumpkin or
can't
not?
golly,
Like
agree
you
with
look.
her.
always, you always saying some
Can I
slick
finish
different.
though? God, Lee, I feel like yelling. Like I'm trying not to wake my husband up. Just let me finish, please. So basically, what I'm saying is outside of that, now there are some exceptions to the rule that there are some people who can pull up an African. Everybody can't do that though. There are some that can. I can't do it. Doom said he can't do it, but there are some who can. So that's pretty much the gist of our origins since we've been over here in America. And ain't shit about it has changed.
All right, but the reason why overall you could do it because y'all all following the same Oxford script, the same African script. Y'all don't sound like individuals. Y'all sound like a herd of sheep.
Because
I'm
we're a group of
sorry.
people.
Okay,
hold
thank
on,
you,
He
Cha
I
Cha.
want
Can
to
we
say
just go
one.
back to having the actual conversation? Thank you for
Okay,
telling us a receipt. Thank you.
hold on, let me respond to that because this what I'm saying. Like the stuff that I'm saying. Like when we talk about we're African descendant and how we are brought up, is stuff that type of stuff is not taught at school because everybody that's alive today, every black person that's alive today in America knows somebody or either a great grandparent or grandparent one that knows somebody that was once a slave or something. Like those stories been passed down. I don't understand why y'all keep saying that. Like these stories are passed down. I know somebody now that knew somebody that was a slave. Like it wasn't that long ago. These stories, anybody what no white man said this, no white man said they'll talk this. This is what my people is saying. What happened? Ain't got nothing to do with no goddamn white man, because they barely even touch on slavery in school anyway, especially here in the Silk.
That's very true.
They barely even talk about it. All of this is passed down.
that
This is my people's story. There ain't no white man nothing. This is my folks' story.
And you know
my
what? And
grandfather
you
had went
know
to
what,
school
Pumpkin?
with his like my grandfather went to school with the slave owner, like the same family. They had the same last name, and they ended up finding out like years later, like he was on the master side, and my dad was like the slave people side. Like we know like the history
Okay.
for real.
Yeah,
And
I
you
have
So
know
a story.
what?
y'all
I have a
look
And
story
at
you
like
know
that
what,
as well.
Pretty
Yep,
in
I have a story
Paris?
just like that.
And you know what? I believe you. I
Okay, well, you were
believe
just calling
you.
us stupid and all
But
kind of stuff, Cha Cha. So which one is it?
yo, stop
so
being a
so
bitch,
You were
so
yo.
just
I
saying that. Were you not just calling
hold
us
Seriously,
y'all.
stupid
Look,
stuff?
stop
y'all
being a
chill,
bitch
Were
y'all
ass
you not
chill.
just
nigga.
were you not just calling us stupid and all kind of stuff though?
All right. Look, y'all,
But
let's
you
please
being
let's
a
not go
fucking
there, y'all.
asshole.
I'm being an
Okay,
asshole. How? How did I insult
so
you?
let
You
me
literally
so let me
called me a
say
stupid as
something.
fuck.
Hold on, let me say something, y'all. So this 3.2%, I know I hope y'all noticed lately I've been uploading a lot of stuff about Black American culture and stuff. I don't upload it, even some people old enough, like back in the 60s, talking about how their grandparent or their great grandparent was a slave. Like that's what I'm saying. Even like back in the 60s, like older black people, a black person in their 80s, back in the 60s, talking about their parent or their great parent was a slave, and they told those stories. Guess who was born in the 60s? My mama. She was
My
born in
mama.
1966.
Hmm.
My mama
You get what
too.
I'm
My
saying?
mom was born in the
Right.
50s. My mom was born in
My
1950.
Right.
mama
So
born 1966, right?
exactly. So that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. Like
indigenous
people.
people were slaves too, but we asking you to show where's the African, what slave ship they came off of. I mean, y'all always talk about how things were heavily documented. Y'all don't show that.
That is
Y'all
true.
don't.
That's what I was about to say. If you're if
Y'all don't
We have
show
but
that. If
we
y'all
have a
have
we have a good
African,
reason. We have a
Y'all
agreed
don't have
upon
a good
reason.
reason.
There
Y'all
what's
is a
the
good
don't.
reason.
reason?
Yeah.
Because they weren't recorded as people. They're recorded as property. That's why there's no documentation. Like, hello,
but they
These
would
people
have
was
Okay,
insurance
a
policies,
so
deed of
so
what are you
purchase
when
and
talking
sale.
about?
heavily
That's what
heavily
when
they made
documented.
from
indigenous
Y'all
when
got
the
Africa.
slave
They
force
be
and
indigenous
do
insured.
it,
person,
but yet y'all
They
still
hold
don't
be
get no
on,
insured on this
y'all.
respect.
shit.
It's
When
bullshit.
the
Like, come on.
indigenous person, which a lot of people did, they assimilated. Niggas, a lot of tribes were dissolved. A lot of us wasn't civilized, and civilized equates to selling out. Okay, not a lot of us did that.
Yo,
Yeah,
Some
yeah,
you
but
people.
see,
but
you
isn't
ready for
Hold
assimilation
on,
literally
allow
the
me to
isn't
land.
assimilation
Allow
literally
me
the
to
definition of
land.
that though?
Allow me to land.
Sure, let me
motherfucker
go
said
after
water
Quavo.
See,
flecker. Should have
allow
said.
me to land. See, your particular story, Pretty in Paris, as well as you, Pumpkin, is not everybody's story. And we're not saying or I'm not saying slavery didn't happen because, in fact, indigenous people were put on plantations. They, the indigenous slave trade was the precursor to the transatlantic. I know that to be true. You know what I'm saying? If you have other people denying that, then deal with them with that shit. But who am I to tell you that what you're sharing about your lineage is wrong? And even with that, you still can't show me or pinpoint who was the exact African that was on that plantation. You could tell me that your family were on plantation. All right, fine. But how you know they weren't indigenous people? And if you can't pinpoint, if you can pinpoint the African, then who were they? What was their names before they were reclassified? Because even the African was reclassified, their names were changed. So what was their name before they changed their name to the plantation owner? Can you tell me that?
Like I said,
Wait, can I just respond to her real quick? Because
go ahead, go ahead, go
so
ahead.
No, I'm
again,
not
Cha Cha.
asking you,
Well,
Doom Scroller.
I'm gonna respond.
I'm
I just
not
want to respond to what you said.
asking
Well,
you though.
I'm gonna go ahead and say what I
No,
want to say,
I'm
Cha
not
Cha. Thank you.
asking you.
So let me just
I'm
say what I
not
like to say, Cha
asking
Cha.
you.
Okay, that's
I'm not
fine.
asking
That's
you.
fine, Cha Cha.
I'm
I'm
not
gonna talk. I'm gonna
asking
talk, and
you.
I'm gonna land, Cha
I'm
Cha.
not
Okay,
Cha
he's not
asking
Cha, just
responding
let
to
you.
me
you. He's not
talk.
responding
I'm
to
not
you.
I'm
asking
responding
you.
to the
But
panel
he
of
shouldn't be
conversation.
responding
So,
to
well,
me.
I'm
I'm
gonna respond to
asking
the
you,
conversation,
pretty,
Shauna.
What you don't know how to
Cha
pretty,
Cha,
fucking
I'm gonna
talk,
respond
Cha?
to
I
it.
don't make no
pretty,
goddamn sense.
pretty.
So
I'm
again, so
asking
what we
you.
Cha Cha, come on,
Where is
Cha
the
Cha, please.
African?
Oh my God,
Where
dude,
is the
you already
slave
answered the
trade?
question that you're asking, Cha
Where's
Cha.
the ship in your lineage, pretty?
So why
I'm
would we? So this is why we shouldn't be getting into personal
Pretty, I'm
lineage,
asking
because
you,
the
pretty.
same question is that
Pretty,
they
I'm
can't do it
asking
either.
you,
Cha Cha, oh
pretty.
my Cha
okay.
Cha, please stop
Uh,
acting like this.
No, I'm
Cha
asking
Cha,
pretty.
please
I'm
stop
not
acting like
asking
this, Cha
you.
Cha.
if she's asking me to personally respond and she just got finished talking, it's like just I'll answer her and then you can go ahead and
Thank
talk.
you, pretty.
So like I said, and like a bunch of other people, like our group of people will say, there's a reason why those
No, I'm
records were not.
asking you.
I'm telling you why I don't
All right,
have the
I don't care
documents.
about
She's
everybody
still trying
else.
to
I
I'm
defend
care
telling
herself.
you,
about
okay, I'm
you.
telling you why I don't have the documents because
Okay,
obviously
thank
there were
you.
slaves, right? And they don't keep a good record of property as much as they do about family history, right? That doesn't make any sense. A lot of people were sold off, not sold off, but like inherited in wills and all that kind of things. And you can find it there, maybe, but But just bringing over cargo, nobody's gonna keep records like that. Like it's not like reasonable. Do you know what I mean?
So I will be disingenuous for asking you that information, right?
I think there's a good reason why I don't have that information.
But I will be wrong for asking that information, knowing that that's your history. Am I right or wrong?
I'm not saying it's wrong for you to ask, but I'm it's common knowledge why we don't have it.
If
Right.
your
Why
See, that's
you
ancestors if
don't
your
have it?
ancestors came from Africa,
Why
they would
you
have
don't have
insurance for
it?
the cargo that came over from Africa.
So
But
so this is
but
what
you can
we're
see
These
how those
this is
insurance
records.
companies
exactly
still
the
But you can
point
exist
that
to
see
we're
how
this
those.
day.
saying
It's
though.
like
You
New
can
York
see
Met
how.
Life
But you
and
can
So
see how
so
uh,
like this
500
is
years
let
ago
me
some
just
records
say
might be lost, right?
so
no,
this is the
they keep
point that we're this is the
documentation
point
of
that we're
everything.
saying though, Dante, because this is the problem. We can't keep going in circles with this conversation. Everything that Cha Cha asked a pretty to do. Okay, you don't gotta mute me. That's ridiculous. Everything that Cha Cha is asking Pretty to do, uh, Cha Cha, come on, stop acting like that.
yeah, stop acting like that,
Come
Cha-Cha.
on,
Come
Cha
on.
Cha. I didn't do nothing to you, Cha Cha. So everything she's asking, Cha Cha,
Oh
come
my
on,
God, it's not personal.
stop muting me, Cha Cha. Everything that people are asking Africans to do, they can't do it either. So the point is like yes, we may be able to find an enslaved person. I can find an enslaved person on my actual lineage, but it would be disingenuous for me to say that I have definitive proof that that person was from Africa. For whatever reason, they cannot admit the same thing. That's what I don't really get, and I think it's a dumb conversation to have. And when we talk about this reclass,
Exactly.
when we talk
So
about this
why? So why
reclassification, so
would?
let me finish,
Why
Cha
is
Cha.
it
I'm gonna
dumb?
land, please.
Why?
I'm gonna land, please, Cha Cha. I'm gonna land, please, Cha Cha. So stop muting me, bro. Why are you doing
It's
that?
All
it's
right.
it,
So
it's
if
unreasonable
I
Cha
because
Cha, please stop muting me, Cha Cha.
reclassification is literally a documentation. You
Yeah,
would
so
have
so
documents recent at that.
Cha Cha,
That's why
stop
we're
muting me,
saying.
bro.
That's why
Why do
we're
you do
saying
that?
it's hard to believe that people were
stop
classified
muting me.
if you
I'm
don't
not
have any
muting you,
proof of
Cha
it.
Cha. I'm just talking.
Stop
I haven't muted
muting
you
me.
one
Oh
Stop
time.
my God,
cutting
y'all
me
act
I
like
didn't
off.
mute you
girls.
one
Stop
time. I haven't
doing.
muted
Oh
you
no,
one
I'm
I
time, Cha
mean,
treating
Cha.
you
if
niggas
you
how
were
y'all treat
Cha Cha,
reclassified,
I
me.
haven't mute. I
you
haven't
I'm
muted you
recently,
one
treating
your
y'all
time, Cha Cha.
niggas
parents
how y'all
probably got
treat
Cha Cha,
me.
I have
reclassified at
not
some
muted
point.
you one time.
Grown
I'm
or are we
treating
not
you
grown,
niggas
y'all?
how
One
Cha
at a
y'all
Cha, I
treat
time.
have
Like,
not
me.
whoa.
muted you
Oh,
one time,
now
Cha
we
Cha.
grown.
It,
Cha Cha, I
Why
haven't
when it
muted you
comes
one
to y'all
time.
niggas, we
Cha Cha, you mad at No More Pseudo. I'm not the one doing that.
no more.
I'm not muting you, Cha
Right. No,
Cha.
no more
not
student
every
got her.
time it
Cha
comes
Cha,
to
I'm
me,
not
I
muting
gotta
Wait,
be
you.
but let me
grown.
finish.
I'm
Let me
always
finish. But let
grown.
me
I'm
finish.
always grown.
All right. Well, at
Cha
your
Cha,
fucking age.
Cha Cha, please stop muting me. I'm not the one muting you. That's not me doing that. I'm never muting you. So all I'm saying is I think this is a disingenuous conversation. Oh, now we're dropping people. Why are we dropping?
I
Let's not,
swear.
please.
Oh hell no.
Shit, they start doing
Okay,
this weird shit,
okay.
yo.
Look, look,
TikTok
look,
musical
look.
chairs ass
Hold
man.
on.
Come on.
Look, y'all, I'm gonna edit my powers, y'all. Don't stop now, y'all. Come on now. We don't y'all know we don't do that muting and dropping over here.
I
We
didn't
don't we
mute or
don't do
drop you,
that.
by the
Yeah,
way.
but y'all cut
No,
off and
no,
shit,
I
and
I'm
didn't do that
you
speaking.
to you,
never
I'm
Cha
able
Cha.
to
not
finish your shit.
I'm
Cha
speaking
Cha,
in
why you
general.
What
I'm
doing
feels
not
that?
like
I'm
was
not I'm
like
not
Disingenuous.
just
pinpointing.
because you say my name doesn't mean I'm supposed to stop what I'm saying just to oblige you.
Okay, y'all, let's chill on the muting and dropping. I'm not pinpointing anybody. I'm just saying in general, all together. We don't do that muting dropping type shit over here. I don't like that. But we all can still be respectful. We all adults. We all can dialogue like adults. Now we trying to have a serious conversation. Let's keep it that way. Let's stay on information. The messy talk is over with. All this shit is over with. We back on information now. Let's stay on it, y'all. Please. I appreciate it.
Now finish what you were saying, though, Doom, before you was rudely interrupted.
Yeah, man. All I'm saying is I just think that's not a really great conversation to have. Because again, like we don't really know if that person was African or not. But what we could figure out is the reclassification part. We could try to figure out and see when did people start having ancestors that were classified as Indians become reclassified as Africans. Like we should be able to see
That's
that in the
literally a
paper trail.
document.
Yeah, like that. That's something that we're saying is a paper G side. So there should be a paper trail. So I think we should try to explore that a little bit more. I think that would be a better usage of everyone's time than trying to disrespect people's personal lineage.
So this is
Now
what you
she's
call
muted
being
me again for
cooked?
no
So
reason.
you have to have
Yeah,
the
Muted
I
me
in.
again for
because
no
you
reason,
Does
talking
Chacha.
your
about
ancestor have to have the
You
I
just
in
you
their
just
name in
muted me
order
for
for
no
them to be
reason again.
Indians?
Huh?
So your ancestors have to have the I in their names in order to be Indians?
I didn't
I would
know
say in
that.
order for Cha, I'm not the one fucking muting you, Cha Cha. Stop.
He about
yeah,
to
Jesus
but
crash out.
what
Christ.
do
I'm
you
not the one
mean by
fucking muting you,
being?
Cha Cha. You're about to make me crash the fuck out, Cha Cha. Cha Cha, I never fucking
Oh my
disrespect you,
god.
Cha Cha.
So
Stop it.
this is yes, you
That's not
are.
me
You
doing that,
doing
Cha
it in
Cha.
the chat. So
I'm not
this is
fucking
what you
doing it.
let me show you what.
Cha
So
Cha,
this is
oh
what
my
being
fucking god, Cha
cooked
Cha.
is.
Cha
This is
Cha,
what
I'm
being
not.
cooked is.
You got cooked by
No
no
more
more
That's
pseudo
pseudo.
got
I'm
her
cooking.
ass
sorry.
out of
I'm
Is
it.
sorry.
this
You got cooked by no
cooking?
more pseudo. You did get cooked.
Is this cooking?
You got cooked by no more pseudo. I'm
Yep,
sorry,
that's
Cha.
cooking.
All right, so that's
I'm just
cooking.
I'm
So
just keeping it. I'm
let's
just keeping
all
it
cook.
real.
Let's have a barbecue.
No,
You
we
did.
good. We good. Nigga,
Bro,
he
That's
she's
did
how you
so
this.
cook.
angry that she got
You
cooked.
say some lying ass shit, then you
That's not
mute the
my
person
fault.
that's telling the truth. That's
I never
exactly how you
muted her.
cook.
I didn't mute her one time. I have not muted Cha Cha.
You probably was over there, Doom. That's why she just got it out for
I
you.
did not mute Cha Cha. I wasn't even on the panel when she was
Yes, you
talking
did.
pseudo.
She,
So
I
she
did
seen
that's
you
not
in the
mute
being
you.
comments.
cooked. I'm
Pumpkin,
being
Pumpkin, could you
cooked
please
by.
tell Cha Cha who's
So
muting her?
me being muted
I'm
is
muting
being
her.
cooked.
I'm muting her.
Oh, it's Donnie. See, it wasn't even me, Cha Cha. What the fuck? Even when you was on that girl's panel, I kept bringing you up. I was the person that kept saying, let Cha Cha talk.
All right,
Every
so
time they
me
dropped you, I
being
brought
muted
you
is
up. I
being
never
cooked.
disrespect you, Cha Cha. I've never
So me
disrespected you one
be
time.
yes you
Cha
do.
Cha,
Every time you cut
when?
me
Tell
off,
me,
you
tell me when I
disrespect
disrespect you.
me.
Tell me when I
Every
disrespect
time
you.
you cut me off, you disrespect
Cha Cha,
me.
you talk slow as hell
Every
sometimes. I'm sorry.
time you mute
Cha
me or
Cha, I
talk
don't
over
mute
me,
you
stop
though.
fucking saying my
I don't
name. I don't
fucking
like you
mute you, Cha
saying my
Cha.
name.
Oh, now you don't
Don't
like
say
me. You
my
fucking
fucking
hate me, so
name.
you hate me now.
Don't
What the
say
fuck
my
did I do to
fucking
you?
name.
What the fuck did I do
No,
to you, Cha
because you
Cha?
say, oh, cha cha, cha cha, cha cha, like I'm not
Yeah,
Boy,
cause
in
you
it
don't
this
is almost
plane.
stop.
3 in
Bro,
the
y'all over
You
here
morning.
don't
They
arguing
stop
like
crashing
go
out
to
on
talking.
each
Judge
And
other.
Judy with
allow
that
me
shit.
to
I know
land on
we
my
might just need to
motherfucking
fucking
plane.
kiss and make up, bro. Why you so mad at me? I didn't even do nothing.
I need you to stop interrupting me.
But Cha Cha, you was doing the same
Stop
shit.
interrupting me.
Okay, can you stop interrupting me, please?
Mm-mm.
Can we do it together? Can we shake hands and say we're
No.
not gonna interrupt each other?
She
You could
said
suck
no.
dick.
She is,
So can we can
she
we
is
Damn, and
can we
not
you
finna
got
intermix
her?
with you,
can
nigga.
we get an Indian peace treaty and just say
I'm
like,
not
yeah,
I'm not
we're not gonna disrespect
crashing.
each other?
I'm
Can
not
we
Now you
turn to
crashing.
clowning.
civilized tribe,
Yeah,
please?
can
Come
we?
on.
Now you
Can we
clowning.
be civilized
Not
and just
y'all
say we're not
mixed
gonna do that?
races.
Savages.
Can we get an interracial agreement, Cha Cha? Like, we won't do that to each other tonight. I don't think she
Y'all
thought
baby
that was
finna have
funny.
some
All
good
right,
hair.
so
I mean,
but
I thought
this
it was
but
funny, Cha
but
Cha. I mean, I
this
thought
See
this
you,
this
billion. You might have to
goes
go
but
ahead and
this
crash out
goes
on them
to
again.
this goes
Nigga, a
to
bitch.
show you the hypocrisy. This go to show you the hypocrisy. Because
what?
if you can't show me the African or the slave ship in your personal family, then don't ask me about a motherfucking tribe, language,
Didn't I just say that?
plantation, none of that shit when it comes to my personal family.
All
Didn't I
And
we're
I
just say that
land.
though? Didn't I just say that though?
all we're saying is that there is a good logical reason why we can't find the African in our genealogy. But for people that believe what you believe, there is literally a reclassification is literally a document. And there should be like an abundance amount of documentation like readily available.
Not even only that too, right? You guys got to understand. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, right? Extraordinary evidence, right? So it's like you guys going against the whole historical,
Right.
factual, back empirical evidence narrative of how our people got here and how other people got here, also Europeans. So now you gotta back that shit up with extraordinary claims, like some fire shit.
It's
Slap
not
that shit in our face.
it's
Fuck
not
it,
only
no.
American
Yeah,
history,
they got
Spanish
exile.
history says
They
the
got
same.
exiled from Spain.
It's African history, European
Exactly.
history, American history,
Spanish history.
Spanish history, Dutch, Belgian, all them
Irish.
niggas.
So
All
hold
them
on, hold on.
niggas.
You much rather believe that your ancestors came from Africa on a boat rather than they were here in America this whole time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
nigga, what?
yeah.
That's
I'm not,
wild.
I'm not, I don't have a
That's
problem with that.
wild. So let me
So
ask you something.
would you
If
rather
if
believe that your people lost on their own soil and they lost all their power and all their
I
land in
would
their
I
own?
wouldn't say lost. I wouldn't say lost.
Would
They
you?
were
Would
coming over
you?
with diseases and stuff.
Where's a?
They
Yo,
weren't
dude,
We
that's
haven't
what
cleanly
even
y'all
had
like
a
we
doing.
black
were.
American president
Nigga,
yet.
who
We
am
were
I?
clean. We had toiletry and all this stuff. They didn't have that, and they brought
Y'all ain't had
diseases
no
over here. We
fucking
were dying out,
toiletry.
and plus we were
Nah,
also going to war
Dark
with
House
each other
crazy.
over the land.
Yeah,
You
but
tell
so
me
then, but
there
then
wasn't
the
That's
white
Indian
team
that's
then
wars?
came.
fine,
There
The
was
but
white team
definitely
then came
Indian
to this huge
wars.
country, and you guys all got you guys all lost. So I mean, like, what? I don't think I think we're kind of arguing over scraps here. Like we're saying we got enslaved, but you
I
guys
wouldn't say it
also
was
got
lost. We
cooked
were
over
just
here too.
prisoners of war. We still
When
came
you
out on
when
top
you
though.
also saying that you were the first ones to
I
get enslaved,
mean,
anyways?
and then on top of that, you talking about you would rather much believe. Like, it ain't about that. The facts is facts. Like, why would I just because
It's
I
not
feel
really
some
facts if
type of
it's
way
both theories. You feel what
just
I'm
make
saying?
something up about myself? I'm not gonna do that. I accept me for all of what I am. I accept the history, I accept the past, I accept what happened. Ain't nothing I can do about it. These are the cards that are dealt to me. I'm
That's
just
kind of
gonna deal
disingenuous
with
because
it.
you can't even prove your tie to the history. You saying you accepting, so
I ain't
Right.
very much
You
tied to
accepted
what I
what somebody
say.
else
kind of
told you.
strange. That's kind of
That,
strange.
But anyways, right?
I'm
oh
just
my
saying, how can you
god.
accept something that you don't even
This
know happened to
okay.
you? That's kind of weird.
yeah,
But
That's
but
kind of
but you
weird.
but you but you
this
guys don't practice no Native
the
American,
thing.
no
Like
indigenous
it,
nothing.
we are both we all in the same boat. Y'all motherfucker. I don't see nothing saying that y'all Indians either. God
It's
damn it.
okay. That's a
So
lie. But hey,
I'd
don't
say
go
I'm
there with me.
Aboriginal.
that's a
I be
damn. That's
trying
a
to be
full
nice.
damn
Hold
lie.
on a
But
second.
it's okay.
Hold on
Look,
just a second. I be trying to be nice, but don't push it though. Like I say, I'm not gonna combat. I'm not gonna go against the bat on y'all saying y'all Indians. I leave that to the natives. But when you start trailing over on talking about me and what about my people, I'm gonna come after your ass. I don't see shit that say y'all goddamn Indians either. Shit, what the hell's y'all talking
that's a lie.
about?
But hey,
I
hey,
don't
look.
see nothing that
At the end
connects
of the
you
day,
to being an Indian.
punkin. You can tell that lie, but at the end of the day, when it comes to
I
people
don't see
saying who they
nothing.
are, y'all ain't who y'all
Okay, well
is because y'all can't prove it.
don't talk about me then. Because I'm gonna come after you.
You can't come after me. I can prove
I'm
who the fuck
gonna
I
come
am.
after
But
you. I
it's an
will.
How can
agreed
you
upon
come after
history
someone
though,
that can
bro.
prove who they are? That's
It's an
crazy to
agreed
me.
upon history. There's nobody that agrees with y'all. It's a global
Nobody. Not
global
one
And
face
knowledge.
that's
on this
There's
funny
planet
plenty of
That's
as
a
people that
damn
hell.
agree
sure
with
lie.
us.
Like, y'all
How is
got
that a lie?
entitlement
It's
It
not
would
issues.
be a
common
fact. It
sense.
Y'all
would
got
still be a straight
How
out
That's
of
a
entitlement
African
very
theory
issues.
damn
if
lie,
it was
man.
Hold
Thank
on,
a
you
y'all
real
for
got
your
thing.
Paris.
entitlement
everybody
issues.
knows
Like,
this?
really, y'all got entitlement issues. Like, really, who the fuck are y'all? Who
Then
the
why
fuck
don't
are
Nobody.
y'all
y'all,
prove
They
it to
bro?
the
under the
And then
But
government?
it's
same
Because
I
y'all
like,
is
slaves
no
the people to
that
the
disrespect to
didn't
government.
no
even
Y'all
one
was
get
when
their
born
someone
people.
goddamn
like,
establishes
I don't
that.
cornbread
even
in the
give a fuck
mule.
about your lineage. Actually, I don't care who you come from. I really
I didn't
don't.
say that.
I'm not checking for none of you niggas. I'm not. I don't even care. If we have a general conversation
So
and we're
then
talking
power your
about
phone off then.
and we're talking about family and stuff like that, and you be like, you know what, my family come from this. You know what? Oh, that's cool. Or oh, okay, that's it. That's all.
Yo, y'all be saying stuff like, "Oh, I don't care." Da
I
da da. Da. But it's
don't.
like, what's the point of even y'all being up here and having this
I
dialogue?
don't give a fuck. I'm not
Obviously, you
gonna.
care too much to tell us that you
We
don't give a
can
fuck.
have the
You
dialogue,
can
but
just
I'm
let your
not
phone die
bullying
and
you.
not motherfucking
I'm
charge and
not
shit.
bullying you niggas into submission. I don't care.
All
If you're a
right,
slave, then you're a
I want
slave,
bully
my
y'all.
But
nigga.
Just like how Billy
Cha-Cha,
Billion,
If
that's what I want to
you
do the rest of
come
y'all.
from slaves,
nobody's
then
doing
you're a
that,
slave,
Cha-Cha.
my
Nobody's
nigga.
doing that.
That's it. That's all.
Nobody's trying to say that y'all are. I'm definitely not saying
I
that. I
am.
tell you, if y'all want, I mean, that's on y'all. That's y'all. But I keep saying, y'all fight is with those natives, the quote unquote Siberian. That's who y'all fight is against because y'all the ones saying that y'all are
Oh,
indigenous to
we
this
fight them.
land.
They get smoked too. But
I'm
guess
saying
who?
though, but
Guess who
why?
protects them?
But see,
Niggas
this
like
the thing. Okay, but Cha Cha,
OHF,
hold on. This is the thing.
Doom
So
Scroller,
hold on, Cha
all
Cha.
that.
So
Y'all niggas protect
hold
these white
on? I
people.
got put in
Protesting is
Showtime.
crazy.
Cha Cha, I've been chilling. I ain't even say nothing.
Ooh, showtime.
Okay, I put in Showtime. So this is what I'm saying. Y'all fight or with those natives, them Siberians, not with us. But for some reason, y'all always um you know what I'm saying, saying that we not African, we indigenous, and the slave boats and all this, that, and the third, question how many slaves came over here. If you indigenous to America, why is you worried about that type of shit? Y'all had no ties to Africa. Prove that you here, you indigenous to America. That's what I'm saying. When y'all start talking about that type of shit, that's when I step up, and I don't want to have to do that. I don't want to have to do that because I let y'all just be Indian. I don't give a goddamn. Be Indian. Like I say, don't come over here and talk about my shit. Don't be questioning those slave boats. Don't be questioning African descendancy and all that because it has no tie to you as being an Indian. That's when I step up. Other than that, I don't give a damn about y'all want to be Indian. I don't care. Y'all fighters with them Siberians. That's who y'all need to be fighting against. Because we not claiming we from America. I don't think we saying that we are African descendants. Some of us do have indigenous ancestors as well. It is what it is. Ain't no changing that. I accept all of that. It is what it is. Y'all the one want to be. Y'all the one say y'all are Indian. So fight the Siberians. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, she said.
So when are y'all gonna be able to actually prove this scientifically, like to the scientific community, or
You're nobody
maybe to
to
the U.S.
prove
government?
anything to. And we do fight with these European Spaniards, but y'all platform them and protect them. Y'all don't even allow them to speak for themselves. They don't even have to show no proof. They show some type of federally reserved permission to be who they are. They hijacked actually the real indigenous and try to navigate that as their story, and then y'all protect that shit. So it doesn't even matter at
No,
that
you can't
point.
say y'all because I don't do that. I don't do that over
Nah,
here.
that's why I
It
came up here
definitely
for
don't,
real. Oh, go
definitely
ahead.
don't happen over here. I'm not finna step in front of no native and fight for them. Like I'm not. That's for them to do that. I'm here about the African descendant shit or the Black
And
American shit.
please, OHF, as many
Well, I'm
Europeans
not
that's on your
OHL Cha Cha.
no,
You.
he's in the chat talking shit. As
Oh,
much
okay.
as much as much as yo ass protect these Europeans and these fucking double gay people that be on your panel, you don't have no room to talk, man. Fuck out of here. Okay? Because all them so called natives are actually Europeans or some kind of Spaniard. They're not real in Indians and they're definitely not indigenous. So stop the cap.
So, Chacha, what do you think about like the indigenous tribes that were pretty much isolated and didn't have any European contact until like recently? Now they're like more, checking those tribes on the Amazon and stuff. Like, do you think they're indigenous?
Well, a lot of them are, but they're not the ones that you think they are. They're not the ones that are the descendants of the conquistador. They're not that. They're not that at all. In fact, a lot of Europeans claim to be older than the so called Aztecs. So y'all need to figure that shit out. I'm covered in my personal lineage where I don't have that insecurity. But there's a lot of people who don't. But don't generalize that shit and project that shit out on me. And besides, I'm more comfortable speaking with my people than someone who's not. So for you, sir, I'm not proving anything to you.
I got no hate in my heart. I came up here trying to make peace with everyone. But I really wanted to ask, like, do y'all, uh, I guess, what is it, Pan Africans? Do y'all classify as FBA too?
You're right, OHF. I don't have no evidence of an African in my family. You're right. I don't. There's no evidence of that.
Well,
You ain't got no.
most of us on this panel is not Pan African. Not every. You can tell somebody Pan African, they're gonna be rocking their red, black, and green flag, and it's
You're right. You're right.
I mean, everybody. It just because I acknowledge that I'm African, I don't get it. I mean, that's why I say I'm always labeled a Pan African by most of people on the other side. On the simple fact because I recognize I am African descendant or whatever. I'm labeled as a Pan African. I don't even know what's the big deal or whatever. I don't get it, but it is what it is. Like I say, I accept me. And I was everybody was there. I used to be thinking all type of way. I used to think black folks over here too. I used to think all type of shit. I guess the final stage is acceptance. That's the final stage. You got to accept who you are. Ain't no changing. Ain't no changing the past.
Ain't no
It
change
is.
without no
It is.
proof.
Let me finish, please. Please let me finish. Ain't no changing the past or nothing. It is what it is. I accept me. I love me. I love my people. That it is what it is. Just because I'm African descendant doesn't change a goddamn thing. I ain't got. You know what I'm saying? I am 400 years removed from the continent. I am an African descendant person. I mean, I don't know what else to say. It don't change shit. I'm still going about life just fine.
So, what happens if, like, let's say they give reparations or restitutions for folks that identify themselves as American? Would you then classify that, like, if they go to a certain year frame, like before the around 1800s, before 1800, if you could show that you're American, would you then classify as an American?
She never said she was an American.
Like when it comes down to the census, because eventually we're gonna have the
Well, right, but
2030
no,
census, and they're gonna have us identified.
no one here does. No one here is not identifying as being American. African American is an
Yeah,
ethnic group of the
right.
American nationality. So you could be African American and still be American.
Yeah. I'm American because of the nation that I reside in, which is America, or the United States of America, or whatever. My ethnic group is Black American. Some say African American. I'm with that ethnic group there from Mississippi. My family been here. They've been in Mississippi, Alabama, and they came by way of Mississippi itself and Virginia, South Carolina. That's where my folks been at.
1000% agree with you, but they're also going to classify those that immigrated from Africa as African American as well.
That's
So they're
not
just
true.
going
That
That's
is
the
not
to,
that's
I
the
true.
mean, they do that now.
that's the
No,
that's
No,
the
it's not
it's
issue
true.
the
though.
classification is Black or African American.
So what is Barack Obama?
He is
He's
African American. He's not black
no,
So
he's not
you just
African
put extra
American. He's not African
emphasis on
American
the
either.
African.
He's Barack
Man is
because
Obama.
not African American. That motherfucker
Barack
is
Obama
Kenyan.
is European
I don't
American
even have
and
a clear
Kenyan
He is
American.
actually
conception
African
about
American.
who
he's
Obama
African
He's not
American,
an
like
is.
as
African
in,
American. He's
but
not
he's
an
not
African
black
American.
though.
Yeah, Black
He's not legally an African American. No.
Barack Obama is he? In fact, he's not African American because his father is Kenyan, so his father
Yeah,
came straight from the continent. African American are the ones who been here, been in America, even prior to America being established or whatever. That's the lineage of the African Americans. But Barack Obama, he don't have his. He know where his folks come from in Africa. His
Hmm.
dad is actually Kenyan, like straight from the continent. Vast majority of African Americans or Black Americans, we can't say that. We cannot pinpoint to one place in Africa. He can. That's the difference. And his is very recent because it's his daddy.
He
I
would
mean,
be
and
like
Right,
I
right.
do
But
he
they
think
would be
there
want
like
you
I
to
do
Indian
think there
classify
should
that
American.
in
be
the census as African
no, but there should
American.
be like
Yeah,
a
but
there
So
should be a
he's
distinction though.
no,
Like
So
we're not
so
saying
why
no.
there
does
shouldn't be a
everybody disagree
distinction.
with
He might
FBA?
put down African American, but he's wrong. He's not African American.
Right.
I understand, and I understand that we call him African American, but if we want to be technical, he
Hmm.
really is not. He's Black American, or he's
And then he
half
didn't even
Indian
grow up
American.
Yeah, so I mean,
That's
you
why
but
I
can
in
don't
the
make you
understand
can
census
white
though,
make the
he is
people.
argument. You can
technically an
make you can
African American.
no, but so
No,
you
no,
can make
he's
the
not.
argument. You
He's
can make the
Kenyan
argument that
American.
somebody. You can
No,
make the
he's
argument that there
He's
needs to be a
African.
classification.
No,
No,
no, no, no,
hold on. So
no.
the
Where
problem with that though is that when we talk about the legal racial classifications, right? The races are right white, black, Asian, Amerindian, and there might be one other one, right? So
Let's
Barack
go get
Obama,
another one.
Barack Obama is black and he is white. Okay, African Americans, the ethnic group of African Americans, our race is black. So that is when we talk about the classification of African American or Black American, we're saying, are you African American, the ethnic group, or are you some other kind of black? That's all that means. But I do agree that there should be a better classification because it could get muddy. Like you could have people like Elon Musk who was trolling and saying that he was African American, but he's just wrong. So
So why do
I'm
people disagree with the FBA so much when they say, "Oh, we want to delineate and all these other things"? When there's a distinct, there's
but that's
a
technically true
distinction.
though. Elon Musk is African American. His
No, he's
father's
No,
from
not.
North
he's
Y'all are
no,
Africa,
crazy,
no,
He'll
he's
bro.
be
not
he'll be
though.
he'll be South African
South
Actually, no,
American
African.
but he's
American.
still
he
African
knows
American.
exactly, but
he's
He's just
African
like you
American.
all.
he
He's
knows
No,
African
no,
exactly what he was
American.
no.
doing.
He's
The
not
people
African
who
indigenous
American.
the
Don't
African
get
people who say
mad.
a
American.
continent and then the like American like European American, they are Americans with descendants from America, and they're the white race. European is white. African
Nah,
American is black.
African.
What you talking about?
In
African
the
American. Don't
It's
get
2030
actually pretty
mad.
funny that you guys are always saying that we believe the white people believe, but then when a white guy like Elon Musk trolls us, you guys just believe him. Like
How
he
he
was
yeah.
clearly
trolling? He's African
trolling. He
American.
was
He's not
clearly
trolling.
trolling.
That term
He no
African
longer calls himself African
American,
American at all.
Nah,
So
he's
he was
African
that
literally
American.
term
trolling when he said
African
that.
American
He
is
was
for
literally trolling when he said
everybody.
that.
in the
That also said
2030
your
And
source
that's
right there says black and
and
African American. By
Y'all
the way,
probably mad because he can
and
actually
that's
prove
your
the
he is
source says
African
black
American.
problem.
American
Y'all
as
can't.
well.
That's probably why
Hold
y'all
on,
so
because
mad.
the 2030
That's
census,
the
the
No,
2030
problem.
census is actually very
Hey, Cha
specific.
Cha, they mad that a white T man can prove he African American before them though.
You
No,
They
he
know what I'm
mad.
can't.
saying? And y'all
Them
not
niggas is hey,
getting
y'all
that.
niggas are
And
haters.
that
Okay, so
and that's the
what do you have to
frustrating
say
part
about Barack
of it
Obama saying that
all.
he's Black American?
Like,
Then
You niggas is haters.
what do you have to say
yo,
about Barack
eh,
Obama classifying
I ain't
himself as
got shit
Black
to say
American?
about it. He can take
he's
y'all
a
stupid asses
fraud.
and
So
y'all stupid
yeah,
black
he
he
could be
can
Black
take
He's a
American.
fraud,
Okay,
and that Kamala Harris is a fraud too.
I'm a
Nah, they're
I
they're
know
African
that's
disagree.
right.
American
so
too.
you're not
They're
Black
African
anymore, Cha
American.
Cha. You're not Black
I
American
know
anymore,
that's
Cha Cha.
right. Pretty and
Yeah, I
According to the
am. Like, I'm
2030
Black
Okay,
American.
census,
I'm not
the
And
so
and
hold
2030
up
and
African
right
Can
and
I
there.
be
they
on the
American.
both
big
didn't
screen,
do
host?
shit for
hold on,
us,
I
and you
got
see
it.
why.
The literal
I'm
I'm
thing that
not.
mad
Cha
the
Cha
white
I'm
has
man
pulled
I'm
up
can
Black
says
prove
Black
he
American. I'm
African
not
American.
American before
African
y'all. Ain't that
American.
about a
No.
bitch?
Okay, so this the thing, like Cha Cha, what you got up? That's how he self-identified. Just because he say he's African American doesn't make him African American. You get what I'm saying?
But
So
it
Yeah,
also
but
says
he
Black
might
American
he
too,
might he
Punky.
but
might
y'all.
say he say he identify as Black American slash African American. That don't mean that that's actually what he is. He's half Kenyan.
All right.
Kenyan
Y'all
So
We
American.
can you
identify as
put me on the big
descendants of
screen,
so
Africans,
host?
but
who
y'all
You
who
can't
talking
even
fighting
about
prove it.
on
self?
So
that?
we can
You
say the
talking
same
about
thing for what y'all be saying.
Wait,
self
LeBron, shut
self
the fuck up.
fighting on that?
identifying. Hold on a second. Self
Johnny, shut your bitch
identifying
ass up.
versus
Soft
what you really is.
fat
You
bitch
can
ass nigga.
identify as anything you want, but how people perceive you is different,
Well, people do perceive him as African American.
and
But it
that's
says
That
Can I
Black
and
get on the
Because
that's
big
he
American
screen,
too,
that's
Cha
host?
because
Cha.
that's what he
hold on,
say he
y'all.
is.
But are
Can
we
I
gonna sit here and
please
seriously ignore that
finish?
it says Black American
That
on there?
term, African
It
American,
says Black American
is
on
gonna
your
be the
thing,
bane of all of our existence,
bro.
including me, who don't claim this shit.
So what
That's
about Black
gonna
American,
be
Cha Cha? Because it says that
that's a
too.
yo. That's
that's
gonna
where
be
the issue lies. Sorry, go
Put
It
me
ahead.
on
says
the big
Black
screen when
American
you
It
on
says
see it.
That's
your
the
Black
point
your
that
American. Like,
I'm
source.
what the
making,
fuck?
pretty.
Like why are we
That's
why are
where
we?
the issue.
Can
That's where the real issue lies. You gotta understand that shit, yo. If Elon Musk could get away with that shit and could be politically accurate, Not saying that the people believe him. I'm not saying that that's the reality. But if he could get away with that shit using that term, and y'all accept that shit in your dialogue and the way y'all identify yourselves, especially us collectively, both personally and collectively, we're in trouble, son. And that's what y'all failing to realize, man.
Okay, if
That's
you
But
got
that's
if
Chacha,
the
you
why
if
are
you
you
got
punchline
that
right
You
ignoring?
have the
girl,
Wait,
big
hold
If
on,
green
that
bro. Let
button.
me
Muslim
just say
did
one
not come
thing.
to this country
Why
and
are
put
you
down
ignoring the
African
Black
American, he
American
can't.
part on that,
He's
Cha Cha?
white.
Wait, hold on, Cha Cha. You're ignoring the part where it says he identifies as Black American. Is that not also a problem?
yes.
it says black slash
Right.
African
So that means
American.
Black American, African American, Cha Cha.
Yeah, but
So he
then I'm like,
identifies as Black
hold
American as
on,
well.
He identifies
but
both,
He
He
identifies as
precisely.
identifies
both.
he
yeah,
identifies as both because
you
there's
and
nothing
you
else
and
for
you
him
know
there.
why? And you know why? Because you'll have a bozo to come here and be like, oh, well, those terms are interchangeable,
But we don't think
right?
that they are. We don't think that they
But
are.
they
We don't
are though. We do interchange it.
Thank you. See,
But they
look, y'all
shouldn't be.
can't
They
even
shouldn't
agree
be.
to that.
we interchange them
Wait,
because we've
wait,
been
dude.
interchanging them since before all
Yes.
this.
Like,
Bingo.
But
dude
there's
just
a
said
but the
otherwise.
immigrant.
They
Didn't y'all
should not
just
be
We have been
have
interchangeable.
it?
They should
interchanging
not be
them
Wait,
since
time
interchangeable.
out.
before this
Wait,
Pretty,
hold on,
immigration.
dude.
What are you
Wait a
talking
minute.
about?
No,
pretty,
Donnie,
time
get
Put me
back
on
out,
the
up
big
here,
time
Donnie.
out.
screen.
Get
No,
Y'all
back
I
up here,
said
missed
that they should
Donnie.
something.
not be
Yo,
interchangeable.
wait a minute. Y'all missed something
Now,
that
Donnie
just
ain't
went.
ran.
Hold
Bro,
on.
before all this
Y'all,
immigration, before all these Africans came over
wait,
here,
pretty.
it
Hold
was
on,
always
pretty.
interchangeable. But now there should
Hold
be a
on,
It should
distinction.
pretty.
never have been
Hold
interchangeable.
on,
That's the
pretty.
problem.
Hold on, pretty. Cause what just went over your head is look, you got dude scroller saying yes, and you got pumpkin saying no.
No, I said it should not be
Which one
interchangeable.
is it?
It should not be interchangeable. And that is my opinion.
He's saying that
I think
he hold on
mhm.
a sec, y'all. Hold on. He's saying that it should not be interchangeable, although we do interchange it. But
Yes,
we
it
like
should
like
not
he
be
said,
And
interchangeable.
like
that's
he
the
hold on, y'all.
problem.
Like Paris said though, there wasn't a whole big influx of
Exactly.
different type of black people like it is now. Like you know what I'm saying. Even they even approaching on the south. Like we in these big cities, we see more Africans and more Caribbeans and shit popping up now. It used to be just American niggas here. That's no longer the case.
Right, right, exactly.
And
So,
Exactly.
and they're
just to
able
make
That's
to
sure
that's why
use
it's
the
an issue
term.
now.
that no,
And
it shouldn't.
they're
Yeah, it's
able
an
to
issue.
use the
Yes, it's an
term.
issue.
And
So,
they're
but
able to
that's
use the term. And that's the
but they're
problem.
able to use both
That
though. Cha Cha, they can use black
no,
too.
that
They can use
African
black as
shit
well.
is
So
the
can the white people
issue.
use black too then?
No.
Okay, so an African
Why
person is
not?
black, billion. So we know that an African
What?
person is black. Their race is black. So
So
a
then the
black
white person
person.
from Africa
So
can do it then.
no,
Got you.
No,
because
this
Yeah,
is
a white
but
this is
they're
person
the
is not
called
2030
black.
census.
No,
As you
No,
can
that's not
no,
see,
not
no.
black.
How's a
the
white person
2030
not
So let
black?
census
me.
is
So okay,
pretty
if you guys could
specific.
just let me talk really quick. 1 second. So because he's
oh,
asking
let
me,
you
he's literally
talk.
asking me. So again, your the race is black. So African people are black as well. I do not
Racist.
want billion. Let me finish, billion. Let me land. I do not want African people
Huh?
identifying any kind of way that would make them get into like the where it gets muddy with ethnicity. I do not want that. So
Okay, is race
to me,
biological?
so to me, well, okay, so we're living under the social construct of race, right? And unfortunately, race exists in the world that we live in today.
But is it
African
biological?
people, black African, sub-Saharan African people are black, according to the social construct that we're all kind of under right now. So when a black
I'm not
African
under that
person,
shit.
so when a black African person comes to America, they could technically say that they're African American. They can also technically say that they're Black American. So I do agree that there needs to be some distinction. I don't think FBA
Thank
has the
you.
answer for that because they're very xenophobic. But I don't
They're not
deny that
xenophobic.
I don't deny that there isn't a problem because just like Pumpkin said in the beginning, it was just us and white people. So everybody who was talking about they were black, you can use it interchangeably.
Okay,
Listen, y'all
so cool.
gotta
Now is
stop
race
So
saying
biological.
African,
shit
so
before
African,
we
Now after you
boil
said all
So
that,
around.
and
African
then that's
American
good
Boil
for
is our
hashing.
around.
ethnicity.
That's cool.
What
Gratitude for
what do you
saying
so
all that.
what didn't I ask you? What didn't I answer?
So is race biological?
I said we live under a social I said
That's
race
not
is a
what the fuck
social
I asked you.
construct.
Is race
He's saying it's
biological?
a social
I said race is
construct.
a
Is
social
race
It's a social
construct.
biological? It's a
Oh my
construct.
simple yes or
God,
no
he
I said
said
question.
it
race is a
already. It's a
social
Bro,
Why
social
can't
construct.
y'all give
construct.
me a yes or no?
I just said race is a social construct. That's the
So is
answer.
race biological?
Race
That's not the
race is
answer that
native
I.
to America, bro. You had
So,
to have
Is
been in
race
no,
America.
race
People don't.
exists all
biological?
over the
Like,
No,
why
world.
are y'all
race was
saying all this
already
shit
going
instead of a
on. The
yes or no
concept of
answer?
races.
Race exists all over the world.
No,
Race
I'm
is a
saying
Yeah.
race
race
is
Listen
is
to y'all
race
hear
was
this shit?
started
No, the
Look,
here
concept
dog.
though.
of
Right?
race
I
was
asked a
already
simple
developed
question,
The
before
I
and
the
he
race
telling
idea of
me
race
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 the
is
exists
not
all
idea
over
real.
the
of race
world.
as
I
a
didn't
color
even
wasn't.
ask that.
So
Why
race is
y'all
not
saying shit that I
so
didn't
race
ask?
because race is not a real thing, but it is real because it's a social construct. So it's kind of like it's a dumb. It doesn't really make sense to
It's
ask. I
race
don't want to say
biological,
dumb.
bro. I
I don't
ain't
want to
asked
say
if it was
dumb.
even real. I just
I
asked if it
answered
was
your question. I
biological.
answered your question
So
like 5 times.
basically,
No, you
Bill,
didn't.
the
basically
concept
what he's
of race is
saying is
subjective.
he agree with you. It's just
No, you don't.
that.
Because I asked a
Hold
simple
on.
question.
You're
Let me
asking a leading
finish. So
question.
Why are
base,
you answering for
You're
hold
him?
asking a
hold
I
disingenuous
on.
asked him
question
the question.
God damn. Hold
You're being
on. So
disingenuous.
he
Calm
said
down.
Damn, these niggas got to answer
it,
for each
it's
other and shit. That's sad.
hold on just a second. Hold on. God, Lee. So yeah,
That's
we know
crazy.
that, but unfortunately, the society in which we live in, it will split up based upon race. Everything is based. Like when you go fill out an application, when you do this, that, and the third, when you do your ID card, when you sign your birth certificate, all this, it always go back to race. So yes, we
Right.
understand that, but this just to have the society that we live in, we have to acknowledge it. That's all we saying. We're not saying that
Exactly.
yeah, it's real. We just within the society that we live in. So we going based upon the society. Because if you don't, I mean, you pretty much saying that well, we all the same, pretty much. But life, society breaks the shit down.
Exactly.
You just said all that for no fucking reason.
Yeah.
That's just like,
You
why do
know
y'all
what I
say stupid
heard?
shit for no reason? I
That you
asked
let
the
How is that
simple
stupid?
question.
society
I
define
asked
who
the
Do
you.
you just
simplest.
not understand what
I
social
asked the
construct means,
simplest
maybe?
fucking question.
Well, then, if you
Yeah,
don't
It's
I
a
understand
simple
know.
that,
I
yes or
then
know
no
exactly what a
I
goddamn.
don't
social
have to
Being
understand.
construct.
She just
disingenuous.
answered with a
Hold,
yes or
hold
no.
You're
on.
Why
trying to
can't
lead
y'all
me into
ever
a
do that?
because
It's
you're
like
trying
it's
to lead me. You're
Because
trying
he
to
impossible.
lead me into
told
a
you, he
question. You're
said
not
he
giving
A
me an
agreed
answer.
with
a
you.
nigga,
You
You're
know,
just
it's
mad that
some
I
he
didn't give
didn't
you the
shit.
answer
answer
that
the
you wanted.
question, bro. He
You're just
didn't
mad
answer
I
the
didn't give you the
question.
answer that you
He
wanted.
said it's
All you
not
can do is say yes or
biological.
no.
We
I
Bro,
agree
just
that
with
that
he
that's
you.
didn't
like
say
that's
it's
like
not
asking, oh,
biological. He
is
didn't say that.
religion biological?
Yo, all y'all
Have
saying
mercy.
is that y'all let society dictate and define who y'all are when y'all say, oh, well, it's a social construct. Y'all let society norms dictate and define who you are, and y'all accepting that shit. That's all we be saying. When are y'all gonna break free from that psychological chain? And a white African, if he's 3 generations in Africa, he should wouldn't he be able to have the right to call himself African? But if he moves to America, third or fourth generation, why wouldn't he be able to call himself African American when that's all he know from generations? I'm just saying, it's real hypocritical of y'all. Y'all can't be mad at those who are
I
sure
gotta
in
Wait, let
leave
me get
themselves.
my showtime. Let me get my showtime.
Showtime alone,
Let
For
me
y'all.
get
real, he
mine.
keep
Let me
ending
get
the
mine.
showtime,
Hold
man.
on,
Let me
hold
get
on a
mine.
second, cause
But that's not
they
how that works, Cha Cha. You're not in
let me
Indigenous
let me
African,
let me
she
say
wifey.
let me
Let me.
say something because I was next on Showtime. And I want to reply. So I get what you're saying, Cha Cha, but unfortunately, the way we live, we don't have no choice. I'm not saying doing them because of what somebody defined me at. It's just how we live. It's been like that since the inception of this country. Like what else can we go by? Do y'all have a solution? What else can we do besides say black, white, Asian, whatever? What is the solution to that? Because this shit been going on for hundreds of years. A system that been up for hundreds of years. If you want to break it down, tell us what should we go by then? How should we define ourselves and stuff? For the sake of argument, we saying black, we saying white or whatever for the sake of argument. So can y'all tell us what is the right answer then? Because y'all always saying that we wrong, but never had no solution follow behind it. So what is it? Just tell me what it is. That's why I want to know. That's how I mean. I didn't come up with this shit. I didn't come up with this race and shit. But unfortunately, this is how it is. That's just how we define ourselves now. It's just a part of life, especially here in America. It been like that. Okay, well, you can okay. Somebody be scared to think for ourselves. Like, I mean, what else is it? What should I say? I'm purple. Like, what should we say? That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, y'all were the niggas behind everybody asking, well, they whooping our asses. What do? We can't stop them from whooping our asses. What we do? Your history definitely matches you niggas because y'all some of the saddest motherfuckers. The other or some other race has literally been in the classification for over a century. So you asking what can we do is stupid as hell because people have been doing this. Just like Rocky comes up here and says all the time, my people have never called themselves black or have been accepted being called black. Just like other people don't accept being called black, see it as a slur. Now, I get people have been living under the indoctrinated racial classification system that we have. And I also like the fact that Doom admitted to the fact that he doesn't want to answer my question, which is a simple question, by thinking that I'm baiting him. Nigga, I just asked for a simple yes or no answer, which you couldn't do. But that's baiting you somehow. But anyway, y'all can literally identify as anything you want other than the government's bitch, but y'all do it happily.
I mean, I don't get it. I just don't understand the logic. I fail to see it. I mean, some people didn't like to be called black, but some people do. So what? So what now? Because my granny always said she was black. She didn't say never say African American. She always said she was black. But that's not the case for the next person. So what are we talking about? Like everybody ain't even on the same page. Like I don't get it. Like I still don't see what's the solution to the problem. And you talking about identify as what you want. Okay, well, I identify as a rich Asian woman. That's how I identify. Does it make that what I am? I'm a rich Asian woman. I'm Asian now. Goddamn, I'm Asian. Now what? What does that mean now? Identify as what I want to identify as. What?
I mean, yeah, let's just. I think it's a great idea for you guys to start using the other category. So if there's ever any kind of conversation about reparations, please make sure that you are identifying yourself as other and not black. If you ever have kids and it's time for your kids to go get a scholarship or apply to a school, please make sure that you put other and not black. When you go to the doctor and they ask you about your medical history and stuff like that, like, please put other. Like, you guys are all right. You do have the free will to identify it however you want to identify. So you should definitely do that. Me personally, I'm going to keep pressing black on there because I understand, while I don't personally believe in race and I think it's a social construct, that we still have to live in reality. So I'm gonna put black on there, but you guys, please, I'm begging you, please put other. Next census, do it.
Yeah, I agree with that, Don. Just put other on there. But me, I'm still gonna go as black. That's how I was raised. That's how I was brought up. That's what my granny and them called themselves black. So I mean, it is what it is. Like I said, I know scientifically race don't exist. I understand that, but we live in a society that uses it. It's a part of our life. It's a part of everything that's going on. You know, anybody can come on the internet and say otherwise, but as a whole, this is just the society in which we live in. Unless y'all go make your own nation or some shit and start off from scratch. But I'm gonna identify as black. It is what it is. You know, you can do whatever y'all want to do. I'm gonna do what I want to do.
Well, one, personally, I'm indigenous, but I'm blacker than all of you motherfuckers. So, there's that. I'm very secure and proud of that because my family's personal lineage bled, lived, died, fought under that moniker. And so I'm proud of that heritage, but we're not African. We don't live under any African policies. We don't live under any African leadership. We don't even live on the continent of Africa. And there's that. And I refuse to have ops brainwash my people into believing that they're more continental African than what they are American. And we need to have more American pride as opposed to looking somewhere else. And there's that. If the same way scholarships.
Yeah, these are the racial categories right here for the 2030 census. So you see black or African American, and you can detail below if you are of the African American ethnicity, Jamaican, Ethiopian, Nigerian, Somali, Haitian, or write it in like Ghanaian, South African. So the analogy of Elon Musk being used, that I forgot who was using that, if it was Shasha. So he's a white sea man in South Africa. He's not an indigenous South African. So when he comes to this country, his race is not going to fall under African or black or African American because he's white sea. So he's going to fall up under the white sea category, just like a lot of the North Africans also fell up under white sea at one point, but they fought and petitioned to be classified as MENA, Middle Eastern North African. So yeah, y'all could hit other and keep doing your thing, or y'all could just hit the American Indian and write your tribe because it's right there on the sheet. You could just put that.
Yeah, I'm low key kind of glad you brought that up, Alonzo. So what are y'all going to check? Y'all going to check American Indian because America recognized the quote unquote Siberians as the real Indians. So y'all going to be wrapped up with them? I'm just asking. How y'all gonna identify the next census? So you're not gonna do black because y'all don't believe black is whatever y'all believe by black and African American. Y'all definitely ain't finna do that. So what that should be my next background. What are y'all gonna check on the census? I'm curious because American Indian and all that Inuit and all that's the government recognize them Siberian folks, not y'all as Black Indians or whatever. So that's a good question.
Uh, Hi everybody. What's the topic
We
besides race?
we in damn. I don't know. Somebody drop you, but we talking about the main topic is on my background, but like we can continue on with our discussion though. We ain't got to like derail or whatever. I don't know who dropped him, but yeah, I just want to know what are y'all gonna click on the census next time y'all take the census? Like what category are you gonna fall upon the? Y'all gonna go with the Siberians or y'all gonna go with the black folks? I mean, I don't know. Okay.
Yo, so y'all need to stop this begging us to be African. Like, y'all don't have no shame. You know that, right? So, but yeah, though. So, black, we used to love identifying as black, but Afrocentrism ruined it. Now it's tied to a foreign land. So, you can't call yourself black without calling yourself foreign. So, we've come to accept that and we letting it go. We don't like to do that because you know, we love that term, but we're gonna have to let it go because y'all done subverted it and have it meant every African, a billion Africans that we don't even know, right? So, but when the next time I gotta check something, I'm gonna put two or more races or other, which is objectively true because we're multi-generationally mixed, which is why we don't look like Africans in the first place. You know, ethnogenesis. Y'all gotta learn this word. I'm gonna keep hitting you upside the head with it. Ethnogenesis. When you got a moment, look it up and see what it means. It'll clear up a lot of things for y'all. We can stop having these discussions.
I mean, me personally, I'm not trying to make nobody be anything. Like I once again for 1,000 times, You can be whatever the fuck you want to be. You want to be Indian, I don't care. That's on you. Like I said, y'all fighters with the Siberians, the quote unquote Siberians, the natives. That's y'all fight. That's who y'all fighting to have that title here in America. Not me. Just don't come and tell me who the fuck I am because I'm saying I'm black. It's a problem. It's a problem now. But yeah, y'all said don't try to tell y'all who y'all are. I say I'm black. Okay, case closed. Your fight is with the Siberians or the natives or whatever the hell y'all call them. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, y'all say don't do something, but yet y'all doing the same thing you telling us not to do. I don't get it, but whatever. You there, Saya? Did you want to say something? Saya,
Yeah,
did you want to
yeah.
say something?
I just got one question. Is this because I don't understand? Uh, can you tell me, Pumpkin, 400 years, mound builders, where are the multitude of mass graves of the natives? But and tell me how you can find chattel slave descendants all across America in mass graves, underwater, Seneca villages, all just make it make sense. And uh, did they lose their intuitiveness because you don't see anything that they say that they did being done on the reservations? That's all I got.
Ooh, I've been waiting patiently. Ooh. Let's see, where do we start from first? Okay, let's see. Okay, so being black does not automatically grant you free scholarships. Let's go ahead and get that first. Because you're talking like, oh, checking black, blah, 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 blah. No, you have to prove yourself for that shit. Yeah, it can get you a chance, but you have to actually, go against the grain and be worth that scholarship, in addition to your quote unquote blackness. So let's go ahead and start there. Second, 40 acres and a mule, because you niggas love talking about reparations. Well, when it's time for reparations. That promise wasn't when was that? 1860? When the fuck was that promise? 1865? You niggas ain't seen a lick. Y'all ain't seen a fucking thing. Y'all ain't never getting it. You know why? Because you stupid motherfuckers can't prove you African. And also, it's for slaves. It doesn't say
Reparations wouldn't
African.
be for
It doesn't
being
say. It doesn't just
African,
say. It doesn't
dummy.
say descendants of African slaves. It says formerly enslaved families in the U.S. So that means white people can be entitled to reparations too if they can prove they was descendants of slaves. Y'all sound fucking stupid. Now, for the third and final strike. Yes, various African political and merchant elites played a significant role in the transatlantic slave trade by capturing, kidnapping, and selling other Africans to European traders. Why the fuck would y'all be owed reparations for any fucking thing and you stupid motherfuckers put yourselves in the situation y'all in?
Not all
Are
Africans
y'all
are the
good?
same. Is this nigga retarded?
How does
Who is
No,
that prove
I'm
that?
you're
not. Y'all
indigenous?
must
My
be.
Who
bad, my
cares?
bad,
Y'all
my
Don't
bad,
say
my
That's
must
a
be.
bad,
that.
my
whole
bad, my
Ain't
bad,
that
position.
my
How does
bad.
better,
that prove you're
bitch?
indigenous?
Let's learn this history tonight. Fuck it, let's learn this history. Y'all looking for free handouts and y'all put yourselves in this situation? I'd be goddamn.
You too.
I'd be goddamn. I'd be goddamn.
So apparently they're gonna start putting two or more races.
Damn,
I mean,
Like
that's
if
damn,
they,
damn, damn.
I mean, we're multi-generationally mixed. That's why most of us
but
don't believe
everybody's not you, Molly. I
that.
know that's your
Yeah.
situation. You're biracial or
Damn,
whatever,
damn,
but
damn.
everybody's
Y'all
can't be you.
sold yourselves into slavery.
Yeah. So what are you
Now
Everybody
guys
y'all
can't
gonna
be
getting
check
you,
whooped
on the
Molly.
again
census?
now.
Yo,
What are
Now
you
Billy,
guys
are
y'all
gonna
you
What are
got
you gonna
okay?
check on the
yourselves
census?
whooped on.
You probably the
What are you
same.
gonna
You
check on the
probably too,
census in
billionaire.
How
2030?
y'all
Anybody
owed
wanna?
anything for y'all putting
But
yourselves
but
in that
Billion,
billionaire,
are
situation?
you
Shout
okay?
out
nah,
to
cause the
I'm
You
just
nigga
sound.
Billy.
curious to know if
Are
anybody's
you
gonna
That's
like
okay,
debate the
Billion?
crazy.
census.
That's crazy.
Billion. But didn't the indigenous people
Is
have
everything
slaves and
okay at
stuff?
home?
That's
They
They
did the
crazy.
did.
same thing.
They did sell slaves as well. Yes.
I've read
And
about
No, they
that.
had indentured servitude. That's why
No.
we had
Oh
plantations,
no
and
no no
not
no no
like the
no.
dungeons as you can see in
They're
condos.
No
still a
no
Because
no no
form
no
of
you
no.
can't
They
see
slavery.
no plantations in Africa. You can't see none of
Oh
that.
my god.
You can't see people in nice clothes or anything in suits and shit. You can find pictures
you
of
just
niggas
said
in
it. No
suits in
plantations.
America and
They
everything. Yeah, there's no. You
because
can't
they were
find
not
plantations
they
like
were
that
not
in
having
Africa.
chattel slavery like
Can you
that.
please show me a plantation in Africa?
That literally defeats
Can
the
you show me a
plantations were
plantation?
for
Hey,
cash
it's a yes or
crops.
no question. You ain't even got to show it. Can you
That was
show it?
for
Yes or
cash
no?
crop. If you're
Okay,
having a
you can't. Okay,
plantation, it's
I
because
was
of
just
you're
making sure. So
enslaved.
you can only see dungeons and shit in Africa where y'all was beating the shit out of each other before y'all sold each other
The
to the
dungeons were
Europeans.
built by the
You can no, they were
Europeans.
definitely built by
No,
y'all.
they
It's
was
okay. You
built
can
by
check
the
the timestamps. They were definitely
Africans.
built by y'all ass.
They were
It's
built
okay.
by the
You ain't got a
Nah,
lie.
Portuguese.
actually, it was
Why
built by
y'all?
the
Why y'all
Europeans.
always point the fingers at the
You
Europeans
sound
when it's
slow, bro. You
literally
don't read a
y'all's fault?
book.
I
They don't
literally
take
just read
Did
it
you
to
just
y'all.
hear what he
accountability.
said? He said,
There's
"Were
no
there any
You know what?
accountability.
plantations?
Let
It's
me.
in their
Plantations were
That's
blood.
what.
for
That would be a
enslaved
great
people
prompt.
to
Right?
reap
Why
That
the
would
would be
there
a
be?
great
Why?
harvest."
That
prompt.
Hold
would,
on
yeah,
a
you
second.
should
Why
make
would
that
that?
Why are
one.
Why
y'all
would
Why
that?
would
mad?
they be having? I mean,
Why
yeah, they technically
Why
did
Hold
have
on a
rice
Africans
second.
fields,
of
yeah, because
Hold
they
on a
Africans
cultivated
second.
don't
rice and
take
Why
stuff
would
like
there
that.
be?
accountability?
Why would there be plantations in Africa when they didn't have slavery in the form in which it was in America?
He's
Wasn't
contradicting
slavery slavery?
himself. He's
So
literally
Hold
just
up
digging a
now.
hole
Well,
for
Wait
they
a
had
minute.
himself.
they had
So
the
you
work. They
telling
still
me?
got
So you're
slavery. They still
telling
got
me?
slavery
Just
in
let
Africa.
me get this understood. Let me just hold up. Just rock with me. So you telling me the slaves had it better in America?
What? So you
That is
think a
not what
plantation
I'm.
is something
That
to
is
brag
definitely not
about?
what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying.
Hmm.
I said that the slavery in Africa was not the same type of slavery in America. They needed plantations here in America. They didn't have slavery. They didn't run slavery. They didn't have more like indentured servitude in Africa, which is still a form of slavery, but it
No,
wasn't like
no.
how.
They had slavery in
Goddamn.
Africa. That's why I
No, they
asked if
didn't
you can
have
show
chattel
me a
slavery.
plantation.
Okay, but
Because
they
niggas
didn't.
wasn't. If you actually look into the history,
You
niggas
need to fix
owned
your
the plan.
microphone too, cause whistling. It's echoing and whistling or doing something.
That is me. That is me.
A
No
plantation in
cheap
America
ass
equaled
shit.
I think that's me.
Yeah,
That's probably
it says it
exploitation,
right here.
being
Who
exploited.
built those dungeons and forts? The Portuguese,
It was the
Swedish, Dutch, and British.
Europeans.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty easily verifiable.
Portuguese were the first to build those dungeons over there.
did
The
they
Portuguese,
direct
the
the
Portuguese
building?
was the
Hold on,
amongst
did
the
they
first.
direct it or
Hold
did the
on,
black people do it?
hold
Did
on.
they
It was
direct it?
the Portugal. The Portuguese was amongst the first Europeans to go to the west. That was in contact with the west coast of Africa. I don't say this like 1,000 times about the Portuguese. They were the first ones.
Okay, did they direct it or are responsible for it being built or they built it themselves
It
with
probably was a
their
little bit of
hands?
both. It was a little bit both. They probably had some black folks out there helping
All
them
right
too.
okay.
then,
So with
so
the
why are
slavery
you
that's still going on
denying
in
that?
Africa to date, with them
But
Come
being
on,
cha,
man.
hold
did
on,
they
No, no, no.
did they
hold
get
Slavery
that
on,
from the
was
hold
Europeans?
on,
manu.
just a second, just a
Wow.
second.
I thought the
Okay,
Jewish
but
people
cha
did it.
cha, the initial person, the
They
people
financed it.
who actually built it were responsible for it. That started was the Portuguese. Yeah, just because I hire somebody to help me build it, don't mean that it all goes upon a builder, somebody to help me build something. The one who is the one who founded the shit. That's who it all fall upon, which was the Portuguese. Anybody can help build some shit. I can go build a brand new train station. They don't mean guess what? They ain't gonna put my name on the building as a founder. They're gonna put the people who actually put their money down and all that and actually put the shit together, not me as a builder or somebody that helped worked on it. So yeah,
That
it was
that
the
that's
Okay,
it was the
guys,
even
look,
Portuguese.
worse.
look. Fuck it. Let's not even look towards that because y'all won't be able to get
That's
past that
even
And at
anyway.
first, they were
worse,
So
just
let's
yo.
commerce
just
centers
go
because
to
they
the
were
main point
trading.
anyway, since because there's no getting around the
That's
main point.
terrible,
Why are y'all looking
man.
for reparations when y'all literally put yourselves in this situation? Why would y'all seek reparations from America?
It ain't about who put something where. The fact that
Oh, it
people were.
is.
Oh my God, hold
You
on.
sound like a white female
It's
for
the
real.
point that people were enslaved in the United States of America. It ain't got nothing to do with who put who where. The fact that it happened here on America's soil. That's the whole premise of that. And I don't care about who sold what where. Because guess what? They got to also look at the buyers too. If you're gonna look at the sellers, you're gonna also gotta look at the buyers as
They
well.
couldn't buy them if that wasn't offered to be sold.
And
Just saying.
The African families didn't profit. That's the whole point. They industrialized this whole thing and profited and
Bruh.
built
So
their
you're
Hey,
whole
look.
saying
empires
those
off this shit.
empires didn't
All I
profit?
know is Y'all should be
Wait,
looking
time out,
to
time out. You heard?
Africa,
Wait. Hold
No, they
on,
didn't
Bills.
profit like
British,
that, Cha Cha, because
Bills,
what they were
Europe,
Bills,
trading it
Bills,
for was
Bills.
mainly
Portugal,
Chill
for
for a
pew
second.
Spain.
pews and pew pew powder.
Y'all ain't
Yeah,
So they
saying
did
shit
not
to them
profit like
about
that. They were trying to
reparations, but here
survive
y'all
at
are
all
in
hold
costs.
America
on.
still not getting y'all 40 acres in
Okay,
America
hold on
Wait,
just
because
a
hold on,
anyone
second.
that
Bills.
was
Hold on, hold
enslaved,
on, hold
period,
on,
is
hold
Hold on,
entitled
on.
to
Bills.
that.
Because
That's
Alonzo,
just
you
racist.
repeat yourself.
first of all, hold on. So we talking about the United USA, the United States of America. Yes, all the other ones are responsible too, but we tackling the United States right now. That's who we are tackling.
Okay, I get it.
Wait,
So what
hold
proof do
on.
y'all have that
Can
y'all have any
Alonzo
ties to the
repeat
people in America
himself?
that built America? What proof y'all
Wait,
got of
can
that?
Alonzo repeat himself? I'm
What?
sorry, Bills.
The fact that we're here.
Repeat what you just said, Alonzo.
Bro,
What
I
you
said
said?
they did not profit in the same way like how these European colonizers profited. Because for the most part, they were trying to get pew pews, and pew pew powder so they could defend themselves from, neighboring issues that they have with their neighboring empires and
But the
tribes and stuff
Chinese
like that.
made pew pew powder.
But if they were able to,
Well,
all
yeah,
right.
because that's where they
So
got
hold
it
on,
from.
hold on. So if all right, so you mean to tell me that an
Billy scared of
empire?
white people, so he's trying to shift the blame to everybody else.
Wait a minute. This is see, and then when I start yelling, you're saying I'm
Is that a cracker
crashing
that just
out.
spoke about me?
Listen, so you mean to tell me that an empire who warred
Yeah,
with
country
other
though.
motherfuckers that look like them didn't profit off of doing all that warring amongst themselves and sold out the same motherfuckers that look like them to the European? You mean to tell me they did all that shit for nothing?
They
Well,
didn't
Cha,
profit
like
the
keep
same
in
way.
mind, like they was at a
No,
disadvantage
no, no,
too.
no,
So
no.
not
I'm
only
asking Alonzo.
okay,
Because he
go
said
ahead,
that shit.
Virgo.
No, yeah, they didn't profit like that. Now, there were certain chief families that did to an extent, but nowhere at the
Wow.
same level of the Europeans. Just on a
So
local level, maybe.
you descend from people who sold out their people for free.
But first of all, some of these people were captured off the coast. The first people that were brought, right, they were not even brought to America. They were brought straight to Portugal. Those were the first slaves being brought from the Guinea coast. They were snatched up.
No, fuck Portugal. I'm talking about the African empires.
Do you
They
think that
did that to
American
their
Indians
own
weren't
people
slaughtering each
for
other before the
free.
Europeans got here?
Yeah, and they were trading slaves too.
Do
So,
you think
No,
that
no,
the
no.
everything was
Don't
cool by
but
Europe?
dance.
American
Hey,
Indians were
nah,
trading
Hold
hey,
up.
slaves
look,
too,
we
if you
ain't
really
got
want
shit
to
to
Hold
go
do
there.
with
up.
y'all problems
Hold up.
coming
Not
from
Don't
all of
Africa.
them.
dance.
That's
So
Don't
on
I mean,
y'all.
dance.
so this
Don't
is
worry
this is a
about
Stand
part of
us.
on
But
the
We
cha
we
cha,
worry
square.
but
about
cha cha.
Africa because you
Stand
said
on
this is a
that
part of the thing
square.
is
reparations.
that
But hold
That
on,
context.
ain't
cha cha.
that
Stand
ain't
on
look.
that
Don't
This is
square.
don't
why
try to
this is
bring your
why
problems to
context
us
is
and worry
important.
But
about
Stand
us.
on that
This is why context is
square.
important.
hold on, cha cha.
Cause
They
our
did
You're
story
that
ain't the
shit
one
for
that's being
free.
told apparently. Our
So
story ain't
hold
American
on.
mainstream, you
Indians were
know.
slaughtering each other.
Wow.
So we have to understand that
So you
race
can't
was
say that
completely.
hypocritical
So we
shit
have to make
because
sure
when it
that we have
comes
to
to
make
the
sure that we
Hold
understand that race is
transatlantic
on.
completely
slave
They
trade, the
didn't
irrelevant.
have the
reasons y'all
same
are in the
concept
situation y'all are in has
So
nothing to do with Indian slave trading, dude.
race is
So
not.
at
what
that
you
time.
just
Wow.
That's
brought
the
up
thing.
is
Y'all don't
Here's
completely
the.
understand the
irrelevant.
So
context.
What
At
you
the
just
time,
Wow.
they
brought up
did
is
not the
completely
same
irrelevant
concept
because y'all fighting
concept.
for Africa.
Wow.
So you can't get mad and try to
That's
bring
okay,
that
let
even
up
me.
in
more
Hold
here.
on just a
racist.
Punky, can
minute,
I?
y'all.
That's
Let me
even
say what I
Hold
want to
more
say.
on,
Were the
y'all.
Tainos
racist.
This
selling
Let's
shit this
slaves?
talk
nigga
one
No,
at a
but
talking
some
about
of the
time.
indigenous people in
Wow.
Central America were. So we can't say they
Wait,
were all doing it.
That's
hold
It's
on,
the
even
same
Alonzo.
more
So,
thing.
disrespectful.
the context of this, right, is that the European people are the ones who came up with the idea of race. So, trying to attach race to these people in Africa or the American Indians doesn't make any sense. The people in Africa were not selling their own people; they were selling people who were completely, in their mind, different than them. Do I think that's
Hmm.
right? Hell no, that's not right. I think that's pretty whack. But if you go in the same token here in the Americas, the American Indians were also slaughtering and scalping and doing all kind of crazy shit to each other because again, race did not exist. They were going and interacting with people who they thought were completely different than them. So I don't really understand why we're bringing that up as if it's like some kind of gotcha. Like the African
Oh,
people
it's
were
a
killing
gotcha
each other.
Listen,
because you're
you
looking
got
for reparations and
Nigerians
handouts, and you
right
put yourself
now
in a situation you're
slaughtering each
already
other
in.
So I'm not
in
necessarily looking for
present day.
reparations, but you guys bring that up
But
all the
cha
time.
You
cha,
So I
got
there's
think we
We
should.
people.
don't
Nigerians right
bruh.
Cha
now
cha,
We
there's
tell y'all to
black
go
on
slaughtering
sit
black
each
down
crime
other
shit so
in
happening
y'all
at the
can
same
present
dumbasses
time.
day.
can turn
We
out and
can't
be
Knock
say
it
that
find
off.
out you're being lied to.
I
This is
just
simple as
said
that.
let's make sure you don't put black on the census. That was my main point. It's not about
Well, don't
reparations.
tell
Just
me
please
what
don't
to
put
do.
black on there. Oh, okay, so
No, you
Don't
brought
tell
it
so
up
me
now
what
as a
you
to
want to
point.
do.
put
You
black on the
brought it
You
up
census,
as
do
a
Joshua?
what
point, so
you
I
do.
And
rebutted
bringing
that.
Oh,
up
so now
people
you
And
want
I
to
analyzing
put
think
black on
other
the
in
census
Made
too?
Africa. That's like
made
when
a
the
But
point.
white
you
I
man
won't.
simply
brings up black
rebuttal.
on
And
black
I
crime and
will
So now
and
you
America.
I
want to put
will.
Y'all
black on
can't
there,
do
I
Cha
that.
Cha?
made a
Tell me
point
if
and
She's
I
you
wrong.
simply
will. I
rebuttal,
know
sir.
Okay,
that's
so
in your
Cha Cha,
blood
go ahead
to
and put
do
black on
that.
there. That's
I
fine.
know that's in your blood to do that,
In my
but I
blood
ain't
to do
one of
that. What does that
y'all.
mean? What does
But
that
I
Cha
mean?
do what the
Cha,
fuck
Cha
I
Cha,
What
Cha
want
does that
to.
Cha's.
mean?
I'm
What does
too
that mean in my blood
free
to
to
do that?
listen. It's in your blood to
What does that mean?
go.
Okay, expand on that, Cha
I
Cha. What does
am
that
if
mean?
you shut up.
No, but what is the blood part specifically?
I will explain
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
if you shut
I'll
up.
mute up. I'll mute up.
All right, it's in your blood to do that. Y'all say you have descent from Africans. It's in your blood to dictate and tone police and tell people who they are and do all that shit. I
I said
move the
like
way the
20 times,
fuck I
go be
want
American
to.
Indian. I don't want you to be black
I do
anymore.
what the fuck
I
I
don't
want
want you
to
to be
do.
black. Go be
All
American
right,
I
Indian. I
mean,
don't
the
want
it's
you to be
not
option is
black.
what you
right there. It says
want.
American Indian or
I want you
Alaskan
to put
Native.
It's
other. I
not
You
what
want you
just
you
to
put
put
your
other
want.
on the
tribe.
census. I don't want
It's
you to be
not what
black.
you want.
I
So
don't want
Cha
you to be
Cha,
black.
You
what?
don't
Hold
get
Just
on a
to
put the
second.
shit.
tribe. It says it right
Hold on, real
there.
quick. Cha
Easy.
Cha,
You're a
what are you gonna mark
nobody.
on this paper when you
You're a
get it? What are
no
you gonna
fucking
put
body.
down?
Matter of fact, I'm not even filling that shit out. Y'all don't even need to know that much.
But I'm just
I knew she
saying,
was
if
Now,
gonna say
you
that.
no,
now,
hold on, Cha Cha. Listen,
that's what I'm gonna. When's
I
the next time
understand.
this
Cha
shit come
Cha,
out?
hold on.
2030?
Cha
That's when this
Cha, Cha
bullshit
Cha.
coming out?
Yeah, 2030.
Listen.
2030?
What are you gonna
2030
mark
when
on
they
here?
do when
It
y'all
don't
all
matter.
doing
But
this bum
what
shit?
we
She
see, you
said she
see
not
how you
I'm
throwing
wanna
that
not
Man, y'all
out.
ignore
doing
got
it.
4
me.
years.
She
What
said
are
she
you
not
I'm
gonna
throwing
not
that
mark
out.
on
doing
here,
it.
Cha Cha?
I'm
This
I'm protesting this shit.
Hell
Y'all got
That's
yeah.
what
4
I'm
years to
gonna
make
be
something
what are you
doing.
happen, you
gonna
heard?
mark
I
on here?
I
Cause this
You
is what
heard?
they got.
you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put suck my dick and
Oh
then
my
I'm gonna
God.
mail it
Hell
back.
yeah, Cha
That's
Cha.
what
Hell
I'm
yeah.
gonna
Put
do.
that on there. Hell yeah,
That's what
Cha
I'm
Cha.
gonna do.
That's gonna
That's
show him,
what
Cha
I'm gonna
Cha. That's
do.
gonna show him. That's
That's
gonna
what
show
I'm
him.
gonna
Bullslap.
do.
But you
I'm
know
gonna put
what?
I'm gonna
Okay,
put suck my
so
dick
hold on. I'm gonna respond to Cree
and then I'm gonna mail it back.
Hold on, real quick. I'm gonna respond to Bayou Creole in the comments. Talking about nobody ever filled out the census, but yet your ancestors have. That's how we able to do our genealogy for the most part.
Mm.
Through It's not through these census, but yet here y'all is the 2026 niggas running from the census. So 100 years from now.
Body
How would I
running.
hold on? 100 years from now, how would our offsprings, our descendants know who we are and where we were if we don't feel something out? You
I'm
get what
gonna
I'm
bring it back
saying?
to
Hold up.
oral
Wait a minute. Hold on.
tradition.
Wait.
I'm
Hold
gonna
on. Wait.
sit with
Let me,
my
Cha-Cha,
family
let me
and let
respond
them
to.
know who they
Where's the
are.
option on the
That's
paper
what
to,
it
Hold
is.
on.
mark you
Hold on.
younger
Wait a minute.
American?
Hold up.
Hmm?
Because what you got to acknowledge is that we were not filling out the census at first. When the census was first done, they were done by lookership. That's where you get the Walter Plecker from. So, no, we have not been filling out census on our own. So you can't sit there and say that. That's a lie.
Okay, I get what you're saying. We might not have handwritten on, but they most definitely participated in it. So they forced to were
Listen
forced
to
to
me.
do that? Was they
Listen to me
forced to give their
closely.
names and stuff?
Listen to me closely. I just told you that we were not filling out the census at first. They were filling out the census.
I
Don't you
get
know about
that.
Walter Plecker? Okay. So
Okay,
after that,
but what I'm
so
saying,
after that, but what I'm saying is after that, a lot of our population stopped filling out census. We do not fill out census. When was the last time you filled out a census, Pumpkin? Better yet,
I
when
did
was the
not the
first
last
time you
go
filled out
around.
one?
I feel on
When
like
was the,
10
when
years
was the first
ago.
one? Okay.
That's
I
actually a
ain't never
major
filled out
problem
no
with our
Hold on a
census.
community.
second. Hold on a
We should
second.
actually all be
So
putting out the census.
this is what I'm saying. I know early on that our folks didn't physically write in the census. I understand that people went around and took census, but yet they participated in it. They gave their name, they
Wait a
gave
minute.
their age and stuff.
And
Did
what
they
was that
not?
census built upon? Was that census built upon lookership? Or did they actually know these people's history?
But if you can't look at somebody and
Was
tell their
it built
name,
upon
but by
It
lookership?
you.
wasn't
Was
Walter
it
Plecker
But
built upon
listen,
anyway.
Bayou,
lookership?
this is what I'm saying. You can't look at somebody and know their name, right? You have to have
But
give
Pumpkin,
somebody
this
your
is what
name
I'm
and your
saying.
age.
But your name does not define who you are. I'm asking you, what was that first census? Was they doing their census on lookership?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yes.
That's not what I'm
Yes.
saying
So
though.
so wait a minute. So
This is what
listen.
I'm
What I'm
saying. That
listen
our
to what I'm
people
saying.
still participated in it. That's what I'm
Listen at what I'm
saying.
saying. You're study saying that we participated in it, and I'm telling you that the first, and I'm saying that the first census was done upon lookership. That means that if you looked like something to me, I said that's what you were.
See, you keep talking about race. I'm talking about the overall sense. I'm not just focused.
What is
Hold
the
on,
purpose of
hold on,
census? The
hold
purpose
on.
of
The
census.
purpose of the census is to keep up with not only race, the age, the people. It's to keep up with a lot of things. It ain't just specifically about race. That's the misconception. The census isn't just about race. So what I'm saying is the people still participated in it. They still gave their name, they still gave their age and all the other information. Where was your mother born? Where was your father born? What's your occupation? They sat down, they answered those questions. I know they
You
didn't
know,
physically write it in. They didn't have it till like I think the 1930s or whatever. But even after that, like around the time when I found my grandma on the system, but she was a baby. You know what I'm saying? My folks were able to was writing in this shit themselves.
yo,
And
you,
That's
you
all
know
I'm
what?
what was
saying.
she?
Hold on.
Was
Let
she
me
a
just
color?
say
Was she a
this.
colored or was she a Negro?
Who my granny?
Yeah,
Yeah,
because my
she was
granny was
listed
born.
as
Because my
Negro.
granny. Oh, okay. I'm just making sure she wasn't called black.
Yo,
Yeah,
you
they
know
were.
the
Oh, yes,
more
they was called black.
No, no, because Negro. No,
In fact, the
you just
hold
said that she
on.
was marked as a Negro.
Hold on,
Negro is not
hold on,
synonymous
just
to
a
black.
second. Just a
Bayou,
second.
shut the fuck up.
Did you just
Hold
say
on,
not
now. Let's not
synonymous
be
to black?
disrespectful, y'all. Let's not
Are
be.
you
Not that
crazy?
Just
respectfully,
listen to what I'm
respectfully.
saying. Listen to me real quick. Let's not be disrespectful. This
But
is what I'm
Negro means
saying.
black.
The farther back I go, and I can pull this shit up right now. The farther back I go, they was black first, and then later on they was Negro. So my grandma, my mama, they was listed as Negro, but my grandma and grandma back then they was listed as black. Now this according to mine. I know it's not the same all the way across the board, but that's how it was on my family stuff.
Yo, the
Okay,
more we
that's
talk,
cool.
hold on, Bio. You know what? I'm starting to realize, and this just dawned on me right now. The more that we talk about the whole census shit, you know what it's starting to remind me of? Remember in the movie Life, where you had the fucking bootlicking Negro that was under the fucking warden nigga? You know, it reminds me of some type of head count in prison. Like they want to make
What the
sure
freak?
that the Negroes are who they are. They got Mississippi 2 here. They got New York here. And it sounds like just a head count and on a large ass plantation. That's what this shit really is. It's like the whole world is a plantation and the census is the head count, making sure that their prisoners are intact.
I mean, Billy
I'm
don't think
not part.
being on a
I'm
plantation is a
not
good
part.
thing.
I'm not participating in this bozo shit no more.
Okay, so you don't know what a census does then.
I know what the census
So
does
you don't know what
and
it's
what they,
for.
excuse me, and how they explain it to you, and you fell for the okie doke. If you
Mm.
want to fall for that shit, cool. But I'm gonna go back to, cause y'all like traditions, don't y'all? You ask the
Yeah,
indigenous
I don't live in New
people.
York. You can do whatever
Hold
you
on.
want.
Yeah, all right. So y'all ask indigenous people who y'all like to interchange with the so-called Native Americans, right? Oh, what's your tribe? What's your traditions and stuff like that? I'm gonna go back to old school traditions and sit amongst my kinfolk and bloodline and let them know who they are. Fuck all this shit.
Hell yeah. Mic drop.
I just want to say like this ain't all of it, but I might have to get on my off my other phone because I'm on my TikTok phone. But the farther back in the census I go, my folks listed as black early on. I mean I don't know, but this just what's on here. Got B's right there, and then like I said, by the time my granny was born, but I think she was like 3 years old on there. or something like that. She real young. They was listed as Negro then. Like the closer into time to this time where we at now, they listed as Negro. The farther back, they listed as Black first. But I understand that it's gonna be different depending on where you at and or whatever. It's not gonna be all the same all the way across the board.
Where do we go from here?
Why y'all quiet
Oh,
now
and
for?
hold up. Oh, because I
I
want
was I
to,
was
and for
gonna
my
say
friend,
something.
hey, wait, because somebody just told me in the chat that there's no such thing as a PBS documentary of the Anglo-Saxons coming to Ellis Island in the early 1900s. And I don't know if I'm the only person that watched PBS. Maybe I am. But I know that I'm not the only one that's seen it. It's literally a whole documentation of 12.5 million, the largest migration in human history, according to the PBS documentary, of white Anglo-Saxons coming to Ellis Island. Saying
I
that they've
wouldn't.
never
I
seen
wouldn't say they
buildings
were.
like this.
I mean,
No,
I wouldn't say they
they
was. They was white. I wouldn't say they was all Anglo-Saxon because most of them come from
they
like
called
East.
them
Doesn't matter.
they until the 30s they called themselves WASP, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. That's what they called themselves until the
Wasps
1930s.
still exist though. They still have wasps. They
See,
were the wasps were upset that all the
What does
Italians
that have to
and
do with anything he was just talking about?
wait, what do you mean?
we're talking about race and racial category. This is how the Italians became white. This is what that
He
has to
was
do
telling
with it.
us how America filtered in a bunch of white people because they couldn't keep up with the black people at the time.
It was just the
I don't know. I'm
silence.
kind of
Bi-
It was the
confused
fucking.
now.
Billy,
It was the
Billy,
fucking
Billy,
silence.
Did I understand something?
Wait, what? I don't get.
This fucking talking about some.
He brought up wasps, so I just said, well, wasps they still exist. Wasps never went away.
man. No, we're not
You
laughing
funny
at
as
what
fuck.
you
I know,
said
yeah.
because you
Like a
all you're doing
computer.
is just you're just putting
Nigga,
on
who the
to what
fuck are
you're just
you?
adding on to my point.
Oh yeah, that's what I was doing. Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Do you guys okay, can I ask a question? I'm wondering if they're using all of this stuff because if I look at the first thing that she had on there, my country is not listed. I'm an American citizen, but where I guess ethnically where I come from, those countries are not listed on there, so I would have to write it in. So I just want to know if everybody knows that every single country, I'm just going to speak on Africa itself, they have a certain allotted amount of people that can move into this country where a certain allowed visas can come into this country. So once they reach that quota, everything is pretty much done. Now, I know how this president is moving, and I think he's pretty much just saying, if you've got the money, you can come into the country. So I'm looking at it from that standpoint. If people are willing to play game with him and he will maybe give them a certain number of visas, or is it going to restrict the amount of people that are allowed into the country? So I also just don't really like anytime somebody shows up at my door to fill out anything. I don't like to fill it out, so I did not fill out the last census, but they showed up at my door half the time. I'm sorry, like I don't I and that is, I will vote every single time, midterms, everything, but the census, I just didn't do it.
Because
So
the census is done
When they
today
came to my
to
house,
show
I
where the
said
tax money
I
to
listed myself
shows where
as
the
equal.
tax money
So
goes. You know what I'm saying? That's how they keep up with who's where and what they're going to fund in your city or your town. That's why you have a certain section of town that's real funded and taken care of, and then you have another section of town that's not taken care of. That's what the census is used for now.
Yeah, the
okay,
census is used for multiple. They use for multiple different things or whatever. But are you Black American self? Like, how do you identify?
I identify as black, but I would technically be Zambian American because I was not born in the United States. I was born in Zambia, but I became an American citizen. So traditionally, culturally, it, you
Ooh,
know,
ain't Trump coming after y'all's status here?
absolutely. Yeah, I'm a naturalized citizen, so I might be out of here soon. Y'all better be friends with me soon.
Okay. How long your family been in America?
Not too long. I wouldn't even say like it's maybe 20 years. I'm
Okay.
a, yeah.
Wow,
So
you sound so American.
Cause she was born here. Then she said she
No,
was
she
born
was. She
here.
was born in Zambia.
You were born in
Man,
Zambia?
I was born in
she been
Zambia.
on the.
So
How old were you when you came?
I
Well,
came
you
as a
must been
child.
here a long time, cause you
That's what I
do.
said. We've been here for 20 years. I came as a child, so it was
Oh yeah, so
but my country was colonized by the British, and so going to pretty much mostly all white schools here. I live in California, so if it sounds like I sound like a Valley girl, some people say that. That's that's where I those are the people that I was around with. I was an only child. My parents were working most of the time. I was watching TV most of the time, so I don't know what my voice sounds like, but I grew up in a Zambian Black American household, and
you
that's
sound homegrown. You sound homegrown. You been eating the food too much.
I
She flew
mean,
here.
I
She
eat
didn't grew
mostly
here.
But
African food.
hey, but look, that's not no, you know what I'm saying? That's not no shot of no inside at you. I'm just making light of the situation. But I'm just tripping out the fact that you said that just 20 years ago, Britain is still colonizing parts of Africa.
Oh, no, 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 no. So you have to understand, my country gained its independence in 1964. But at the time that I was going to school, what a lot of people don't understand is I was not allowed to speak my native language, which is Bemba. I'm part of the Bemba tribe, part of the Bantu people. However, if they caught you speaking English in school, you would get in. I'm sorry, if they caught you speaking your native language in school, you would get in trouble. So it was mandatory that we spoke English. So even in my own home country, colonization was so big in the 90s. And I moved to the United States in the 90s. So I wasn't really allowed to be really my own authentic Zambian self, even in Zambia, because colonization and everything that comes with it, a lot of people don't understand that it takes a little while for you to actually pull away from it and actually stand on your own as an independent country. And I can't even say that my country is in China.
I got one more question for you.
What?
And this is I got one more question for you. Do your parents identify as black or do they identify as zombie?
Everybody in my family is black. So I've never heard them say anything other than we were proud of the fact that, of course, we are where we come from, but well, you know what? I'm not going to speak like
Her
so
race
fast.
is black. Her ethnicity is Indian.
Yes. So I identify as black in a general whole. So if somebody is to ask me what I am, I will say I'm black. Unless, of course, it's an application for a job interview. I do say Asian and I do get more interviews that way. Just for fun.
Mm,
Just for fun. But that's
Period.
just, it's a scam for me.
Hey, finesse the system the way you finesse the system.
Hmm. Yeah, but I think it's up to
Ain't hurt
I think
nobody. Ain't nobody who got hurt.
Okay, can I ask you a question, Steph?
sure.
Well, what do you feel about? How do you feel about the term African American as an ethnic identifier for Black people from America, like the people who are descendants of chattel slavery?
I think it's up to Black Americans to figure that out. I, because I always make the joke, I say, oh, I'm an African who became an African American. Like, I'm an African who became an American. I was like, hey guys, I'm an African American. And it sounds funny, like saying it, but technically, I feel like that would be a proper identifier for me because for the longest time, I'm like, why can't we just call them Americans? But also at the same time, I don't have that experience. So I can't really say that for anybody else. I can understand how people want to. It's not my experience. It's not my, 400 years here in this country. That's not for me to decide. So I can't say anything about it, which is why I always go under the classifier of Black. So I don't, you know?
Yeah,
See?
thank you for answering that.
I
My
thought African
passport.
American.
Ooh,
I thought
ooh.
African American was a political term that what was it? Jesse Jackson used to run for office in '88. Like we didn't really.
89, you're correct. Yeah, the people wasn't for that. The people didn't agree to that. That was just a term that was slapped on us in '89. Like,
That's a
I'm old enough to
political
tell you
term.
that I was in the third grade when that happened, and I remember because we went from marking Negro on all the paperwork to now. I mean, what the hell is this?
That shit caused
And
more damage than good, yo. Like I just be sitting back listening to everything when it comes to these census. You got motherfuckers hosting panels 24 hours trying to break this shit down, losing their whole religion, crashing out. You got niggas bullying niggas over this term. Like it's weird, yo.
I see no
It's
lies.
it's
weird.
wild.
Like the
It's not weird. It's
frequency
wild.
the frequency, the fucking demonic spirits that come up out of y'all is actually fascinating and sad at the same time. That's why I'm no longer. It says this is a social construct. Only way a social construct works is when you participate. I will no longer be participating in this shit, yo. Y'all can have this. And no, I'm not Indian. I'm indigenous, and I wish I would get that shit together. But hey, go ahead, go for what y'all know.
Yeah, I didn't realize that there was this big of an issue because I just started
It,
coming on live like maybe like a week
it's
ago.
it's an issue for people who identify as American Indian or indigenous or whatever. It's an issue for them type of people and people who's like FBA. But the people like me or Doom, I use both. I use it interchangeably. You know, I am African descent. There are African descended people in America that's been here since before 1776. I don't understand why is it a big deal. I don't get it. I mean,
Because
I
it's
was in a
other motherfuckers
I mean,
who
most of
feel
our
like
people
they're
Because this is
we
entitled to
don't even
because
care
this
you.
is
about what
You
because
keep
calling
our
missing that
identity
because
point.
is.
calling your
Usually, we
It's
because
not
identify
calling
ourselves as
yourself
special
either
to
that
black
nigga
you.
or that bitch.
It's not
because calling
That's our
special
yourself
for
identity.
black has
you,
opened the
and it's
door
not
for other
special
people
for
to
none
come
of
and eat off your
us.
plate.
Yes.
Bayou,
And
okay.
you're
it's
saying that
not
we shouldn't use
So
the
special for
word black at
you.
all,
It's not
Bayou.
okay,
particular
so
for
this
you.
this this is
Exactly.
this is the
So what should
We're
we
from
problem
use,
the
right
Bayou?
urban
here.
What do
community.
you what do you
Hold
think we
on,
should
Rick.
use?
We're from the hold up. We're from the urban community. We listen to urban music. We wear urban street clothes. You've heard them refer to us as
Now
the
I'm from the
urban
country.
community. Well, you're from the country. I'm
Country
from a
nigga.
city like country, and
I'm
I
from the
pay
city, yeah.
attention.
I'm
I
from
paid
the
attention to
country.
what I paid attention to what people said, and we had urban rec centers when we were growing up. We had programs that was for us, but when we started calling ourselves black, that's when all our programs started getting defunded because saying you're black is a racial group from Africa. That means that hey, we don't have to facilitate this money to the urban community anymore because they're not the urban Americans anymore. They're the blacks. So we can give it to these other people who are also identifying as black and mean that black means that you're from a racial group in Africa, meaning you have cut yourself out from your own funds. We've hurt
I
ourselves
am
by
so
this.
confused.
And
Are
they
you
was
saying
gonna do
that
Not
it.
I'm
They
only
was
sorry, I'm
gonna
that,
do
sorry.
it
Can I
anyway.
just can I
They was
clarify
gonna
real
do it
quick?
anyways. They
You
just
said
let that be
but
the excuse.
Bayou, you said that it was Africans that started calling themselves black? I'm trying to confirm.
No, no, they did a
Niggas started
summit
calling
in
ourselves
'89
black.
to
Okay, but
where they came out. Look, they have it on YouTube. You can go look at it. They literally have it's the African American Summit 1989. You can go look it up on YouTube and they even tell you within the speech that the community was not for being called black because it was going to cause division and problems. But they went on ahead and went along with it. And because you are allowed to self-identify in America, they trick people into going to it.
So is
And
that
like
the
if
And
major?
when
hold on. And not for nothing, before y'all continue with the conversation, even though you live in a country, Pumpkin, I guarantee you live in a black neighborhood. And if you live in a black neighborhood, them white motherfuckers is calling that shit an urban community. Not a country folk, not none of that shit. They're calling your town where it's mostly black people, a urban community, not just country folk. We got to
Not
keep it
in no,
real
not
with
in the
that.
country. I mean, not my folks from Kipper County. It's all rural up there. It's all country. It ain't no neighborhoods or nothing. You got a house and you probably some land. You can probably be some more family live on
is it
that
some
land in the
projects?
trailer, and then they
Is it some
spread it
projects
out.
out there, Pumpkin?
In the country,
Pumpkin, is it some
no. I'm
Okay
talking
then.
about
So
in
you
the. I'm
so
talking about in the country. I'm
okay.
talking.
Okay.
Yeah, it is here
I
in the
get what you
city where I live in the city, but I'm talking about like where my folks come from, like a county up from me. Yeah, it's all country.
I get what you're saying
Folks live
where
on
my
their
granny
land and
come
stuff.
from
country.
is rural like that. You know what I'm saying? We still got, you know what I'm saying, cane fields and everything out here. So I get what you're saying, but I'm saying in the city
Yeah, yeah,
wherever
in the
we
city
are,
is
that's the urban
yeah, I
that's
agree
the
with that
urban
in
community.
the city, yeah, in the city part, yeah.
But
Is
to add
Zambia
some
is
context to
Zambia
what you
like
were saying, Steph,
really
there's a part that you said something interesting earlier, Steph, which was, and I think it kind of speaks really well to the overarching conversation. Is you kind of identified jokingly as being African American, but then and you also identified as being black. So I think for a lot of people right now, as we're having more and more
I
of
do
our
not
brothers.
identify as being African
No, no,
American
but you
because I know what
jokingly
it means.
said,
Yeah.
but you joking, but even when you put stuff like that out there jokingly, people take it seriously.
Yeah,
So
they taking it
now
run with
they're
it.
taking it, they're taking it and run with it. So now we have a lot of people who are saying like, well, what do we call descendants of, you know what I mean? Like people who have been classically called African
Yeah, and then they
Americans.
like,
So
see,
can I
told you, them
answer?
Africans trying to be African American, they
No,
trying to be
no,
us.
they're
Like
not. Because the
why
thing
don't
is,
we just
it
call
that's
ourselves nigga Americans, dude?
it
Just
gets really
Nah,
confusing
that's too much. Nigga
when we're
American crazy.
when
why?
I'm filling out something and I'm like, okay, so when they give you those categories, and I logged into this chat when you had that census, a preview. I don't know if it's real or not, but I always had an issue filling out some of it because it's like, okay, you're a black of African descent. I'm like, well, that's true, but also like which variation, like, and in my head I say variation, but it's like, okay, so like which one are you like specifically like, talking about? So that would be a part of me. Sometimes if I felt like it, I would just be like other. And then if they ask me like, to fill out, or if it has a line to fill out the name, I I would, or maybe like wouldn't, but it always made me think, I'm like, how are they really doing this? Because I always give this example where I think it was 2020, Cornell University said, I know there's been a lot of complaints about how many students we can let in how many black students we let into our university. And we just want you to know we had like 12% increase of black students. But then when you looked into the stats, it was Nigerian immigrants. It wasn't black American.
See, you get it.
Okay. No,
You get it,
I
Steph.
understand. Okay,
You
no,
get
I
it.
understand what you're talking about, Bayou. The thing is, I'm stuck in a rock, between a rock and a hard place, because I'm an American citizen. I didn't have a choice to come to the United States. I've heard some of the things that, especially like FBA has to say, oh, you fled your country and this and this. I'm like, my country is like fairly peaceful. My mom just happened to marry an American Marine that happened to be over there. They fell in love, got married there, and then he was stationed in San Diego. So for me,
Shout out Camp Pendleton.
so for
wait a
me,
minute. So
Shout out love.
You have black
I did
Shout out
not.
American?
No, no,
love.
no, no. My mom did
Hell.
not marry my biological dad. So both my parents are Zambian. I was born in Zambia. All my grandparents are
Okay,
Zambian.
okay,
I am
okay.
Zambian. But my stepdad, who is my dad, technically, since we moved here, uh, um, he's been my dad since we lived over there. I was 6 years old, and then we moved here close to when I was a teenager. He's Black American from the East Coast. So what I'm saying is it's very confusing for people to kind of try to categorize you in these things where yes, we ate Zambian food the majority of the time in my house. My mom is a chef, she learned different, American meals and international meals, all this other stuff. But traditionally, by the time that I had moved here, my traditions are strictly Zambian. And then thank God when I moved here and I was having problems with racism and all this other stuff, I had a black dad that grew up in the United States that was able to teach me. But when people are like, you're trying to steal culture, I'm like, where?
Oh yeah, I don't think anybody here thinks you're trying
So,
to steal any
so
culture.
your
I just want to say like
yeah.
it. Yeah,
So
If you had your way, and you're when you're filling out a census or whatever, how would you personally like if you could pick it? How would you personally want to identify or be able to identify as?
Hmm. Um, See, this is where there's a part of me where I just think I should just be able to check off black or African and done. African by itself, and then I think they should have another one that is or black American, like, and done, where, for other people, like if we have to differentiate things as far as like the census and things like that go. But to me, in the grand scheme of things, I think when I started talking, you said you could not necessarily tell, or my voice or whatever it
Oh
is,
no,
I
I
did
didn't
not
say
sound
that.
like.
Yeah, we're from the same city. You sound like a person from where I'm from. It's not.
Exactly. So
I never said that.
nobody can tell that I'm Zambian, for instance. So I'm no different than any other black person walking down the street in my city. So I just classify myself as black because nobody can tell for the most part unless I say, "Hey guys, I'm Zambian."
okay, but
No,
still,
yeah.
so
But I'm gonna tell. But
he had the
hold on.
census up there. I think it was Alonzo had it up. He had it up there. So the category, it says African American, black or African American.
And I saw that.
African.
I would have clicked the one that said other and written in Zambian if that's what I had to do.
Yeah, so yeah, that's what
But this is the
I'm
part.
trying to
This
break it
is
down. This not me. This is not what I'm saying. This is what the US Census has. Everybody ain't gonna agree with it. But according to the US Census, it's got African American and black there. Black being the race, and then they got African American as the ethnic group in America. And then they even got like a example of some African countries, and they got some Caribbean type shit on there too. They know that they all belong to the black race, and so if yours
Gamma, do
not
you want to
listed there,
come
you
up
can
here
write
and
it
talk to
in.
me? I don't know why this person is going
Yeah,
down
you
there.
just ignore it. Just ignore it.
Okay,
look.
because
Yeah,
that's
Yeah,
yeah.
don't
yeah.
be
Don't worry about
weird.
that.
Don't worry about
Cause,
the
but
comments.
look, the whole because it's like to me, it's it's way more simpler than that. Like you're from Africa, but I mean, you have ties. I mean, yeah, well, you're from Africa, but you're a Zambian. So there should be nothing wrong with you identifying as a Zambian. You don't have to identify as African, and
But she's
it's
also
like
black though at
the
the same time.
concept. But I'm saying no. But if she was in Africa, she wouldn't be black. She'd just be a zombie.
It depends on where in
No,
Africa.
because
You
It
in
see what
my
I'm
depends
saying?
on where in
country, if
Africa.
I
If
was
there's
in my
white people there,
country,
yeah.
there's no reason for me in my country to say that I am black because I am black.
Yeah, ain't no reason.
You would
But
identify me by my
that's
tribe.
No, but we also have to
but
take into
There's
consideration
no
that there
that's
are
my
black
people
point.
in
folks don't
Africa
do
that
Black
use
that
the term black.
here.
There
black
are
is just
definitely
an
The
people in
black
Africa
I
American
that
mean,
use
made
it.
but
construct.
hold
It's
on,
yeah,
just
white
it's just
niggas don't do that
but
here then.
hold on, real quick, y'all. It's
it's
pretty
just an
much. It's
American
like
made
she's.
construct.
Hold on, real quick. It's like she said, like the vast majority of sub-Saharan African, they are black people. They are like black, like in skin color, African or whatever. They have no reason to specify that they're black. Like in America, you have to because we live among other groups here, especially like YT folks and stuff. There's Asian people here. There's all different type of people here. So we have to. say that. I know you understand y'all don't agree with the term black, but to then I'm just going like, what would you do if you had to fill out the census?
Yeah,
Like
but there
so
are places
far,
in Africa where they have to identify as black, like that.
yeah, but
That bothers me
like
when people
It's
say
South,
that.
that's in
but
But
South
like
South
that's in
Africa.
when
South
you're in like
Africa.
But guess
hold on,
what?
babe,
They
hold on,
live.
babe, hold on.
Dooms,
But
can you
guess,
tell me which country
but June, they
specifically?
live
Yeah,
amongst other
sure, sure.
groups
So
though.
the thing is in Africa, as I'm sure you're aware, stuff is a very diverse place, right?
Are
So
you talking about
if you are some
northern,
no, if you are somebody who lives in like a place with a significant white population,
like which
there is going
country?
to be
Right.
so we could say South Africa.
South
There are
Africa,
people
yeah.
in Namibia who identify as black because there are a lot
Yeah.
of like Germans and stuff living there. So there are
Zimbabwe.
people. Zimbabwe is a great
Zimbabwe
one,
does not have a
formerly Rhodesia.
majority white
It
population.
does
He
not.
didn't say
I
any of
didn't
the
say it has
countries
a
did. He
majority.
said
Okay.
a
I didn't say majority. I
significance.
said a significant
Okay.
population. So
Got
Yeah,
you.
yes,
like South Africa.
Zimbabwe is actually a great one as an example because it was formerly Rhodesia, right? So there are
My
places
country is
where there
Northern
are
Rhodesia. Zimbabwe is
yeah.
Southern Rhodesia.
So
Yeah.
there are places where there are white populations where people are aware that they're black. So I mean, but that's kind of like neither here nor there. Like to me personally, it makes more sense for any black person who comes into America. And before you guys flame me, please don't. I'm just gonna let me just get it off because I already know it's gonna be controversial. But me personally, I think that it would make more sense for all black people to identify as black American as like their
Mm,
race and nationality.
come on.
And then when we go to ethnicity, then you would break it down. So like then Steph would be Zambian American.
Yeah, yeah, I
I would
agree
be
with that.
African American. Because of the problem is like not everybody in Africa is black. So but any black person in the world is black. You know what I mean? Like that to me that's the thing that makes us our race is that our race is black.
Elon Musk is African, technically. You
Right. So
know what I mean?
that's why I like to say like yeah, Cha Cha, what do you what is your problem with me today? I've not done anything to you. I'll let you talk. I'm not doing nothing, Cha
But
Cha.
I'm
why
on
Leave me
mute.
alone. Leave me
but
alone, Cha Cha.
why
I'm
are
on,
we
I'm
Leave
but
on
me
this is my
mute.
alone,
question.
Cha Cha.
Thi-
You've
I'm
been so
on
but
mean to
this
me
is
mute,
my
today, bro.
question though.
nigga.
You've been so mean to me today, Cha
This
I'm
my
Cha.
on mute.
Don't make me put out a diss.
I'm on mute.
Don't make me put out a diss
I'm
track on
on
you.
mute.
Don't
Can
make me
you
drop a
answer the
16 on you.
lady?
Don't make me
let
drop
me
a
Answer the
16 on you, Cha
lady.
Cha.
I'm on mute. I didn't say not what
Yeah,
what.
you in the comments though, Cha Cha. Don't play with
So
me.
what? Don't like y'all always say. Don't
Don't
pay
make me
attention
drop a
to
hot
the
16 on you, Cha
comments.
Cha.
You can't do that
Don't make.
though.
Oh,
You're not talented enough.
I'll be on your live. Drop. Why
You're
you
not
so?
talented enough.
What is this, Cha
but
Cha?
this
Why
is
you
I'm
my
being
in
so?
thing
the
though.
content.
But
I'm
hold
Do
in
on
you have
the
though.
like a personal
comment
problem with
This
me,
is
Cha
section.
my
Cha?
thing
I
though.
Wait,
did.
hold on, Bayou. Hold on,
All
hold
right,
on, hold on.
Why
y'all. Come on, let's get back to
Okay,
back to information,
wait. Okay, but
y'all.
one second. Do you have like a personal problem with me or something, Cha Cha? Like what happened? Did something happen overnight to where now you have a
I'm in
personal
the
problem with me?
comment section. I
No,
didn't
no, but
interrupt you.
you've
Don't
been throwing
center
shots at me
yourself.
this whole time. I'm just
Answer
curious.
Stephanie. Answer Stephanie.
No, but I'm just
Thank
asking
you.
you. Do you have like a personal problem? Because
Answer
I don't want to think that
Stephanie,
me and you are
please.
friends and
All
you like
right,
Did
sit
I
here
y'all.
do
Come
and
on,
something?
come
Do
on,
not
y'all. Let's
play.
get back on information. I want to
Do not play. I don't even know
lose
you.
I'm just
everybody. Let's
saying,
not. I want to lose the audience, y'all. Let's get back
yeah,
on
that
information, y'all.
identifying as
Go ahead,
black
Bayou.
is the problem because you're trying to say because when you identify as black, you're saying that you're from a racial group in Africa, and everybody's not from a racial group in Africa. You have to acknowledge people's differences. The Africans on the continent of
I'm
Africa
black though,
acknowledges their
everywhere around the
differences, but
world.
no, but y'all acknowledge our differences on the
No.
continent of Africa. Y'all don't.
What purpose
You
does that
do not
serve,
see
though?
yourself the same. They do not see themselves the same on the continent of Africa. So how can we be from a place where they don't even see others on that continent as the same?
Who cares?
Okay,
But
so if it
I
here in
care.
America,
I
okay,
care.
let me break
Why?
this down the way that we see
We
it
all
in
still
Africa.
black. We
No,
all the
well,
same to the other race
You
of
are
people.
black.
okay,
You
yeah, I
are
mean, if
we
black.
Steph goes to
okay.
Asia, she's gonna
You
be
don't
black.
speak for me.
Can I
You
just
speak for
break it down?
yourself.
No,
Let
I'm
me just
saying
break it
like
down
when
for a
we go
second.
step in front of another racial group, it
hold
don't
on, y'all.
matter.
Let's self
If
respond to
Let me
Bayou.
if we
okay.
gonna step, we gotta step together.
So this is the thing that I'm saying. Being in the United States and being part of the black collective, here's the thing. in Zambia, it's like, oh, which area are you
Yeah.
from? Which province are you from? Which tribe are you from? Here in America, it's like, oh, you hear an accent, you're like, oh, you're from the South. Oh, you're from Houston. Oh, you're from Alabama. Oh, you're from here. Like, there's certain regions here in the United States where you can tell specifically just maybe by hearing certain things, seeing certain things, or noticing certain things about people, and you can notice and maybe take a guess where they're from. That's what we do over there. And here it's like, okay, you might do a nice little head nod just because they're black, and then you keep moving. But if you start talking to people and you start to get to know certain things about them, then you start, oh, you know what? You are from North Carolina. I heard it in you. Oh, you're from Baltimore, or you're from DC, or you're from here. There are certain regions in the United States that have their own culture that speak for themselves. The people from California are not the same as the people from Virginia. The people from Detroit are not as the same people from Atlanta.
The
And this
black
is,
people, they are though. It's the
yeah,
same culture no matter where you go.
it's not the same
It's
culture.
Hold
slightly
on.
The
Okay,
people
different,
okay.
from
but
Hold
California,
on
the
just a
people from
second,
we still
y'all.
California
black
are people
Americans,
from
so we gotta
Hold
move
Louisiana. They
back
have
on.
and forth.
Louisiana ties.
Hold on a second, y'all. So with Black American culture, there's some overlapping and there's some distinction. We do have regional differences. Like she said, somebody from Mississippi, my state, not gonna be doing the same shit in California or New York or Chicago now, but we do have an overall overlapping culture. Like everybody don't know about TK Soul and Tucker that I listen to and people in my region listen to, but everybody know about the Isley Brothers, everybody know about the Temptations. So there gonna be some things that we as a collective have as a culture, and then there's gonna be some regional differences too.
Yeah,
All
but the
right.
culture is the same because the
It's
people
not
that live
Culture
though.
is
in the
not the
north,
same.
we lived in the
All our
south
culture
The
too.
is
culture
not you.
that's false,
Okay,
bro.
okay. So
You didn't get what I
finish my
said. I
sentence
said that
there.
there are gonna be some regional differences as Black people. There are gonna be some regional differences, and then there are gonna be some overlapping. Us there is some things overall that we do share as Black people in America, but then we also have our regional differences too. Like she was saying, like you can tell somebody from Cali from somebody from Mississippi. Like there is both is true at the same time.
But we all got to battle the
Right.
same stereotypes no matter what region you come from.
Yeah, I
Well,
get that.
yeah, but
Of course, we're gonna be persecuted the same, of course, because we black or whatever. Well,
But
yes, no,
when
I'm not saying that. Yeah, I'm just
but the
I don't
thing
know
acknowledging
about
that
all
is,
that about because what you look like, but it's other people's perceptions and other people's how they want to treat you because they evil on the inside.
well, yeah, but even still, though, right? Because once again, here in America, we're still all considered black, whether you like it or not. We're all just culturally different. That's just the bottom line.
yeah, but the thing is, it's a big difference because Black Americans are a special and a distinct group here in America.
That's false, bro.
That's true, bro. And
No, that's
everybody else
false.
that comes to America, they come from third world countries. And the
It's,
big issue is when they get into politics and they try to speak for us in politics as if they
here we go
are
with this.
us
That's so
when
okay.
they just got
Once again,
here.
that
And
statement is
so
false because
that's the
so
big issue. And the thing
right.
is, even though we live in different states, we all got family. Like I got family in North Carolina and Georgia. I grew up and live in New York. I still get the same culture. Like if I ask any Black American now, I'm starving. Like who am I starving like?
Starving like Marvin.
Marvin.
There you
Like
go.
Marvin.
It's the culture is the same. We all get the
She's
same
only
culture. We in
willing
the
to
same country.
I
can
agree with
answer
that.
that.
That's what
You
I was
feel me? So
saying.
yeah, I agree. There's
I
slight
agree with that,
differences,
but
but
I also want
Yeah,
we all the
but
to.
same.
I think, but
But listen, I also want to acknowledge there is some cultural regional differences
Some,
too.
yeah, some
That's
definitely.
that's what I'm saying.
exactly.
Like that's all I was. Go ahead on B. I didn't mean to
No,
interrupt.
no, you good, you good. Nah, I was gonna say, Reggie, although I would partially agree with you, I don't think that they're actually these immigrants coming from these other countries. They're not cosplaying as us, like people like to say, or playing into our politics as they say. Once again,
They are.
although they're not Black American, because you made the distinction that it's a distinct ethnic group
They
in
shouldn't be allowed
America,
to be in our
right?
politics.
right? But they aren't.
Obama.
Oh my god! So they aren't.
What about Obama?
Y'all just made me forget my fucking train of
So
thought, bro. Y'all gotta stop
I think the
interrupting me,
problem
Byron
with
bro.
that is that
Donald,
no one
Kamala
what
Harris.
to agree with B is like something that
Obama
kind
was
of
a thoroughbred nigga.
something that kind of happens when
He
you're
was in
here.
Chicago. He was in the
Something that
trenches.
happens
Yeah,
here
I
when
ain't
you're
gonna
in
lie, bro. Y'all
America
gotta stop
is like
interrupting me, bro. This
is
shit getting annoying,
no,
yo.
yeah. I mean, something that kind of happens here is people kind of just get lumped into the category of blackness in America. So I don't really think it's fair to say like I don't know. I think two things could be kind of true because like you do see a lot of people who make a living like on TikTok, on the internet, who are not actually African American or Black American, who speak from the perspective of that ethnic group because that's what their audience wants to see. And I don't think that that's necessarily a good thing. But I do feel like a lot of the times that like we all just kind of get lumped
Man,
together by
y'all
white people.
funny.
Wait, what do
Yeah,
you say, B?
yes. No, I was gonna say, and even hell, I could even
We
take it a step.
do.
No, hold on, but I could even take
You
it a
have
step. Wait, I could even take it a step further and say, furthermore, Louisiana Creoles are more of a distinct and ethnic group than Black Americans or
Yeah, but
African
it's not
Americans,
about
however
being
you want to
distinct.
put
It's
it,
not
right?
about being distinctness though. So like
Yeah,
even me, like I'm half African American, half Caribbean. There is a difference between those two cultures. They're not the same thing. So my dad is literally from like the bush of a small island. He does not know. He did not grow up here. He doesn't know. He didn't have the same experience. Even though him and my mom are around the same age, he did not have the same experience as her growing up. So
exactly.
for him to come here and speak from that perspective wouldn't make any sense. The same way that I wouldn't expect like my mother to go to Grenada and start talking about what people need to do there because she doesn't really have
exactly
that experience.
Yeah,
But at the same time, I
because
do
see
think
we
that there
got
needs to hold
because
on, Betty. Let me just land. Let me land. Because I
go
do,
ahead.
but at the same time, I do think that there needs to be some kind of space though where we can all acknowledge that there's an intersection there. Because just because there are different ethnic groups doesn't mean that like we don't have to go through some of the same experiences. And I think that people who are black in general should be able to talk on those. So like I'm not saying like we should.
and
I don't
and
think we
and
should just
yeah,
exclude people altogether. That doesn't make sense
yeah,
to me.
and that's my thing too, right? And when it all boils down to it, don't give a damn if you're from Haiti, Jamaica, you're a black American. If once again, when a Haitian, Jamaican, Nigerian, they come step foot in America, they're black. So they're still subject to the same laws and oppression that us as black people in America face.
Exactly.
Hold up,
Exactly. Yeah.
pause. Hold up,
There's
hold up. Wait a
intersectionality. Yeah.
minute. Hold on. Yeah, and see, the intersectionality comes when you have people like Emmanuel Ocho, a Nigerian, doing shows called Uncomfortable Conversations with a Black Man, and he's talking to law enforcement.
Well, because he is actually a black man. When he gets pulled over by law
No,
enforcement, they're
no,
just gonna say he's a
no.
black
See,
man.
that's my
His
thing though,
That,
bro.
that
experience,
See,
that's where
but
we
his
kind of
y'all are
intersect.
experience
That's
see
where
in
we
a
that's
intersect.
his
my bro.
experience in America
Jesus
is not
Christ.
my or my family's experience.
Well,
He
right,
came
but
from
there
a
are
Yes.
going to be
country.
So
spots where there's
and
going to be
even and
places where they
wait,
intersect.
but hold on. I could even say the same thing for you. Your experience is not my experience, and I'm a black man just as well as you are.
But
I
I'm
can say,
not
yeah,
in
exactly. Like
Nigeria trying
you
to
look like
speak
because like
for
even the thing
Nigerians.
though about you is even like you look like you're light. If that's you in your photo, you're light skinned, right? I'm darker skinned, so even the
I'm not
thing
yellow. I'm just
you're a
red.
lot lighter than me though. So like the even the experiences that we would have as me being dark skinned and you being lighter skinned is going to be different. But
That's not true.
I wouldn't sit here and say that
I
like oh
wasn't even
Bayou
gonna
can't.
take it. I wasn't
I'm
even
not going to
gonna.
sit here and say Bayou can't speak
My
for me.
family's not even the same color though.
You know, I wasn't even
My
gonna
Neither,
take
entire
it
neither is
that.
family,
No,
mine.
no, I
yeah,
Neither is
wasn't
we
mine.
even
come in
gonna
all
take it that
shades.
far.
Neither is
But
mine.
do you
But
notice, gentlemen notice how none of this is going to matter if I tell you that Alfred Alengo was a Ugandan immigrant that got unalived by San Diego police because he was holding a vape pen? That has nothing to do with
that's and hold, but Steph,
no, no, no,
that's
no, no,
Exactly.
no, 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 no.
Exactly.
The
Exactly.
thing is, let me finish. Philando Castile can get unalived in Minnesota, and they didn't know which tribe or which area of Africa, which area of the country did you come from. They saw a skin color and everybody met the same fate. We
Yep.
could name so many people that are African, that are not African, that are black, just black, and meet the same fate. And nobody's talking about the fact that that is the clear and present danger, not how we're identifying ourselves. We can have these conversations amongst ourselves, but trying to place each other as the enemy or somebody trying to copy this person, I'm not trying to copy anybody.
I
I moved
clearly just
here.
stated that, Steph. I
No, 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 no,
clearly.
no.
No,
I
yeah, we agree
understand
with
that.
you. We
I
agree with you. Yeah.
understand that. Like that, but the simple fact is, I think it is a little just it's a little unnecessary to have these conversations when we have a bigger conversation to have because the monster is right there.
All
Well,
right,
look, they
so
all just
that's
want to
where.
point
Hold
fingers. They
on,
just all
But
want
when
to
you
point.
have
There you go.
people,
hold
but
on.
when you
That's
have
where.
people who
Wait,
have the
y'all.
same skin tone as
That's
you working with the monster, then you have to
exactly.
acknowledge that also.
Who is working with the
Because
Yeah.
monster?
hold on. Because at the end of the
The
day,
coons.
we know that white people, for the most part, or the people who are in charge of the government, we know that that's our clear enemy. There's no question about it. But then when you stand next to someone who has the same complexion as you or whatever, you don't know who's who because you could be like, oh, we the same people. We both black. We both get pressed by the police. But how do I know you're not making profit agreements or snitching or doing some dumb shit or playing politics with these motherfuckers? You could be wearing Tim's today, but in a suit sitting on the Congress floor voting against the best interests of my people the next day.
Like Clarence
Yeah.
Thomas, an
So, yeah, I
American?
was gonna say Clarence Thomas is the biggest coon we know today.
I
But
must so
what I
name
was gonna
another
say, but
one.
hold on, but
Name
this
another
is my
one.
thing. I think
Cause
Steph made a.
I could
King
name
Jeffries?
I could name five right
Hakeem
now
Jeffries is a
that's
Yeah,
very
not
no,
good
Steph. No,
example
the
of
so
that.
sense.
Steph made a very great point, right? And I think having these conversations is a little ridiculous, but I hear people all the time agree that we're all black in America, whether you're from Nigeria, Jamaica, Haiti, so on, right? We're
Right.
still subject to the same laws and oppression that was put in place for black Americans, right? So it
Right.
doesn't matter whether
I
you're
don't
from
know,
Jamaica
D.
or Haiti.
So should
So
like shouldn't an
And then
African person be
But
able to
also,
speak on that?
hold on, though. But wait a minute now, because we're not finna act like these Africans came here and was like, "Hey, man, we finna get with y'all and link up, and yeah, we
That
finna
part.
make some stuff happen together." Because that has never been the case. They've been told to stay away from us.
but once again, if you want to be
Don't
honest,
fool with
hold on,
us.
hold on. Realistically, how many black Americans do you know actually want to mix and mingle with Africans and other black immigrants? Let's be honest here, bro. Because if that was truly the case, right, there wouldn't be people sitting on TikTok for 6, 7 hours a day talking about Africans and other immigrants. Let's be
That's
honest here, bro.
new. But that's
Yeah.
new. Like,
Yeah.
let's not act
No,
like
that
this is
is
not a
not
This
new,
is new.
response.
bro. That is
This is
This
not
this
new,
new.
and
is
I
new. Hold
guarantee
If
on.
you
we go
this. And I
back
This
to
also
is
want to
new.
point. Wait, I
2023,
Hold
also
we
on,
want
won't
to
though.
hear
point
none of
something else
this.
out.
This, but
How many
2023 is
look,
not a
African?
long
Wait,
time
look,
ago.
look.
how many?
Exactly.
Wait, hold on.
This
Wait,
is
how
what
many black
this
immigrants,
is what I'm saying.
bro?
This is what I'm
One,
saying.
yo, can I
They've been
finish,
coming
bro?
over here
Jesus
since they've been
Christ.
coming over here since
Can
65.
I make a?
They've
Right,
been
Can
coming
I
Zilla.
over here since
finish? Once again, what I
65.
was gonna say was,
How many
oh
communities
my,
are
can somebody mute this
African
man, please?
and
Jesus
African
Christ.
Americans?
Wait, so I live
How
in
many? Wait,
I
I
live
just
in a
want how
community
many
that's pretty
black
mixed.
immigrant?
I live
Wait,
in
how
in
many
a big
black
city.
immigrants? How many black immigrants have we went to school with and did not know that they were from somewhere in Africa or from a Caribbean island until they fucking said so?
Right.
Not
Big
many,
I didn't
but
go to
they
facts.
school
let
with
you
Right.
know.
Africans.
They let you
So
I
wait,
know.
didn't go to
so
school with
by
Not
so
Africans.
many.
by you, I don't know where you live. I live in a pretty major city. It's pretty mixed here. Like there are African American, Black Americans. I got Kenyan homies, friends from Tanzania, like all over the place. And there was really never an issue there. Like I do understand that maybe there are going to be some situations where maybe
But
somebody
do
black told
scholar,
you
but
maybe
do
where
scholar,
maybe
but
some
do scholar, but
I'm
do
just gonna go ahead and
scholar,
finish
but
if
do
you don't mind.
scholar,
So I'm
but
gonna go
do
ahead and if you don't
scholar,
mind, so
do
yeah,
scholar,
so I think
but
Y'all
do
I
crazy.
think
scholar, but
the
do scholar. But doom scroller, I disagree
Gotcha.
with
Why
what
you
you're
keep saying the
saying.
same thing over and over and over?
So I mean,
But
Yeah.
so I
doom
started ignoring
scroller,
her,
but
trying to
doom
troll me. So now she's
scroller,
just
but
getting
doom
upset.
scroller, but doom
All right,
scroller.
so that's
I
what.
disagree.
So I think so. Basically, like it's just like it
Gotcha.
goes
Go
both. It
take a
goes both
nap.
ways. It goes both.
Well, a big difference here is choice. They're choosing to move to America and deal with this. We have to deal with this. They don't have to deal with the white tea people. You know,
Yes, they what, nigga? What?
they don't have to deal with them.
You
He's
a
right.
goddamn
He's
lie.
right.
How?
No, this is what
Hold,
he's
hold, hold
saying.
on.
They
He's
One,
saying
coming
hold
that
from
on. One,
countries
if you
that don't
don't,
even
one
if you
have
second.
don't,
a.
he's saying
Listen,
One.
he's saying that you never had
they're
to come
coming
to the
from.
country to deal with the problem, being that you're from another country.
Can I
That's
just
what he's
please
saying.
Right.
finish the statement without
They're
being
coming from
interrupted?
countries that don't even have black as a classification.
That's
Like
not true,
how are
bro.
they? That is
Okay, so
true. How are
hold
they
on one
coming to
second.
America and classifying as black? They're not black in their countries. They just African. They just Caribbean.
Stop.
And when they
No,
come here, they let you know I'm this, I'm that, I'm this,
but
I'm
what's
that.
wrong?
It's
But
only
wait, what's
now
wrong?
since
Because that's how they. But that's
delineation.
what. But
It's
see,
only
but that's
now
what.
since
Reggie,
delineation
Oh my
everybody
Reggie,
god,
want to
yo,
change
y'all
that.
Reggie,
niggas are. Yo, I can't say. Y'all niggas don't know how to
Reggie,
shut the fuck up. But
Reggie.
I
Jesus
was
Christ,
talking.
Let
Yo,
me
take a
explain.
chill
bro,
pill, B. The hell?
bro, I haven't been able to
Hey,
get.
bro,
You say
Going
you
one
off. You
one
emotional,
crashing
sentence
out.
man.
without
You
being
on TikTok.
interrupted.
Calm down.
Can I
This
respond
ain't
to
real
Reggie
life.
real quick?
All you had to do was just wait.
Nick, bro, you've been over talking me since I got up here, old man. Relax.
Hey, hold now. Respect your elders. He got twice as much wisdom as you. Calm down.
Oh my god, bro.
Reggie,
Age
can
don't
I
mean
explain
shit.
to you that my mother had to change my name when so Stephanie is technically not even like my first name. My mom had to change my name because she didn't think that people would actually respect or that would make fun of me so bad for my actual African name, where it's a part of my identity to be proud of who I am, to be proud of my name. I didn't have a choice to move to the United States. I was a kid. I didn't have a choice. We weren't fleeing anything. I had a driver, I had a maid, I had all this other stuff. I can name
Oh,
all this stuff. Okay,
you
we can
rich.
talk about that. But you come to the United States, you move here, everybody paints. You guys don't understand the PR that the United States has, where it's this big, beautiful thing. And then you get here and you're like, oh, this is different.
Emotional damage.
Yeah,
That's
we
This
get
Yeah,
that's
is,
the
that.
so but what's
I
American.
can
heard
I
your
That's the
story.
American
I
dream,
understand that.
Steph. Steph, that's
and
the
that's
American
exactly what I'm
dream. You
saying.
have to
They
be.
sold
You
her, they
have to
sold
be
her the
sleep.
American
You
dream.
have to be
She
sleep to
bought
fall
it.
for that shit.
She bought the
yeah,
American
but
dream, but
this
you
is the thing.
know what I'm trying to explain to you guys
And then
is
you know
that
what the PR that they have for y'all in Africa, for us here,
yes,
is
I
that y'all
remember
are
being here
living
where
in
it's the
huts and
living
all
in
type of
huts, the
crazy shit.
kids with the bloated bellies, with the flies, and all
Yeah,
this other stuff. I understand all of that because white
yeah,
tea supremacy does the same thing. Why do you think a lot of immigrants, and I'm not just saying African immigrants, but a lot of immigrants think that black people don't do anything over here? The
yeah,
number one export of America is not just weapons, it is entertainment. So the things that they're showing to us is the bad part of America. So what
Bad
I'm
Girls
trying
Club, Love and Hip Hop.
all of this bad stuff. And so when you are thinking about
That's how
us
blacks
in
look
a
that
certain
come
way,
being black.
you're thinking about us a certain way. The one thing that I can tell you is I have my own mind. I've made my own experiences. I've had my own experiences with black people here in America. There's no way that I can look down upon the people that have helped me accept my life here and have helped me more than anybody else. I'm
Definitely.
sorry
God,
that
That's
y'all have
God
had bad
bless you.
experiences with Africans. And if you haven't had experiences with Africans, some of the most welcoming people you could ever fucking meet in your entire life. But
definitely.
it's very terrible to
Steph,
stand up here where people can just continually say you can't call yourself black. I am nothing else but black to these other people, the fucking monster that is staring us in the face every fucking day.
Well,
right.
and
But
And then I
who
was
that's the
gonna
cares
say,
thing.
but for
what
Like,
you
Red,
are
no,
to
but for
them?
Reggie, for
Who
yo,
go
cares
ahead.
about how they
but
see
for Red,
you?
no,
How
see,
do
but
you
for
see
Reggie to sit here and
yourself?
say that they're
I
fleeing
see
and they don't
myself
have,
as black.
yeah,
Stop
yeah. So
asking me.
I was gonna say, so for Reggie to sit here and say that they don't have to deal with the white man in their country, that is absolutely completely fucking false, right? And I'm not gonna say every African or every immigrant, black immigrant fled to this country because that's not false. Some actually live better than they live in America, but they decide to come to America for other reasons. I mean, it could be for school and whatever else, but um But that's the whole purpose of, you guys like to use the word fleeing. That's the whole reason for people fleeing, is from this global imperialism that's affected the continent of Africa for God knows how fucking long. If people would stop, if countries would take their hands out of other countries and stop taking their resources and stop destabilizing them and let them thrive as sovereign nations, we won't have this problem. I don't think immigration would be a problem
Now
around the
that
world.
I agree with.
If
Yeah,
we're
so
gonna
I
be
didn't
honest,
I
In
didn't
that
say
in that
flee. I didn't
way,
use the word
nobody would
flee.
have to be nobody would have to worry about identifying as a black or white. You could just be who you are. You see what I'm saying? If it worked like that, B.
no, that's not even true, because we would still be subject to this racial construction and social hierarchy here in America.
Yeah, in America. But if your country doesn't even have black as a classification because you guys are all African or you're all black,
Well, South
they
Africa
don't
has
have to
racial
deal. They don't
classification.
have to deal
In
with
South Africa,
white supremacy.
in South Africa,
It's
they
their
have black
own
rights.
leaders that are selling them out. And in South Africa, yeah, they have a classification for colored. And then the Africans have theirs, and then white, they have one for white. So yeah, they differentiate. And black just means African descent. It doesn't mean African. There's no black American that looks African. And when I say that, people think it's like, it's not a disrespect thing. It's just, you can look at most people and see where they come from. And that's the difference here in
Right,
America.
right. But nobody's forcing no one to be African, because even for myself, it would be asinine to say I'm African. Because to be African, you have to be born on a continent, and
Right,
you
you're
just
actually
But
from
saying
Africa.
and
that
you
you're
just
Black
acknowledge,
is
but
and you
but
just
African
acknowledge,
but
wait, and
descent.
you just acknowledge,
identifying
wait, hold on,
as
and
black says that you're from a
you
region in
just
Africa,
acknowledge the fact that black means to be of African descent. But if we look at the census, to be black or African American, right, it is to be of African descent or a country of origin in Africa or a Caribbean island.
which is why
Right,
Would
I
you
do
and
not
agree or
that's why
disagree?
identify
we're
as black,
changing.
There's no
We're changing
changing
the
there's no need to
classification.
change. The distinction is already made, my man.
There is a need because they group us
There
all
is a
in as
distinct. The
one.
distinction is already made if we look at the census, and we could even go back to 2010, prior to the new census of 2020. It's already made.
They group us
this
all in
skin
as
tone
They
do
one.
not
don't group
mean
us
that
all
you're
They
from
together.
Africa or you
We
of
are
the
grouped
Africa,
together,
bro. That's
fool.
the
No,
out of
we are
Africa.
not. We're
Yes, you
different.
are
Reggie, can
because
I
you
ask
know
you a
you're grouped
question?
together because
Of
you're calling
course.
yourself
Can
black,
I ask you and buy you a question? Do you guys think that if you delineate from being classified with the Africans, that you're going to be treated better here in America?
No, it's not about being treated better. It's
So
about
what's the point? What's the
getting.
policy?
It's
What are the policies that you
Let,
guys
currently
are
the
looking
point. The
for?
told
point
you.
of
let me
they want.
I
speak.
It's
told you what
sufficient.
my
It's
Let
point
me
sufficient.
was.
speak. It's about getting specific things for our lineage here. And the fastest and easy way to do that is to have our own classification. So
Yeah, but y'all
now
all say
nobody
lineage.
can be used against us in
But just
politics because we're like, hey, they're not from this country, they're not of our lineage, they
scratching my
can't speak
head
for
here.
us.
My problem with
I,
that is to
but I
be
told.
of the
Hold on,
lineage.
B.
Wait,
Hold on, B.
go
Hold
ahead,
up,
man.
B.
Go
B.
ahead,
Because
bro.
she asked me and Reggie the question. I told you. I told you, Steph. I do not identify as black. I told you I am an urban American. I am from the urban community. I wear urban clothes and I listen to urban music. The If you listen to the government, they identify me as the urban developmental programs, the urban housing. So I am an urban American. I am not a black because I do not descend from a racial group in Africa. According to my genealogy, according to my family history, I'm not speaking for nobody else, just my family history.
Right, and that's the thing.
So,
Like none
okay,
of
can
those
I?
slave blocks, it didn't say African. It said Negro, We were called
That's not
Negroes. They were
true, bro.
selling
That is not
Negroes.
true.
They weren't
They
selling
identify.
What the
Africans.
That's
fuck?
not true. They identify.
That
Hold on.
is
They
Oh
true.
wait
my
on the
god.
slave. Wait on
Okay,
this.
so where were they
On the
from,
hold on. So on the
Reggie?
slave blocks, they actually had the tribe in the region of Africa they were from. Actually, if you look at these slave manifests
No,
and
they did
whatnot,
not.
yes, they did. But I'm not
I
gonna.
was
I don't
just
want to wait.
looking
Hold
at
on. I don't
them
want to
before
go
we
down
got
that track yet. I
on.
don't want to go down that road yet.
Of
But
course.
I'm gonna just backtrack for a second, right?
Uh-huh.
The distinction there is already made, right? And I'm scratching my head a little because you said a lineage, but a lineage is to be from the same family or line of ancestors, and most black y'all niggas don't even
Wade
have the
in the
same ancestors.
water.
So
What
how
are
are
you
you
Wade
talking
calling it
in
a
the
about? Yes, we
lineage?
water,
do.
children.
No, most of you know y'all
Wade in the
don't.
water.
Sir, we were
Out
isolated
on
here in
troubled
America. What are you talking about?
water.
But that doesn't make it a lineage.
Immigration was only for white people. It is a lineage.
He
What are you
that
talking
been
about?
all
It's
dressed
not
in
a lineage,
white.
bro.
It is so dude, you're confused. You got issues,
I'm
man. You're
not
Ethnically, what
confused.
confused.
are you, Reggie? Can you tell me for a second? Just what ethnically, if somebody were to describe you, what would the DNA test, if you did one of those, one, two,
Nigga.
threes or the ancestry,
He's a
what would they
nigga.
say?
That's for entertainment purposes only.
Yeah, there's no way to say exactly what part of a
Okay.
It
region you
doesn't
come
even
from,
matter.
Stephanie,
Yeah. It
but
you're a
doesn't
I
even
did
matter.
nigga.
a.
So ethnically,
Okay,
right?
can I
It doesn't.
finish?
It
Fuck
don't
it.
even matter.
So
Like,
are you? What are you? Are
But
you just?
I
How do
did
you
a.
identify,
I
bro?
took my DNA test. It says 74% sub-Saharan African, and they got
Oh,
me from like a
shocking.
bunch of different countries, and then it's about 25% European
Of
and
course.
1%
Because of the
native.
transatlantic slave trade,
1% native.
most African Americans have 20% European, usually.
Right.
Most.
We all have about the same mixture. So there's
I
no two, like I was explaining to somebody yesterday, there's no two black Americans that can have children and those children come out 100% African. It's not, none of us do.
I mean, that's not.
exactly.
Even the
Everybody
darkest,
understands this, but
right,
you're
even the
the
darkest
majority of
colored
who you are
American
phenotypic.
doesn't look black,
What
doesn't
is
look
your
African.
phenotypically? Oh my god.
But how you don't know they already got that lined up for y'all when y'all take the test?
There's no. So hold on one second, right? I think
Because
we all like
they're
to
not testing your
say it's for
DNA
we all
against
like to say it's
ancient
for
DNA.
entertainment
They're testing your DNA
purposes.
with
And
modern DNA because
Am I
we
being
you
all
can
like
followed?
only
to
use
say.
DNA for
So you
you can
understand how
only
they.
use DNA for
So you
paternity,
understand how
not
they do. You
ancestry.
understand how they do that. You understand how they do that, right?
You
So
understand the difference between paternity and ancestry?
we're not talking about paternity here, sir.
Right.
We're not talking paternity because that's
That's
a
why
different.
that's why I
That's a
said, do you
different.
know the
So
difference between
paternity,
paternity
yes,
and
I understand.
ancestry?
Yes, I do. So we're not
So
Are
even.
the
where
two
in
Let's not
mutually
even
order
talk
exclusive?
about the
I don't
paternity
think they're
test
that
here.
exclusive.
But when it comes to these
Wait, but
DNA tests, these
why y'all
ancestry
didn't
DNA
answer
tests,
that?
there is a reference panel. They take DNA from people in Africa. Do you like? Are we
modern
losing?
people,
Like,
not ancient people.
not
Modern
ancient, dude.
people, not
I
ancient
never said it
people.
was
So where
ancient.
did
What
where
are you
did those
talking
modern
about?
people come from, Bayou? Where'd the modern people come from that match up with this?
My
And
bad.
then you have to
Oh, the
take it up.
purge is about to
Wait,
Everybody,
then you
start.
wait,
as
wait, wait,
far
wait.
as far
Then you
as
have
as
to.
far
The
as
Then you
I
purge
have.
is
know,
about to
Wait.
start,
everybody
yo.
has a
Then you have to
migration
take
story.
into account
Yeah, but how are we
haplogroups.
matching up with those people though? If they're even if they're on
Because
the continent,
they're
how are we matching up with them?
modern people.
But
Where
where'd
are
they
the
come?
ancient
Where'd they
texts?
come from though? Where'd they come from?
They migrated. They
This is
said that they
crazy.
migrated to
No,
that
it's
area.
okay. Like it's okay. You guys don't want to be
As a matter of fact,
Africans. That's fine. That's
Steph,
okay.
Most
That's all
Africans
what's
right.
the
aren't. Most
history?
Africans
What's
aren't
the
nomadic
history of
people
your
anyway.
people in Africa?
So
Most
What's the
so
history
Africans
of
are
your people in
nomadic.
Africa?
They move around.
Do your people have a
They
migration
live on the
story?
Garden of Eden. Why wouldn't they?
Right. You
yeah,
guys
yeah.
realize that Africa wasn't even called Africa
Oh
when
A
my
we were
continent.
god,
supposedly
bro. We
brought to
all y'all
It
America.
was
all have
called
the same talking
Ethiopia.
We was
points,
already
bro.
here in
Yeah, but
America
how do
It
you
was
before
called
Y'all
how do
we
you
all
Africa
Ethiopia.
have
explain
the
us
existed.
same
matching
So
up with
talking
those
Africa,
people
points,
though?
bro.
Like
so
what's
Africa
the
was a
Bro,
con-
I
explanation?
Which
know.
means the
Wait,
Garden
but
of
so the
that's
whole
not
country,
Al-Qaeda
even.
whole
Bro,
country
that's
means
was
not
the
even
Garden of
Ethiopia.
important
Eden.
here, right?
That is
Because
important.
actually, no, it's not. It's not important actually.
That
In
is
this in
important
this
America is
case,
because
in
messy.
this case, in this
they would
conversation,
if they were
bro, I'm not about to
Ethiopians,
keep yelling
then
over. Bro, can
they
I
would not
complete a
be
fucking
slaves
statement
from
without you
Africa.
interrupting me, bro?
They
This
would
shit is
be
getting
slaves from
annoying.
Ethiopia.
Like, have some fucking self control, man. God damn,
Right.
Are you gonna
In
cry?
modern
You wanna cry?
times, it means a
What
lot
tissue?
because we
bro.
can't trace back to a
You
country in
sound
Africa.
emotionally unstable.
There's
No, I'm
54
not
countries.
emotionally
We can't
unstable. You
trace
niggas
back to
just
none of
don't know
them.
how to shut the fuck up.
He's young.
Jesus Christ. Now, what I was trying to say was the Africa not being called Africa thing in this situation, in this conversation, is not relevant at whatsoever. Like, man, we have to stop running with this narrative that these immigrants are not, that these black immigrants that come to this country are not black because they're from here and they're from here. Once again, in here in America, they're still subject to the same laws and oppression that we face as black Americans here in America. Like they're trying to make a distinction and a separation for no reason, and the distinction's already made. Y'all are trying to delineate for reparations and call it a lineage, and it's not a lineage because you don't even have the same. Most of the time, y'all don't even have the same ancestors or whatnot. Like it is ridiculous. You niggas are delusional and lost sometimes. And y'all are half of you niggas are too old to be thinking the way you niggas think. And y'all always talk about we indoctrinated, but hell, you niggas indoctrinated too. Like what? Like, did this nigga just say I sound like yo? And your black ass sound like you from Africa. Shut your black ass up. But yeah, I am Louisiana Creole. But yeah, that's all I really got to say. Like, just stop interrupting. This shit get annoying, bro. Please.
You said all that to say nothing. Now, you being from Louisiana, I'm just gonna ask you, where in your family is the African? Have you found the African in your family? Calling yourself black means that you're from a racial group in Africa. We're not all from Africa, bro. Just because we got a skin tone does not mean that we all the same. We all don't have the same story. I don't want to hear no bullshit story about them getting harassed by the pawpaws and all that shit there. Man, I don't give a damn about that. We're talking about what's going on right now. And I'm not black. Saying black has cost this community very, very badly. Saying you black has took all the funds out. I'm an urban American. I live in an urban community. I listen to urban music. I wear urban streetwear. When they refer to me in my area, they call us the urban community. They don't call you the black community. And this black being black is something new. Because if you was calling somebody black from the 80s to up to probably 97, you call somebody black, those fighting words, because that was an insult. But somebody older than you, like myself, trying to give you some game, but you think you know it all. But then again, I hope you make it to this age, because ain't shit wrong with being old. I'd rather be old than being a young dumbass out here getting messed off in the streets, bent over on some fence or something, looking weird with some tight ass pants on, trying to sag them. But you don't gotta listen. That's the good thing about life. That bitch will come back and smack you in the head and let you know, and then you'll be saying, "I should have listened."
Yeah, and to answer your question about me being from Louisiana and the African on my tree, um, so I know for a fact that
We heard the whole horn section and
oh no, I'm
everything.
listening. I'm listening to music. I'm listening to brass band music. Something you don't
Yeah,
know.
we heard the horn section. Shout out to you. It sounded nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna keep the showtime going. Uh, just to say, like, at the end of the day, there's gonna be African people, people from all over immigrating here. Like, that's never gonna really stop. So I think personally, from a geopolitical standpoint, it just makes more sense for us to have some sort of unity. That doesn't mean that you need to be card carrying Pan African member. I think everyone at the end of the day should be, kind of speaking on their specific ethnic groups. But then when there's some intersectionality, like we should definitely come together. I don't think it needs to be that crazy of a topic because at the end of the day, anywhere we go in the world, we're going to get called black. So it just kind of is what it is. It doesn't really make sense for us to not rock with each other. Like I think it's just kind of crazy.
Okay. Um, I, I really feel that there's a little too much division. And if we're all going to be part of the collective to help each other out, to get to at least some point of freedom where everybody can be urban. If I want to identify as black, if I want to identify as, I don't know, whatever it is that I want to identify as, I think we should all be given that freedom. But none of that is going to come if we're all looking at each other as the problem and the enemy. So I think everybody is entitled to all of these opinions, but can we focus on the actual problem? And then can we try to defeat that problem? And from there, we could all be whichever tribe we want to be with. And you can find the people that rock with you and don't rock with you, stay away from them. But what is the focus here?
I think the focus is trying to realize who the fuck is who before we take any further steps moving forward. I think that should be the next strategy because on some real shit, I'm about to move to Mars and say fuck all you niggas. And I'll still be indigenous and more blacker than all you Negroes there too. So, there's that. So, shout out to the indigenous folks. I am hip hop. Shout out to everybody who fucking speaks Ebonics. Fuck all you traders and you paying goofy ass niggas. Fuck the European. Fuck you Native Americans. Fuck all y'all. You know, and with the sick dick. And with that being said, I think we should move on because I think all of y'all oppie, if you ask me.
Oh, sorry, did you want to say something? Sorry, are you there?
Yeah, so when it comes to this conversation, the language is definitely important. The lineage is extremely important, especially when you talk about things like reparations. According to the Constitution, you cannot get anything race based that's against the Constitution. So reparations can only be delineated out to a specific lineage. That's how the Constitution works. So that's extremely important, especially if we talk about things like crime bills and rebuilding communities. And we see the divide here and now. All the Caribbeans and African immigrants, they're more so taken aside against the immigration policies because that would benefit them. They want more people from their countries to keep coming into America, while Black Americans are not okay with it. We're against that. We're against people coming to America. And socially, we know that they've never been united with us. They come in as the opposition trying to compete with us, and we don't need more competition.
Oh yeah. So to answer Baku's question about the Africans on my tree, but me being from Louisiana, I know I do have Africans on my tree, and actually they came from the Senegambia region to Saint Domingue, and then from Saint Domingue to the port of New Orleans, there in the Louisiana colony, and in the 1780s and 90s, right? Um, so yeah, that's to answer your question about that, but y'all can wrap me up.
Can I answer what he just said about reparations? Oh, okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Go
Um,
Go
ahead.
ahead. Go ahead.
yeah. So you understand that they're gonna be able to calculate when certain people came to the United States. So on my American passport, on the very first page, it says origin country, Zambia. And it's going to show my birth certificate, everything that I had to show to become an American citizen is going to show where I'm from. I'm not getting reparations from America. My reparations are coming from the country that colonized my country, which is England. So I think a lot of people are confused about how some of this information is taken. And if that is what the basis all of this is like from, it does not take away from the fact that your lineage still is African. So you can't, like, there's certain things that you cannot lie about. There's Africans are not going to be able to say, I've been here for 400 years. You guys that have been here and you have generations and generations and generations here can prove that. I cannot prove that any further than the 1990s. So I think people need to start doing their research a little bit more.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Reggie,
but
I want to
listen,
So
ask you.
it's
Wait,
it's
African,
not
Reggie, I want to
just
ask you a
hold
question,
so
on.
boss
she
man.
It's
addressed me,
not
so I
just
should respond. So African is a race, it's not a lineage. And the thing is, here in New York, they try to play that game so that the reparations could be shut down. They try to include Africans and Caribbeans in the New York reparations study, which would have been shut down automatically. So we had to go back, make them rewrite the language to exclude themselves so that the study wouldn't be shut down. And that's the thing. You guys are used against us in politics, not saying you specifically, but immigrants are used against Black Americans in politics. Not saying we don't have our own sellouts, but we don't need any more. And it seems that most of the sellouts that we're getting are from overseas. They're from out of the country. And it makes sense because they don't see themselves as us. Everybody has always delineated. They tell us where they're from. I'm not Black, I'm Jamaican, I'm this, I'm that, I'm Caribbean. They've done this for the longest time. We all heard Kai Cenat's rant. Oh, y'all niggas is uncultured as fuck. You're just Black. You're not Jamaican, you're not Puerto Rican, you're not this, you're
You're
not that.
stupid
You're
for
just
saying
Black.
that.
So
You
we
didn't
know
even
who the
say
Black
that.
people are who've always considered themselves Black. It's just that now that the culture has changed, the country has changed. Now everybody want to claim Black. No, we're not on that no more. You know, Black Americans, we're fed up, and everybody
Uh,
sees
Reggie,
we're fed up with the
Reggie, is that what the
disrespect.
whole
yeah,
point
hold on.
is? Can I
No,
ask you
Hold,
that?
hold
Is that
on,
the
it's
whole
Steph.
point?
beyond.
Hold
It's
on, Sister
beyond
Steph.
just. Hold on. Let
It's a
me just
lot.
say
That's
this.
just a
It's
few
be.
things. It's a lot. Everybody knows
Hold,
this. Like, let's not play games now. We know what's
hold
going
on,
on.
it's beyond reparations though. Like a lot of y'all like to just say that.
That's what
Oh
I'm
well,
saying.
it is about reparations. No, it's beyond reparations.
Y'all done
It's
missed the
about.
respiration.
It's also about ethnic pride. It's also about not allowing others to co-opt that identity whenever they feel like it. You
Right.
know, I always say African American seems like it's for everybody because everybody could come over here and claim that shit. Everybody could come over here and be Black, but when they're in their own homeland, they don't say that. You don't naturally
Neither.
say that. And of course, I get it. Oh, well, when you're the majority Black, you don't need to say it. All right, cool. But in America, we have that uniqueness about us. The same way y'all wave y'all flags when it's your month or week or whatever the case may be, we don't want to be co opted in that shit. We don't, and we respect your shit as guests, and not even in our own country. Like y'all have y'all parades and shit, and we still respect y'all shit. Only thing we asking is for y'all to do that. Stop co-opting it. Stop, cosplaying our shit. Stop, commenting on reparations, and not just reparations, any other thing, both culturally and politically, that's happening with our particular group. It's
Right.
not just, it's
All right,
beyond
so let's just
reparations.
say some
And
things
y'all
real
gotta
quick.
respect that.
So
Like
let's keep things
Steph is
established.
cool,
Hold on,
but
Reggie. Hold on,
go
Reggie.
ahead. Go
So
ahead.
like, so there's things that I'm hearing. People of different cultures come to America and they co-opt and they go against us politically.
and socially, culturally. Now, the majority of Black Americans who are opposed to things such as reparations, in politics, these are not immigrants. These are Black people from here, family from here, generation wise. You could argue the whole social aspect about how people undermine and disrespect Black Americans, and you do find this phenomenon within communities. But the idea of what's really happening with people, undermining us in the vast political sense, it is not immigrants. It is literally Black Americans. And the thing is, it glosses over the head when we just keep on saying that it's them. When I heard
Can
you
you
a
name
while
one?
ago, Reggie, like Reggie, let me give you some names, man. I'm gonna give you
Can you
some
name
names.
one?
Like I'll give you some names of a Black immigrant that's doing this. You know what I'm saying?
No, no, an
No,
American.
hold on, like Byron Donalds for sure. Like I'm saying, like him, he one of them. But Tim Scott, Burgess Owens, Wesley Hunt, John James, you know any of them people?
Nope, they're against it.
Those
They're
are all
all
those are
people
Black
against.
Americans.
Yep, all people against reparations, all people who are against civil rights.
I bet you they Democrats too, ain't it?
No,
No,
they're
Tim
Republicans.
Tim Scott's a Republican. Byron
They're all
Donalds is a
Well, I
Republicans,
know
Republican.
who
Reggie.
Tim Scott is.
Yeah, but
They're all Republicans.
Byron Donalds is a tether technically, and he's also a Republican. Tim Scott is Black American. Clarence Thomas is Black American. These are all Republicans who are against reparations.
Let me give you another one. Larry Elder. Y'all know Larry Elder?
Yes, Larry Elder's another Republican against reparations.
Mm-hmm.
What about Thomas Sowell? Another black man who is a Republican who's against something like that. Most of these people, I think we keep kind of saying that they're doing this specifically because they're from another place, but really it might be something else because you have people on both sides of the black coin doing it. So like maybe it isn't really an immigrant issue if you have legacy people like Clarence Thomas who is old enough to have been there during the civil rights movement to still go so hard against his own people. It's got to be something. It's got to be something else.
All I brought that up for is to say that, brother, like out here is serious when it comes to the people who are really undermining Black progress. It sometimes mostly comes from within. But you have to think, brother, it's 40 million plus of us. And within that 40 million, you're going to have the averse group. The majority of Black people are not against immigration, they're not against Black immigrants. But that's the truth, like statistically speaking. You understand what I mean? But in the community, when you find people, who come around and they say the stuff that they do and they undermine Black people, of course Black people got a problem with that. Nobody want to hear that we ain't got no culture or nothing like that. That shit is disrespectful. You understand what I'm saying, brother?
Yeah, and like I said, we definitely have our sellouts too. But at the
But
same
it's
time,
vastly more than a Black immigrant.
Yeah,
Is the
it's
point I'm
more.
making.
It's
I
definitely
don't. I
more.
can't say that. I can't say that. I live
How
in
can
New
you say
York.
that when we
Okay.
when
Can
we
I read the
become
prompt?
citizens, we vote with you. We vote for you. Whereas yes, we do.
Yeah, I
No,
mean,
you
y'all vote
don't.
Voting
for y'all
Democrat,
It's
vote
yeah.
for
not
your
voting for
Oh
interests.
my
I
Voting
vote for
goodness.
Democrat
All
yours.
right,
is
my bad, y'all.
voting
I didn't know
for the
I was with the
foreigner.
Trumpers. I apologize. I didn't know I was with the
The
Trumpers.
Voting Democrat
majority of
is
black,
voting,
but the
period.
majority of black Americans vote Democrat. So what she's saying is
Yeah,
technically
period.
true. So
Yeah.
you don't have to. I mean, whatever
Because
side you go on the side. But when she's saying that we're voting with you, she is voting with the majority of black Americans. I mean, you can argue
Voted
about
with
whether or not that's wrong.
96% of
because
black
they're
women in
voting,
Yeah,
2020.
they're
exactly,
voting as
exactly.
And I
because
voted
they're
with
voting as
94% of black
foreigners.
women I'm sorry, in 2020, I'm sorry, in 2026, I voted with black women. Black American women, that's where I was classified under. So that's the group that I vote with. I don't know about where everybody else fell onto that, but as far as trying to protect reproductive rights, as far as trying to fight against like certain things, and just looking at how the Supreme Court went with how this man has so much power to do everything that he's doing right now that is going completely against us as a people,
It is any
as a
president,
general
though.
whole.
not going
That's
It
any
against
doesn't
us.
matter.
president.
It does. You know
Not
what?
Not
going.
The
See,
us.
all right, all right.
it's not
Y'all
us.
can
But
have
see,
it. Y'all can
that's
have
what I'm
it.
saying.
But my
That's
thing
what I'm
is,
saying. When you say that you're black and you say that you're a racial group from Africa, you're saying that you're a foreigner. When you're voting Democrat, you're voting as a foreigner. You're
But then what do you
going
say
I
against
am
about
your
not
all the?
voting
What do
own
you
as
say
a
about the
foreigner, as an
majority?
self-interest.
American
I'm not
citizen.
What
I've
do you
talking.
been an
say about the
I
American
am not
majority of the
citizen for
women
talking
more
who
to
do
than
it though,
you,
20
Bayou?
Steph.
years now.
Steph, I'm not talking to you.
But Bayou, what do you say about the majority of black people who are black Americans who are also voting along with her? She's only 1% of the population as a African
But
woman.
that's what
So wouldn't the bigger
didn't you?
problem be black American women if you think that the Democrats are against our best interests?
I would
The
say
bigger
definitely.
problem is vote. I would say yes, and I would say voting because they only want you to believe that it's only two voting parties when actually it's maybe like 9 to
No, right. But
12
you're
different
saying that
voting parties.
Africans come. You're saying that Africans come here and then they vote against us, but they're voting with the majority of us. So wouldn't
No,
that technically
but
mean
I'm
that your
not
problem
talking.
with us is everybody
I'm
else?
not talking to Africans. I'm talking to the Americans.
Yeah, but
See,
you're
I'm
saying
not
that they
talking.
vote.
But
You're saying
see,
that they come
but
here and vote
see,
against our interests, though.
no,
Mhm.
I'm saying that black, the so-called black Americans are voting against their interests, not the foreigners that are coming in voting because you're identifying as a foreigner and you're voting as a Democrat, which is a
All
foreigner.
right, bye.
You pledge allegiance.
So
Bye.
And we
Listen to
can
94%
me
of
like
and
black
this.
women
Hold
and
and
on.
we can all
20.
see
Hold
that
on. Wait a
black
minute.
people
Hold
did
What?
not
on.
vote
Hold
in
on.
the
Let
You
him get it
election.
off.
pledge
Let him get it off.
allegiance.
Black people
You
didn't
pledge
participate
allegiance
in the
to the
last election.
republic, not the democracy. It's to the republic. The man told y'all he was gonna have motherfuckers voting Democrat for the next 200 years. You didn't pay attention to what he was saying.
LBJ said what he said, and white women haven't voted Democratic ever since. There's certain things that you could do, and you can look at and understand. Yes, LBJ definitely did say that once everything switched over after JFK was unalived, and since then, what they've been counting how much people vote. White women have not voted Democratic in over 50 years. They have not voted in the last
That's a
president
complete lie.
ever.
That's a
That is
lie.
not a lie. Look it
That
up
is a
right now.
lie.
Look it up.
That
I
is a
think they're. I
lie. Do
think
you
they're
know
split
Look
right
white
it
down the
women are
up.
middle right now. I think
minority?
they're currently
White
split
women
down the
are
middle.
they are literally a minority group in the United States. Do you know that?
White women.
White women are amongst the minority groups that are considered minorities in the
Oh
US.
my
Yes.
God. Oh
White
my
women
God,
are
sir. Look it
minority.
up. Look it up.
Yes. Look it up. Look it up. Look it up.
Yeah, they're a
I
A white
minority
did.
woman
because
is a
That's
they're a
why I
woman.
told
minority
you
in the
that
United
stat.
States. Yes,
So let's
she
see.
is.
That's why I told you that
She
stat.
is.
They have not voted
Mm.
Democratic.
They only asked
Black
for
people have
one
not
people
voted
vote.
Democratic in the last election and prior.
Yes, we
Well,
did,
I'll
brother.
give it to the ones prior.
Scooby.
Nah,
Let's put
But
it
in
like
this
this.
we
last
did.
election, we didn't even participate. Why you
Scooby.
think
In the
Kamala was
last
making
40
it? She
years,
was making
Scooby,
fucking commercials about black men,
Scooby,
trying to demonize black men for not voting
Scooby.
because we wouldn't
In
vote.
the past
Yeah,
40
we've
years,
turned away from the Democratic
We
Party.
we
turned
voted
away from
for.
them completely.
Hold
Where
on, Scooby.
not
In the
completely,
past
but the
40
last
years,
three elections, the number has gone
hold
up.
on,
We
brother.
turned
Hold
Republican
on,
more and
brother.
more.
We voted for Jimmy
Hello.
Carter. We voted for
Independent.
Al Gore. We voted for John Kerry. We voted for goddamn Barack Obama. We voted for Hillary Clinton. We voted for all these motherfuckers. The majority of the black vote went to them. And who was the other candidate in all those elections? I think with Jimmy Carter back in 1980 was goddamn Ronald Reagan.
Yeah.
You understand me?
Yeah.
And well, I'm gonna ask you niggas right now. Y'all think Ronald Reagan
You
was
gotta
a
call
good
him
president?
hot boy
Hold
Ronald.
on, by y'all think Ronald Reagan was a
You gotta
good
call him hot boy.
Well, what about George Bush Senior? Would he have
George
been
Bush
a
was
better
good
president to you?
presidents for black people. All these niggas
Well,
was good
because
Wait a
presidents.
well, the
minute.
reason that is there's a reason for
Hot
that,
boy
sir.
Ronald and
There's a reason
George
majority of the
H is
blacks
the
vote.
OG hot boys. That's the
The,
reason that you got all this
So
snow
hold
in the
on, girl,
country.
because nobody mentioned the Southern strategy. Nobody mentioned the party switch. Nobody
Right.
mentioned the
That's what
things
I'm
that.
telling them.
Bayou just did actually when he said he was mentioning LBJ and how they're never gonna vote. How the South is never gonna vote
No,
for.
what
Oh,
I
oh, you
was
weren't
saying,
mentioning that.
what I was,
My
no,
bad.
listen to what I was saying. What I was saying was how you got tricked into voting for the foreigner, turning yourself into a foreigner and voting for the foreigner instead of voting for yourself. which is when you switch to the
Which one
Democratic
is voting
Party.
for ourselves? Voting for the white supremacists?
What the fuck are you talking about? Voting
I'm
for a
asking
white
you
That's a
because
good
the
supremacist?
other
question.
party, the extreme right, they
It's
hate
two.
you.
It
They're
is
white
two
supremacists. So
wings
which
on
one is
the.
Do
voting for
you
It's
know
two
you?
every
wings.
person that
Voting
They
for
are,
the
exists
white
in the
supremacists?
extreme
I'm
they're
right? Do
asking
you
you.
know
co-workers,
every
baby.
person that exists on
They
the
are
right
Ma'am,
side of our government?
co-workers.
Man?
it's just one hits you in your face and the other one, one gives you
But are you going to
Vaseline.
vote for the person
Hold
that's doing it in
on,
your
ma'am.
face? Is that what you're
I'm
saying?
voting for
One
Listen,
gives
anybody
you
listen,
to
listen.
remove
Vaseline,
all
the
Hold
other
on.
one
immigrants.
Let
gives you a
I want
spit
y'all
let
ass
shot.
let me
gone.
explain. Let
That's
me
it.
explain to you how they are co-workers. Hot boy Ronald and George Bush brought in the sugar. Bill Clinton and Joe Biden locked you up for the sugar. They are co-workers. Do you understand that part?
Right, but what I'm
Exactly.
saying is, sir, one group, they're actually doing stuff that benefits you. The other one, they're doing stuff that hurts you in your
Benefits
face.
What the
Neither
you.
fuck
is
And I'm
would
benefit.
asking
them
you, I'm
it
asking
So
benefit?
you,
I
What
what
do
just
the
showed you
what
so
do
are
how
the
you
them
saying
amendments
you're
evil
did for the
it
black
choosing,
would
community?
be
wait, hold
for
I'm
us.
on.
saying
What
you're choosing the
benefited us?
group that
What
actually, the far
benefited
right,
us,
they're
ma'am?
actual white supremacists. Is that the group you're
Ma'am,
choosing?
what benefited us? What we benefited from?
Well, what I do know, the people that lynched you in the 60s and 50s, they're in the far right. Are you voting for them?
Man, get
No,
this
I'm talking
stupid
The
about
the
dumbass
fifties and
big-head
hold
sixties,
Oh,
that
don't
was
you?
I
Because
on.
it's
know
the
George
that.
bitch off
truth.
the
Bush.
You can't
panel.
I
What
handle the
know
did
Man,
truth.
get
that.
this
I
we
know
Sir,
that
stupid
it's the
ass
benefit
truth.
bitch
Politics
off the
from?
was a
panel.
Republican
That's
Oh,
not
and
This
the
what?
bitch
You're
out the
mad.
Last
It's the
panel,
truth.
man.
50
conservative. We are
Sir,
years,
sir,
conservative
Get
how
you're
this
many
getting
stupid,
angry
nasty,
because it's the truth.
injera
immigrants benefited?
You're getting
In
angry
the
because it's the
last
truth.
50
You can't
man.
handle the
Get this
years,
bitch
truth.
out the
hold
panel,
on,
man.
in the last
Get
50
the bitch out the
years,
panel, Nika. You got the
how
power.
Hey,
did
Get the
chill,
black
chill,
stinking bitch
chill,
out the
people
Scooby,
panel, man.
Scooby, chill,
benefit?
Why are
Scooby,
you
Chill,
chill.
calling me
Scooby.
names?
There's
It
Chill,
sounds
no
like I
Scooby.
got
need
under
Chill.
to
your
be
Chill,
skin.
rude.
Scooby. Chill,
Bitch.
chill, chill, chill,
It
chill,
sounds like
Hello,
I
chill,
got under
chill,
your
calm
skin,
chill.
down.
sir. You can't
Shut your
maintain your
fat head
composure.
ass up, bitch. You need to
Don't
go
be
fix
in.
your
Hold
head,
on,
ho.
school,
Sir,
school.
sir,
Don't be.
why don't you stop voting for white supremacy?
Why
Hold on,
don't you
ma'am.
That
get
Hold
your
on,
black
just a
ass
second.
out our
Hold
country
on,
and go
White
hold
get
on, hold on, hold
supremacy,
on.
ma'am.
I'm muting. I'm muting y'all as the host. Look, let's be respectful, y'all. We ain't got to agree with each other, but please just be respectful, okay? Please. Because I'm trying not to get my live snatched. I already got three of them down for a couple of days. I don't want this one to get snatched up. So they just see, there you go. You don't got a restriction, school. Come back on your other page. That's what I was saying. So just be respectful, please. But
Yeah,
y'all
he
go
got
ahead.
angry because he knows it's the truth.
Both,
He
no,
voted for the
both party,
people.
No, can you
both
answer my
No, no,
parties.
question?
one, no,
I
but
How
see,
just,
did
wait,
black
I
one second. I know
just,
you guys
Americans
are getting triggered.
benefit
I know you're getting
I
triggered
in the
because
just
you
last
voted
showed
against
you
your
50
how
own
both
best
years?
parties
interest.
work
But let me
We're
just finish what
together.
voting
I'm
for
I
saying.
our
just
Let me
showed you
finish
how
what I'm
interests.
both
saying.
parties. How do one party? What has the Democratic Party
Can I
done
finish what I'm
for
saying
the
though? I
urban
started
community?
talking. What I'm
Yeah,
saying is,
thank you.
one
Can
party,
answer that.
the far right, they are neo smatsies. They are KK, the triple K people. Those are who you voted for.
No.
So I'm
Oh, you
asking
believe?
you,
Do
are
No.
you
you
believe
Let
telling
what
me
you
say
see
me
on
this real
that you're
TV?
quick.
on this panel and you have two
Hey,
choices? One
excuse
choice
me.
have the people who's actually your lifetime enemy, and the other one doesn't, and you're voting for the party that has your lifetime enemy in it? That doesn't
But
make
that's your
sense.
perception of
Well,
it,
We're
man.
not
I
Because
mean,
the
it's
for
not
from
real, for
perception, it's
That's
Democrats,
your
real,
the
reality.
perception.
both
Democrats
It's
That's
aren't
your
hey
reality,
doing.
sir.
perception
man,
of it.
hey
That's
The
It's
your
Democrats
reality.
hey
have
It's
reality.
been
both
facts.
enemy.
I
importing
just
I'm gonna tell
stated
people.
you why.
facts.
How
Did you
many
know that
homeless
when the civil
shelters?
rights bill was signed, it was by the most racist president that we ever had?
We're not in that time now. We're in
Yeah,
2026.
but that's who
2026. And
signed
in
the bill.
Ooh.
2026, and in
That's who signed it.
2026,
You see, this is the bozo shit that I be talking about. And it's obviously that she's not from here. Cause she will know they the same wings of the same bird. All right? And even if you don't vote for Democrat, doesn't mean you a Trump supporter. Like, nobody wants men's in
skirts in their bathroom. And even if you want to talk about immigration, Obama deported more immigrants than Trump and fucking George Bush Jr. combined. What the fuck are you talking about, ma'am? So again, because everybody keep letting you off the hook by disrupting the conversation, how did black Americans, not you immigrants, but how did black Americans benefit off of voting Democrat in the last 50 years? Answer that shit.
Disrespectful, big head bitch.
Now, let me tell you something.
Stop,
You
bro,
now,
stop,
I'm sorry.
stop.
Hold on. I'm
Look,
sorry, Pumpkin.
don't
I'm
do
sorry.
that.
I'm sorry now. Goddamn
Don't do
me.
that. You already
She
got a
did it to
flag.
herself, Pumpkin. She did it to herself, Pumpkin.
I understand. Like you can have an intellectual conversation without insults because you're gonna first is disrespectful and second is gonna
Punky, she
flag the
just
live.
disrespected everybody, grandma and granddaddy that went through them times, literally. And you know we come from that down this way. You know what? She, I,
What she say? What did she say? I
she
just heard
said
you cutting
the
up.
right. We vote for the same people that Strange feuded and was water hosing and putting dogs and shit on our people.
Let me end Showtime. See what? Hold on a
Yeah, her little
second.
stinking self.
All right, but don't be saying too much now. I don't want this. I don't want to miss the live because I already got
I
three
really wanted
pages
to say
down.
my And
So
piece.
hold on. So
The
girl
people
codes,
who
can
was
you
strange
repeat what you
fruiting us was
said?
Democrats.
No. What I said was, well, first of
Exactly.
all, I want to say respond to what he just said because I don't think you No, no, understand what no. the Hold word on. Before, disrespect means. So I
Hold
need to
on,
define it for you because
girl
obviously you don't know
codes,
how
girl
to.
Well, let's
codes.
keep it on
Hold
the
on, man.
topic, and
Hold
you
on.
can
Hold
go
on.
to
Hold
that
on. Hold
later.
on. Wait, wait,
And that's
wait.
why I
I
got on the
want.
ad, Punky.
Hold on, I want her to repeat what she said because I really wasn't paying attention. I heard school cutting up. I heard that, but I didn't. I wasn't paying attention when whatever she said. Can you please repeat I will. I what was will. said? But let me just say, I can't be disrespected, sir. You don't have the
I
power
don't
to
give a
disrespect me.
hey
That's
man.
the
Look
first thing.
here, say what you
What I
said.
said was, if you're voting for the party, you're telling me that you're choosing to vote for the party that the far right is white supremacists, right? You have neo Smazis, you have Triple K, and you're telling me you're choosing that party over the other party that doesn't have those people. The other party, the far left, they're tree huggers. They want to save the world. So I don't understand how you're choosing to vote for the party that unalive your ancestors over the party that want to save the world. I don't understand that.
Can I
Are
answer the
you
question first?
crazy?
Because
Please, please.
go
Can I
ahead,
answer?
go ahead,
Yeah,
go ahead.
you definitely not American.
Okay, so the first Republicans were black. Okay, the whole point of the Klan being the people that created the Klan were the Democrats, right? To unalive the black Republicans, to intimidate them out of the party. And they filled the seats up with white people that were Democrats,
All right, brother
right?
Slim. That's misinformation.
Okay,
Said we're in
No,
2026.
it's not.
We're in
Oh my bad.
That's the
2026,
whole
sir.
point of burning the
This is
crosses in our
2026.
yards.
It's a
That was
different
the
world
whole
now.
point of doing all this,
Well, you
real quick,
brought
real
that
quick.
up there.
right?
Let me just
The
say
more
this
they
real quick.
change,
Hold
the
on,
more they
y'all.
stay the same, ma'am. If you was
Hold on.
American, you would know that.
All right.
To be American, to
Let
know
me just.
information, ma'am.
God
You
dang.
can
Hold
read
on.
information. I don't
Can
understand.
y'all hear
Right. Well,
me?
that is a fact. And the
Can y'all hear
racist
me?
president. I'm sorry. Can I just finish
Whoop de
this?
doo. Can y'all hear
The
Punky?
president.
Cause I can hear Punky. I know I ain't the only one that can hear
Yeah,
Punky.
dog. I just want to make this comment real quick. At the end of the day, neither party is for us. Neither one of them for us, Republican or Democratic. The Democratic got flaws, the Republican definitely got flaws. Now, on a social level, black folks is socially conservative on a social level. Me saying that, not saying that we like with YT people. I meant like we are socially conservative, as a whole. Like we with traditional families, we on the conservative side of things. Now, when it comes to the race part, what? Talking about look at punking. But when it comes to race or whatever, that's a different story. But mostly we are conservative. And just because we the conservative, I mean we got to vote for the Republican Party. So I just vote for whoever has my best interest, it could be a Republican, be a Democrat. That's how I look at it. Honestly, we should create our own damn party as black folks if you want to be real about it.
Run me back.
Now that's what I'm talking about. That's what the fuck I'm talking about, Pun. Cause you know goddamn well we type with our goddamn money. But yeah, say if you don't know the history of the party and the party switch, don't come up in here hollering about that shit. And see, some of us are old enough to know the real Donald Trump, not the one that they tell you about, the one that gave Jesse Jackson the money to help reclassify us to African American. That was high boy Donald Trump, who let Rosa Parks stay with him, who let Michael Jackson stay with him when he was going through his trial. See, I know the Donald Trump that they portray, and then I know the other Donald Trump that's always been fucking with niggas. He always been fucking with us. Trump. And we used to watch all the fights. Anybody who used to ever watch Mike Tyson, where was it? Trump Plaza. Trump Plaza. Man, Trump, we been fucking with Trump. See this, you a new. You don't know. So you can't, you don't, I'm just saying, you fucked up. You don't understand what's going on.
Yeah, and don't forget about Jennifer Hudson either, when he housed her and Whoopi Goldberg. But Jennifer Hudson in particular, when, her family met that demise and saved the world, ma'am. You really got up here and said that shit while you had these bozos, the same people that you try to vote in there, had our fathers, uncles, brothers on a conveyor belt inside the prison system. Like, come on, son. Like, what are we talking about here? And matter of fact, I'm glad you came on the panel saying that dumb shit, because you're the perfect example of why, one, we need to delineate from you bozos, and two, why it doesn't work politically. You vote against our best interests. We're smart enough to know we have to pick and choose candidate by candidate, issue by issue, not loyal to a party.
Okay, so real quick, the Republican Party was not started by black people, it was started by abolitionists. If you want to talk about the Southern strategy, the majority of the states that you live in today that you see are red states were once blue states. And that started to switch after the New Deal going all the way to JFK. And so the more you keep kind of just saying this stuff is inaccurate. Donald Trump was not, one thing right here, brother, too, you said Donald Trump was all for niggas and all for the black people, bro. But you just said Jesse Jackson. Y'all boogeyman Jesse Jackson. If he getting paying Jesse Jackson to reclassify you niggas, since when is he for the niggas? Tell me, bro, what's going on with that shit. Like, it don't make no damn sense. If you want to talk about Reconstruction and, like, everything that happens, like, it's still going on, bro. It's still going on. Like, all this shit. So, yes, motherfuckers, if you vote for the red man, you know, they are the white supremacists. They are doing what they doing to black people, and willingly voting for them is crazy.
First of all, I said black. One of the first black Republicans were black, right? I didn't say they started it. I didn't say they were the only ones, right? But you know that they were in there, right? So they weren't free slaves. They weren't, descendants of slaves. They were free black men that were Republicans. That's my one point. Now, when we go skip forward to 1960 with this whole civil rights, the most racist president is the one that gave it to you. The one that said he'll have N-words voting for Democrat for 200 years. Same dude that said, you take the lowest white man next to the highest black man, he'll think he's better. And you could take his money. That's what we see today. Because they want to look down on us and they will give their dollar willingly.
Fuck a nigga. And yeah, bro, look, bro. So yeah, back to the information. Uh, with the Democrats, the Dixiecrats, they were not created by black folks. And uh these are the same white folks, bro, that were literally walking around in black towns and shit, bro, with fucking capes and hoodies on and shit like that. But the motherfucker want to play reverse psychology like we don't know our own American history. That's crazy. Uh, but yeah, we don't want no more dealing with y'all. How about that? Just get your ass back out. Just take it just the same way you came. Go lead the same way. Take a boat, a plane, maybe a crane. Goddamn it, bitch! But just go home. How about that? Just get your ass on back to where you belong to. You know.
Joe Biden wrote the crime bill Bill Clinton passed it. Hillary Clinton advocated for it. The Democrats, as far as I have to speak as a millennial, so just for politics and my lifetime, the Democrats are not good people. They're not good people at all. But to try and say that I should vote for the extreme and present danger of the current president that we have now, that is actively trying to take away museums of Black achievements and Black history from books, from your jobs, from everything, is crazy to me. But that's okay. If that's what you guys want, that's okay. I still would like to see all of that stuff everywhere, because I think Black history needs to be studied so that we don't repeat the same mistakes over and over and over and over again.
Right. So that's my whole thing. The Democrats, yeah, they brought us the whole tough on crime thing. I was arrested 5 times, no criminal record. That's all from stop and frisk. And another thing, I'd rather vote Republican and get nothing from the Republicans. You know, Black people, we've always been conservative in culture, so we're used to getting it out the mud. But if they're going to keep on plopping homeless shelters full of immigrants in our communities and setting them up 3 meals a day to come and replace us, then hell no, I'm going to vote Republican, because they have my best interest at heart. It's not, like was mentioned earlier, it's not in my interest for immigrants coming in the country. All my family are here. It's not in my interest for them to be promoting, lesbianism and gay and all this gay pride stuff. That's not in my best interest. Most of the policies that Donald Trump is implementing, I agree with it. He going after the 14th Amendment, I agree with that. So I'd rather do that and get it out the mud than have Republicans replace me. I mean, Democrats.
You know, it's obvious some people are easier to fool than others, right? Somebody can be harming you on one hand and just say a few cute words and you're like, oh, he likes me, I'm going to vote for him. And that's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing a lot of ignorance. I'm hearing a lot of people say, I'm going to vote for a guy who was found liable for discriminating against Black people because he liked Jesse Jackson or because he let me watch a basketball or football game, right? I don't understand. What is wrong with y'all? I mean, this actually explained why it was so easy to enslave us. Because you know what? While he's stealing your people behind your back, he tells you you're cute and he likes you. So you're gonna go say, okay, you can keep stealing more and putting them on that boat and taking them across that big ocean. You guys are the epitome of ignorance. I mean, and then you're gonna deflect to go back to your country. Well, sir, guess what? This is not your country either. All of you are in stolen land. They stole it and brought you here as slave and kept you here to work the land that they stole.
Wrong
Oh
story,
man, you
lady.
about to
And
put
this is the
your
Oh,
nonsense we're talking about. You
Yeah,
came
come
from
on.
she went
stolen
straight to
land.
the school books.
Everybody's
While we
land
They
whooped
is
your
taught you that in
stolen.
motherfucking
school.
ancestors' ass. That's why we made them work for less. We beat the fuck out of them. We whipped 130 some lashes on y'all motherfuckers. We did y'all ass the worst way. When you Africans came to America, bitch, y'all embedded some of the worstest fucking living conditions of slavery that anybody have ever seen. You bitches, we did y'all some of the worstest ways any human could have ever been done in life. Fuck you mean, you ugly looking bitch.
Crazy. But
Okay,
that's
what
where the
kind of
divide
Oh
comes
man.
in. They're okay with
kind of
more
reverse
immigrants coming
I'm
in
not
because
black
that's
type of
that's
shit?
their
What's that,
family.
man?
That don't benefit us.
But Reggie, back to what you were saying. It's a lot of truth when it comes to the Biden crime bill. But when it comes to what you were saying about stop and frisk, like stop and frisk was more so implemented by like Giuliani. And like
Hmm.
Giuliani wasn't no Democrat.
He
Giuliani
was
was a
Republican.
Republican.
He was.
No, he
But
was a Republican.
yeah, I say you're right. You're
Yeah,
right.
and there's a lot of these politicians who were clearly like what I was really much stating with everything I was saying, that those politicians who would have been Democrat back in the 1860s and 50s would be Republican today because the value switch. And that's what's most important. The same people you see like David Duke and all them, they're Republican people. Clearly. You know what I'm saying?
But
Staunch Republicans.
But that's
And
my thing. I'm
But
looking at
even
the policies. I'm looking like what they want because I seen what Kamala did, and then I'm like, yeah, that's not gonna work for me. And now I'm seeing what
Hmm.
I knew what Trump's mindset was going to be. I'm not saying Trump is a good man. He love black people. I know that's bullshit. They all racist. They all hate us. That's what I believe. But I'm looking at what's going to benefit me more so these next 4 years. What's going to benefit my people? And the Democratic Party wasn't for that. And we see what they doing now. They still out there caping for it. They want to keep them. They want to keep all of the illegal immigrants. They want to keep them driving trucks and four
But
wheelers
really and
and giving
truly,
them money. And we paying for it.
Because see, when
We
I
paying
say
for it.
because when I say
Reggie,
when I say they work hand in hand, think about it like this. Okay, the Republicans don't want this. Okay, the Republicans like, man, we don't need to be paying y'all no more money. We're gonna keep the wages low. But while the Democrats is bringing in these foreigners who work for the penny on the dollar, so you can't even so like for what you do, you can't even get paid properly because you got an influx of people who coming in who will take the low pay, which fucks up for us. That shit they
how
fuck up.
so?
Facts.
How so,
That's what I'm
buddy?
saying.
No, no,
So
how
We might
so?
as
Reggie,
No,
well
no.
we might as well
hi.
get
No,
nothing
hold on,
and get
Can
Reggie.
it
I
out the
ask a
mud.
question? Can I ask a question, Reggie? Did you
Yeah.
know that Giuliani was the one that basically orchestrated the stop and frisk policy?
Yeah, that was mentioned. But I know
No,
Clinton
but
took it to
did you
another
know? No,
level.
no, no, no,
I
no.
know that for
Because
sure.
that no, because Giuliani became mayor in 2000. So Clinton was president starting 92 and basically until
Nah,
2000, right?
Giuliani was there
But
before
wait a
that,
minute though.
sis.
That's
I
a
know,
Julie,
I know,
but
but at the
Giuliani
time,
is only on the, but he's only
can
on a
I
state level.
can I
We're
just
talking
finish?
about what affected the whole country rather
Can
than
I
what just
finish? Can
affected
I
his
finish?
state.
Can I finish what I'm trying to say? So, if you knew that that was he really really changed a lot of things around in New York, causing was it Sean Butler, the young man that got killed unalived
Sean
from
Bell.
his um I think he was coming from his bachelor party. But a lot of things changed for black men, specifically in New York. And so, knowing that that was his policy, and he became a member of the administration in 2016, you still are choosing to support someone against Kamala Harris that you know believed in these bad policies for black men.
See, that's
Well,
your
we already
problem though. You're
fought to
looking at
change
you're
that.
looking at the party, sis, right?
Sean,
But
Sean
you're
This
not
is
Bell.
looking at what's
It was
going
'91
Sean
on
to
Bell.
on the
Thank
back
you.
end,
2001.
right? So like
So it's
the,
91 to it's
let me
What's
real
Because
happening
she
quick,
'91 to
jumped,
now?
because she jumped
2001 with
from,
real
no
quick. Will I
because
know
police.
she
you,
jumped from a
but you're not looking
governor.
at how
She jumped from a
they
governor.
run in tandem with the
Yep.
jail system, right? So the stop and frisk was kind of like saying, hey, y'all probably not getting enough prisoners, so we're going to send you. This is going to be a quicker way to get prisoners. You don't even have to get ID. You can just stop them, frisk them. They going maybe 5 times out of 10, you might catch something on them. Whether it's a pill or a little nugget or a seed that they might have in their pocket, but you can lock them up for that. This is what they were doing. I seen people get locked up for a weed seed in their pocket. Like that's the intention of it, to circulate us through the jail system.
Right.
That's you don't see it's
Starts
different
off in
intentions with
school
this shit.
And
because
let's not
the
talk about
schools have
the prison.
floors and walls
Hold
as
on.
the jails do.
Hold on, and
That's facts.
let us remind you of the prison to the school to prison pipeline. Like that's why I like that the fact that he's changing things with the educational system, with the board of education, and leaving it to the parents and the states. Now the adults have more control and voting power statewide as opposed to nationwide. Because when you have the federal government running things, as far as the school district is concerned, that's why you have all this weirdo pedo shit happening in our school, and the students are able to get a better educational system based on how we vote statewide. So I like that the power is more with the people as opposed to the federal government. That is in our best interest, whether you black, white, or green. Just saying.
So I come up here and ask y'all a question. Y'all know why they don't want black people in Kansas, right? Nobody talking about no
Does it have
goddamn
something to
Kansas,
do
no,
with
no,
Dorothy?
no, like
Does it
I
have
have
something
no
to do with
idea.
Dorothy or Toto?
listen, it has nothing to do with Dorothy or Toto. It has to do with the end of slavery. Kansas had the biggest black land rush off after the Civil War. And the reason why is they took the money that they were supposed to give us for reparations and they gave it to the state of Kansas for the land rush. They gave all the land away to the black people that came from the South to Kansas City, Topeka, Wichita, Coffeeville, Independence, Lincoln, Nicodemus. They gave all the money to these cities, the states, and the Kansas is still pulling off the money to this day.
And my son up
They're
there in
getting
Selma
paid.
now.
And people don't know this. This is why you guys got to stop saying ignorant things like Kansas, Dorothy, and Toto when Kansas is actually holding the land patent for us. And they're draining it slowly. People don't know what's going on because of the ignorant innuendos. When you start saying ignorant, childish things, you look past things because they're hiding shit from you in plain sight.
I know it is in plain sight. New York spent $12 billion in the past 4 years on immigration, and New York is now $12 billion in debt.
I want you to
And
understand that New
I
York
look
spent
around
12
now.
billion.
There's
How much did Kansas spend? Because Kansas spent 3 times as much as that on immigration.
What's going on out there in Kansas? Because I just took my son to school out there, and it's a whole lot of fields out there.
Look, where part of Kansas did he take you to? Because and what was it, a junior college? Because if you came and
It's
you seen
close
nothing but
to it's close to Selma.
yeah, you went to a junior college. Once you
Mm-hmm.
go to the universities and all that, they're in the bigger cities. The junior colleges are in little farm cow towns. And if you would have seen that, if you watch, was it Grid Yard Games where they went to Coffeeville, Kansas? Coffeeville is in Oklahoma and in Kansas, but since it's these were majority of these junior colleges in Kansas, they were all black towns at one point in time that were taken by the white people. You couldn't
Look,
even go to
when I was
college
looking
there.
at because the structures, like you could see what was old and what was new at the school. You could see what was added on.
Mm-hmm. You said, but what's the name of the university? You said college.
It's close to Selma. It's I
We
can't
don't
remember
have a
the
Selma. We have a what do you call it? Seneca. It was Salina. That's what
no.
you're trying to say. You're trying to say Salina, not Selma. Salina.
Oh, that's what it's called.
It's called Salina, Kansas. Yeah.
I've been saying it wrong all this time. Oh, shit.
I think it's Salina. I know we don't have a Selma. We have a Selena.
Yeah.
We have a
That's what
Salina
it
and a
is.
Selena, and then a Pauline. But I don't think we have a Selma. I've never heard of Selma, Kansas either. It might be. Kansas is a big state. It might be in the corner somewhere. I don't know. I can't. I don't get me
No,
lying.
no, it's damn near in the middle because let me see, because we come up through Oklahoma and then you get there and yeah, it passed by Topeka.
You pass by. All right. So if so, Topeka, Salina, is it on 70? If it's on
Yeah,
70.
it's on 70. It's on 70.
It's an unincorporated community in Anderson County.
Okay, it's in Anderson County. That's what it is. All right. So it's right, like you said, it's in the middle. It's right after. It's like right either depending on where you're coming in the map. It's right before or after Salina. Okay. We had to check that out real quick.
Because I know it's cold
Yeah,
as fuck up there. I know that.
so you're gonna see this. You're gonna ask yourself, why do they have all these little ass colleges? You can look on the map and you can bring up the college map in Kansas. You have all these little ass towns that don't have shit around them, but they have like junior colleges. You go into the inner cities, they don't. The inner cities in Kansas don't have junior colleges. You have to go outside the cities to go to junior colleges, which is ass backwards. But when you look at Kansas, almost all your black people live in the inner city. Not too many black people live in the country. It's controlled racism at the end of the day. And it's what they've been doing because all the money goes to the bigger cities, but
they don't distribute it to the inner city's blacks.
That's why they do the
Exactly.
census to know where they. That's why they do the census to know where they're at, so they don't fund those areas.
Well, they do fund those
Which is why.
areas by saying that they have community support systems. That's how they fund those areas, which the community support systems don't get too much, because by the time they get to the community support systems, your how can I say it? Your community activists, your
The
board
funds are
members,
gone.
they've taken most of the funds before it gets to where it needs to be distributed to.
And now that you're saying it, you know what I started thinking about? All of the spots where they be like, hey, if you can't pay your light bill, you got to go here. But you got to go early in the morning. You got to be there early, because if you don't, man, you ain't going to get in.
That's even illegal, because even those places, they're ran by the state and they're distributing federal money. The state can't distribute it federal funds. Federal funds have to be given directly to the advocate that's receiving them from the federal government. So the same thing was happening with Social Security. The reason why Social Security is falling short right now is because the state is depleting Social Security funds. They're actually withholding Social Security funds from us, the representatives. And the
That's why I
state is
keep doing it up.
representing us for federal funds, and that's illegal. You can't mix state and federal.
Because even with the federal government, you still got to go by their standard, including the school. So at the end of the day, even though a lot of people want to say, oh, it's your tax money and it's this and it's that, or whatever the case may be, the federal government got the last say so. And
No,
it
they don't.
depends. Yes, they do.
No, they
And
don't. You have to go through appeal process,
hold on. It
and it's
depends.
still the state can block
Excuse
your appeal.
me, yo. Like
I can
I
say in
let you
Louisiana,
talk. I let y'all talk uninterrupted. They they create the standard. That's why they have standardized testing. That's why they have certain things, like criteria that all schools gotta go by. If you don't go by that shit, you will not be funded. Okay, and even though people get monies from other places, at the end of the day, the federal government gets a lot of final say so in crucial areas. So, it's a thin line with that shit. It's chess, not checkers, when it comes to them. And if you don't meet the requirements, you don't meet anything in our land.
So, Chata, the only thing that I'm going to say on this, the federal government has, let's say on an education level, the federal government doesn't have subsidized testing. They just want you to have a level of certain of knowledge. It is the state that is stopping most of these kids from graduating high school or college, not the federal government.
that's
So,
what I was going to say. I
on
want
the
to say the
federal
state run that
government,
shit
on
here in
education,
Louisiana.
you're only supposed to hit a certain reading level. And the reading level that you're supposed to hit is not a 12th grade reading level. It's only supposed to be about a 6th grade. And the same thing goes with anything else, even in college. Even they tell you, because you see that we're pushing 13 and 14-year-olds through a 4-year university getting their college degree before they're 17. So we're showing that it's the state that is holding us back immaturely. They are creating the working ages. They are creating the subsidized testing that's holding people back from going further in life. And that's the issue. You can't live underneath two different governments. Your state government is one, and then your federal government. Your state government is ruining your federal government's credibility, because the state is taking all this federal funding, whether it's for road construction or anything, and they're outsourcing all the work, because they don't. Most of the states in the United States don't even have road construction equipment to maintain their roads. They are fumbling the ball. The state is giving us a negative influx every year. The only states that are making any money in the union are selling green tobacco. By 2030, all 50 states in America are going to legalize cannabis. They ain't got no choice. They're broke.
I wonder how far we would have been if they would have just did that instead of doing the prohibition, leaving it like it was.
Mhm. I'm gonna
When we
tell
was
you this: if
forming the
they would have
help.
legalized it in the 20s instead of, I mean, it wasn't illegal until like the 20s or 30s. It was legal before then, and when it was legal, the black sharecroppers in the South were making so much money selling hemp rope to the military. Black Mississippi, Alabama would have been the richest states in the Union, not California. That's exactly what happened. California started selling hemp rope,
All
and
right,
that's
so
what made
here,
California so
because
so
we
wealthy.
had
so here's why.
because we had because we
Hold
had the
on, hold on,
farms
Bayou.
and
Hold on, Bayou. See, this is why it's a slippery slope when it comes to that and the Board of Education, right? Because it's telling you, they got curriculum control. So just like a lot of the federally reserved days that we have, all these missing days that happens in the school. Not only that, like pride and all that other stuff. Those are federally recognized, so that's why it's in the school like that. A lot of us parents don't want our kids surrounded with that marketing tool of the so-called pride. So that's where the federal government comes in and are able to have men in skirts come in there and teach your kids because it's federally recognized, right? And then, hold on, you talk about the state is responsible that pushes your kids through the grades and they leave them back and do all this other stuff. It's because the federal government, as it states here, are responsible for that on school performance. And if the school sucks as being a school, they'll leave back your kids on purpose to make sure it meets the federal requirements so they can receive that funding. So they work hand in hand with each other. So that's what I'm saying. It's a slippery slope. It's a game that they're playing with us. And that's why I said the federal government has the last say, because I could have control over the curriculum, and I could push students forward. I could slide them through a grade because I want to make sure that my school looks good so that I can receive that federal funding. That's why they push kids along. That's why they either push them along or hold them back or manipulate the stats or manipulate grades and all that other stuff. Because if I do that, I want to make sure that my school looks good and fits the criteria so we can receive that federal money. That's the point that I was making. They play a
Spending
game.
that was a
They
state
play they
and
they
federal
play
organization that was
they play
defunded for the
they
schooling was the
play a
Clean Air Act.
game. They play a game in our faces as parents and taxpayers of that state. So when our kids go to the school and they pushing them along, oh well, see our students are passing, even though they can't read past the third grade, is because they don't want to miss out on those funds. Because if they
Do
were
you
getting
remember the
money,
Clean
if
Air
they
Act?
were if they were making money like that, then we wouldn't be asking parents to do all kinds of shit to make sure that they have
They
supplies.
are.
Teachers wouldn't be complaining about coming
So
out of
let's get
pocket.
this right.
Hold
How much
on,
did your superintendent in
hold
your school get
on,
paid?
hold on, hold
Your
on.
superintendent, most
They
average
wouldn't.
superintendents around the
They
United
wouldn't.
States make a mil plus a year.
Oh God! You
So there's where
listen.
your
You
funding is
listen.
going for your superintendents. You got over 10
Fuck the
superintendents for one
schools.
distribution.
Fuck the superintendent. I'm
But
talking
that's
about
they're
this.
making over $100 million just in
Yo,
superintendent
I'm
budget.
talking about the students. You just
But there's
finished
no
making.
funding going to the
You
students.
just.
That's why we pay
You
school
just.
fees.
Listen. You just.
That's why
You
we pay
just.
school fees because there's not no funding going to the
Wow,
schools.
yo, I hate that. You just made a valid point, but it wasn't so valid because you don't understand the games that being played
It's
between
not
us.
games. It's your state government stealing the
Sir,
federal
they
money.
still playing a game.
It's
Whether
not a
you,
game.
it is the
They are
game.
doing blue
If
collar
they
crimes that they're
pushing,
not going to
if
do
they
more than 3 years for.
yo, if they yo, if they're playing the game, right? And if they are pushing your kids along, knowing that they are not exceeding at the level they're supposed to be on because of funding, then they're playing the game, sir.
No, the state's not playing the game. The state is
Wow.
playing with you.
No.
Because if
They're
your
not
kids only
playing
have
with
to
the
go to school
parents.
till the
They're
sixth
play is
grade,
state
no, if
playing
your
with
Y'all
the
are
kids only
saying the
have to go
same
parents.
to the
thing.
sixth
Y'all are saying the
grade,
same thing. Y'all are saying the same
listen,
thing.
if
Y'all
your
are saying
kids
the
only got
same
to go to
thing.
school to the sixth grade and the
Y'all are
state is
saying the
making your
same
kids
thing.
stay in school another 6 years until they're 18, they are lying to you, your kids, if you think that they are using the funds right. They are extending your
I'm
kids'
not
school
saying
years
it doesn't matter whether they're
so
using
they
the
can get more
funds right.
finance. No,
Y'all are
the kids
saying the
should be
same
out.
What you're
thing.
No, I'm
missing
gonna say just like my
is
grandpa them said, you should be working at the age of 12.
wow.
You should have a job. You should be learning a trade.
You're
You should
missing the
be earning
point.
money.
Well, then we definitely really need to get rid of immigrants then, because a lot of the jobs that they have could be starter jobs for our kids.
What do you think Trump is doing? He's about to take
Yeah,
schooling
but
out
see,
of the
you
state
bouncing
board
from point
because
to
the state
point.
board is embellishing all the money. Every major city was giving hundreds of billions of dollars to create river walks. How many major cities in the United States actually have river walks?
And now I realize why you be
They just
bouncing
closed the
from
one in
point to
Shreveport.
point.
They just
Every
closed the one
time
at the
you
Shreveport,
prove
but
them
they got
wrong, they
money
be
from the
all over
Corps
the
of
place.
Engineers
Close the
and
fuck out
help
the
from the Corps of
boardwalk.
Engineers to build that, to build the river walk.
Look, I went looking
The
for the
board,
Nike. I
the
went looking for
boardwalk
the
ain't
Look,
Nike
even
look,
outlet. I
closed.
was
The
look,
pissed.
look,
boardwalk
Bayou.
don't
I
not
went
even
back home.
closed.
I
It's
was like, man, I
still
want to
up.
go
You
to the
still have
boardwalk,
the
nigga.
boardwalk. You can
I
go. You
looked
can
down
go.
from the fucking hotel. I'm like, damn, that bitch
You can
look
go to it, Billy on. It's
barren.
still there. It ain't. They ain't closed it. You can still go walk the Louisiana boardwalk out there in Bossier. It ain't went nowhere. You can
The
still go.
Yeah,
Nike, the
yeah.
You
Nike
can still go.
outlet is gone. The
Yeah, the
outlet
outlets,
is
the stores, and
gone.
all that. Yeah, they closed the stores. The
There's
stores is
no
owned by
reason for me to
individual
go.
brokers. Yeah, that the whole thing is
No,
owned by the state
no,
I'm
though.
they were giving
pissed.
money. I want you to
The
understand, they were
attraction, all
giving
that
money
shit
to
gone.
keep them stores open too.
But do you
They're supposed
understand that they still
the
have
river
places
walk's
that's
supposed to have
operate on the
malls and shopping
Louisiana
centers and
boardwalk?
all that.
They still have businesses sitting on the Louisiana boardwalk. Do you know
Like, I hop and shit.
The movie theater is on the Louisiana boardwalk. Are you niggas, have y'all ever been to Shreveport?
Like, I
Okay.
hop in the
Case
movie theater
closed. Case closed.
and maybe
Case
Fun
The
closed.
Welkers.
outlet is
Hold
gone.
I want to say this because I'm from New Orleans. The whole city of Streetport is built on the river. That's not even a joke. The whole city is a river walk.
We know, bro. We know. It's built
That's
It's
on
not
the
called
even
river.
fair. I'm
Shreveport.
talking about every major city. I'm talking about all the major capitals, all the major cities in America got billion-dollar grants from the federal government to create river walks. And when in the city I'm from, Topeka, Kansas, they even got the federal government to send them an extra $100 billion and still haven't completed a river walk. Don't have one business center next to the river of Kansas. It's sad. Same thing in Wichita. They gave them money to make river walks and stuff that they ain't made. I'm talking about it's billions and billions and trillions of dollars.
Hold up. I think we should acknowledge creative one, because you do see that now. Like the my youngest boys that's in school, they all got jobs within their school. They get paid. They and like I said, in other states like Florida, they're even talking about turning a lot of those going back to paying students for labor. And I don't find nothing wrong with that, because these students are now learning a skill. Like
Look,
us parents, us millennial parents, we was always complaining, well, whatever happened to home ec, whatever happened to, all these different things. And
that
in
we
New
used to
York,
take.
in New York currently right now, they do have jobs within the school the young kids are doing, and I feel like that's a good thing. I don't feel like
Look,
nothing is wrong with that, because they should
look,
bring that where
before
young kids are able to learn the trade and get back into the workforce. So not only are they learning the trade, but they could end up being entrepreneurs at a younger age.
Look what you're saying.
look,
The
Cha Cha,
federal government
look, Cha
shut
Cha,
down
in the
all
'80s,
job corps. They shut
they
down
s-
all job corps
they
and Votex. They're illegal.
in
Job
the
tourism.
but look, in the '80s, you could come out of school as a certified plumber,
But it is
electrician, and a
education.
carpenter. They took it out the schools. Those were the VOTEC programs. They just started trying to bring them back maybe like a year or
But
two ago
yeah,
now.
but that's a good thing. Brit in the chat was
They
like,
should,
but no
but I'm saying
No,
they should
education
because
have
the
never
state
crazy.
took
was
them.
But
making
what y'all
money.
failing to realize that is education,
No,
learning
the
a
issue is no.
trade
The
and
issue
learning
We're
is
how to.
saying that I'm saying that they never should have took it out. They never
Bayou.
should
Yes,
have
they
touched it.
should have.
They never should have
Yes, they
fucked with
should
them,
have. Because all those were journeyman
bruh.
jobs to begin with. You just had to
This,
follow
hold on
somebody
though.
around for 2 years, and still today they're
But
journeyman
look,
jobs, and that's the issue
if
right
you're in
now.
high, if you're
Listen,
in high school, you don't have
Bayou,
shit to do if you're in high school.
Bayou. But look, listen to what you're saying. We done filled up those job careers. That's all we were training people in for the last 30 years. Everybody's a
They had
plumber.
wait a minute.
Everybody's an
They had auto,
electrician.
but they
Think
also they also
think
had
about it.
auto. They also
And
had
that's the
auto.
one
They
thing.
also
The
had,
one thing that
but they
nobody
had
is.
auto schools.
But
Look, they had
listen,
auto mechanics at schools too.
Bayou.
That's
But
when the
listen to what you're saying.
that's when the
They push
manufacturers
everybody
was
just like
here.
right now. When you turn on your TV right now,
Gotta
they're pushing you to
listen what
become a
Bayou's
welder.
saying because you cutting
They're
him
pushing you to become
off.
a welder. And I want you to know right now, the jobs that were in Votex, they are the most, how can I say, those are the most trades that people have. But there's not enough jobs to supply everybody to be a plumber, supply everybody to be an electrician. There's not enough jobs to supply everybody to be a.
Look,
But
check it
it's
out though.
more
You had
to it
it,
than that.
but
It's
and that's what I'm saying.
agriculture.
You had auto. You had auto programs. You had nursing programs. You had cosmetology programs. I just named three off the top of my head. But you had more than just the three that I just had named with the carpenter, the plumber, and the electrician. You had cosmetology, nursing, auto mechanics. People forget that the auto plants was here first before they moved them overseas. They only moved them overseas because they didn't want to pay motherfuckers. In the '80s, when they took them programs, they replaced them programs. And I'm saying that would give kids something to do rather than them having nothing to do. Why not pick it up from high
And
school?
not only that, the most important, everybody always talks about financial literacy. How can we really teach our kids financial literacy when they don't even know how to earn a dollar?
They
You
don't
gotta
even do.
earn
They still
you
teach introduction to
you
business.
hold on. You gotta earn a dollar first in order to know what to do with it. You gotta respect the dollar first before you're able to save, budget, or place it anywhere. And the fact that these kids are now having the opportunity to do that is a great push forward. I don't
So I
see
was,
Hey,
the
did they
negative
teach
in
that's
it.
what
you?
I was gonna say.
Did
They
they
should
teach you how
replace
to
the
balance a checkbook in school?
hell
Because
no.
I
That's
learned how
why
to
they
balance a check.
should replace
I
the
learned how to
motherfucking
balance a
Department of
checkbook. I learned
Education
how to.
with the Department of Labor because then motherfuckers won't grow up
Yep.
learning that they some motherfucking slaves and actually grow up learning to do something productive and be a productive member of society and provide for yourself and whatever comes after.
Yeah, because instead of and earn a check and earn a wage, because if these kids are earning a wage, especially young black boys, then they're not
You're
in the
not gonna get in
streets.
trouble.
Yeah, they're not in the streets
Exactly.
looking for a dollar. They in the
But
This,
see,
I
I
can't
grew
say
up.
schools
this.
looking
I'm,
for a
I'm gonna be
dollar.
honest.
I
Some of the, it
look.
ain't the
I
problem.
grew
It
up.
ain't the problem about
I
money.
grew up
These
on
some
the
of these little
JT.
boys got money. Let me say this. It ain't the problem about money. Some of these little boys got money. Some of these little boys are actually fucking smart as a motherfucker. But it's all on what you
They be
choose
what
to
they want to
fucking do.
see.
It don't matter what
Yeah,
how
and
many. It
it's
don't
what you
matter how
see.
good you was taught. It don't matter how good you can run a fucking football, nigga. When you want to do what you want to do, you gonna do what the fuck you want to do. It don't matter if your mama or your dad are around. It don't matter how many fucking times you have been told that to do right. You still gonna do what the fuck you want to do. And
It's
when it
gonna
come to
always
them
be
little
them.
young niggas, they get into it with each other. That's the real problem. Don't nobody want to talk about the fucking problem, the problem solving. Don't nobody teach these young dudes how to problem solve amongst each other. Nigga talking about making money, but these little boys, y'all ain't teaching them how to fucking act with each other. How to disperse feelings and emotions amongst each other. That's what's really wrong. It ain't about money. You can give a nigga all
Nigga,
the
who
fucking
is
tools in the
you?
world. You can give you can get these little niggas everything they want in the world. These little niggas still gonna go outside and kill somebody. They still gonna go
This
outside and
nigga
pick up a
is not
gun.
school deep. I don't know who this nigga is, but
Well,
this
you
nigga
can't.
is not
That's
school
because
deep. I don't know
that's
who that
because
nigga
the
is.
environment. That's called being a product of your environment,
No,
whether
it's
you're a
called
good
being a
product
product
or a
of
bad
America.
product.
Entertainment. That's the entertainment. That's what the
And
entertainment
America,
push in America.
and
They push
America
for you to
is
go pick
what?
up a gun and bust a nigga head. That's
And
what
guess
they
what?
pushing.
America is an environment that people live in, and it pushes that, so
Then
that
you
makes
got
you a
immigrants
product of
coming
your
to our
environment.
country talking about how we do each other. Bitch, y'all so broke, y'all don't got weapons where you come from.
America
Shut
been
the
on that.
fuck up.
America, America been on that vibe. But
That
look,
nigga said
Sweet,
they over
look,
there hitting each other with
America
sticks.
With
been.
sticks and shit, sugar sticks and shit, man. Sugar cane
They
sticks,
don't
man.
got
Come
no
on,
sugar.
man.
They don't got no cane sticks over there. They don't got,
But still, you fucking
them niggas
hell.
hitting each other.
For real though, y'all.
they
That's
Nigga
they
still
said
the
hitting
they
each other
real
hitting
trying
you.
to
though.
find water.
Niggas over there throwing sticks and rocks.
having rock, they having rock and dirt
That nigga
wars.
Slim said they throwing shoes. Look, they throw a flip flop, catch that bitch, throw it back.
Throw it back. Hey,
No, you do make a good point when you say that, but that's like when it comes with the environment. So like that's more inside the housing. We got to do. That comes with accountability as well. We got to do better inside the
Yeah.
household and as a community.
But I tell a nigga, you know what fucked us up too? We didn't move like that when we was younger. 9 times out of 10, whatever neighborhood you grew up in, nigga, you stayed in the neighborhood. You might move, but you moved within the neighborhood. You never left
mm-hmm.
the neighborhood. So the community was able to raise you. Nigga, I know you. You Pam boy. You Pam baby boy. That's Rosalie grandson right there. Yeah. Come here, boy. I want you to go to the store for me. We don't have
Real
that
shit,
type of
Scoob. The
community no
way
more.
white tea people claim to live, where we're all part of the community, so we can sleep with our doors wide open. That's how niggas was living, bro.
Yep. Leaving our bikes in the garage and all this shit, Billy. On you remember how many back in the day? It was
Leave that
easy to
bitch
kill
right
a
in the
nigga
middle of the yard.
Right? That motherfucker wouldn't
Leave
go
that bitch
nowhere.
right there in the yard.
in the yard.
If
Okay,
someone wanted to ride it, they'd actually, hey, can we ride your bike with you? Hell yeah, nigga, let's go. The fuck?
let's go. Oh good. We started to get so smart, nigga. When we found out them pegs, when we got our hands on the pegs, oh man, it was game over, nigga. We traveling to
Rap.
everybody's hood, 3-4 deep and shit. Two
Them.
niggas on one bike.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Ain't doing wheelies and everything.
Hey,
Shit.
I don't know what nigga thought of that bright idea to start putting them motherfucking bikes together. These niggas got 2 bikes.
Oh yeah, he talking about the motherfucking like the damn beach. Hold on, like the big ass go kart bikes, the big stupid ass bikes.
Mm-hmm. Now, I love me an old school swing with some big white walls.
Oh, see, at least motherfuckers back then knew how to build some shit like that. We need to get our kids on board to learn how to build stuff like that. We'll rather call them YNs and write them off as degenerates, but nobody's taking the time out to actually really do that. See,
You know what's fucked up?
one minute, hold on. One minute we talk about, the immigrants, right? But one thing I can say about them, they have their little nephews and sons and shit like that. When you go to a barbershop, you don't even see the little black kid no more sweeping up hair and none of that. The internet is here, so there's no more paper route. And even with the pack in the bag situation in the supermarkets, you don't find that. You find the senior citizen in there or whatever. We need to fight for those things to change
I'm gonna be
so
real,
we
Cha
can
Cha. When you
have
come
But
to the
look,
South, these little
look,
boys
cha
making
cha.
they gonna find any way to make money. I know little niggas right now that's gonna
Yeah,
wake up tomorrow and they gonna walk
yeah.
around with a lawnmower and they gonna walk around with about
Go
3 or
door to
4
door.
rakes in their hand. And when you go to Atlanta, you got, and this ain't even this in Atlanta. When you go to goddamn me certain places in the South, these little niggas goddamn me selling water bottles. Yeah. On
Yep.
a hot
But we
ass
got
day.
And
that
still,
Standing
too.
right there
the
outside the
little
We
car
got
and
young,
them niggas
that.
are standing in the sun
the little
making that money.
youngsters, the little youngsters
We
still
got
pick
that too.
pecans.
But like I said, y'all talk about financial literacy. Financial literacy is all right. Can I pay taxes or am I just pocketing the money?
But look, you don't
Am
see
I
the
able to?
you don't
Am I
see
able?
you.
Hold on. Let me finish my thought, yo. Am I able to pay taxes? Am I able to do adult things and think about it in a more disciplined way? Or am I just collecting a dollar or two? Or am I receiving a check? I'd rather our kids receive a check than collect a dollar or two. It's a big
But you,
difference.
but see, but just like I said, I learned how to. You say receive a check, but they got to learn how to balance a checkbook first before they even receive a check. And
That
I'm
comes with
saying
the
when I was just,
territory.
but hold
Because
up though.
mental
But when
women,
I'm
that
saying,
comes with the
hold on, let me finish my
territory.
thought now. Let me finish my thought. You was saying that, but I was saying like that shit used to be taught in school. Even etiquette, they even had etiquette courses that taught you about eating, taught you about mannerisms, taught you the difference between a miss, and a Mrs. They don't have those, but those used to be things that used to be taught at the urban rec centers. These are the things that you're talking about. A lot of that shit used to be taught at the urban rec centers. My first time fucking with computers, I was at the Boys and Girls Club, which was funded by the urban community. You see what I'm saying? And they don't have those things for the youth anymore. I used to work a program called JTPA. I started working when I was 13. Minimum wage was $3.75. And the motherfucker ain't even went up to $10 in Louisiana. And I'm in my 40s now.
It's still seven
The
something. What,
shit,
725
bro,
still?
you need to stop lying,
yeah.
bro. You need to stop
Okay, what is he
lying.
lying? What is he lying about?
What
You
am I
ain't
lying
start no
about?
work at no 13 because number one, that's illegal. It's illegal.
Nigga,
You
I
didn't
just
make no
told you
minute.
I worked a
Stop it.
program
Stop it.
called
Stop it. Stop it.
JTPA, bro.
I sat here in the chat
You
and
don't
listened to you lie
do you
for the
are
last
do you live in
hour, bro.
Louisiana? Are you
Talking
from
about black people
Louisiana?
got land in
Are
Kansas and
you
whatnot.
from
You need
Louisiana?
to stop goddamn lying. What's
Okay,
wrong
can we
with you?
have a
Why do you
I'm not
just
conversation?
even
no,
in
no,
Kansas. You
hold
got
up.
me
You know what?
fucked up with
Before I
the
even
other
address
dude that
you,
was in the chat.
hold on. Before I even
Man, sit
address you,
down
let
somewhere.
me ask y'all a question.
But
Hey, Scoob, you the homie. You know,
don't answer
I
no
know you be
questions.
tripping. I know you be tripping, but how did all y'all black motherfuckers, let Scoob get off with making that comment that he made to that girl, and none of y'all black motherfuckers said a goddamn thing?
What I say
Talking
to
about,
her,
oh,
though?
we
What I
when
say
y'all
to her?
came over here,
Cause
we
cause
beat
like
y'all
he
down
said,
and whatnot. Every single one of y'all
cause
had a
like I
damn
said, cause like
listen,
Right.
he
bro.
said,
Right.
fuck her
Bro,
too,
you got to
fuck
Did you
you.
talk.
hear
You
what
got to
that
talk.
girl
Every single
said
one of
on two
y'all had a
occasions? We gave
descendant
man, that girl
in
had two
slavery,
strikes though,
and
Rocky.
y'all let him say that, and
Wait,
y'all let
But
him
what?
say that.
Wait,
but
could you
did you
Every
hear
single
what
one
she
of
wait,
y'all
said
brother?
had
about our
a
Indeed.
descendant
ancestors?
that was
Did
in
you hear what she
slavery,
said about
and
my
y'all let.
ancestors?
Yeah, I did hear. I heard what she
Two
said, and you know
times.
what?
Not
I didn't
once.
hear what she said
Not
directly
once.
about your
She said it
ancestors,
twice, my
but
nigga.
the comment she made about y'all voting for people that was doing that is absolutely correct. She wasn't wrong. She
I'm
was
so
right.
confused. Wait, what did
And
I
I'm
miss?
not wrong about
Yeah,
history when
so
I
you
give it from
really
the
She was
perspective
right.
of a
never
person that
paid
was
hold
actually
up,
whooping
Hold
and
up,
enslaving the
hold
Scoob,
fuck
hold
out of her
up,
Come on,
ancestors.
hold
Scoob.
up,
Come on, Scoob.
hold
Hold
up.
on,
Y'all
you
chill. Hold
really
up.
Hey,
think
Scoob,
the
that comment was
Democratic Party
crazy,
is
bro.
But
true?
it's
Wait,
factual
I
though,
know,
hello?
because
I know
that
you see
happened
a
to
lot
her
of crazy
people.
shit, but that
Scoob,
comment was
But
crazy.
it's factual though, just like the
Oh,
comment she
okay.
made
That
was
was
fucking crazy
crazy.
too.
let's okay.
It was
Here's
crazy
here's
too, the
here's
shit
the
she
first thing
said.
I want to address. Hold up,
And
Scoob.
then,
Hold up.
and
Did
hold
you hold
on,
up?
Bill.
No, because I'm trying to
Go
get the
ahead,
whole. So
Bill.
you said African ancestors that we have. Is that what you said?
I didn't even say African. I didn't even say African. I
Oh,
didn't
okay.
even specify what they was. All I said was every single one of us had a descendant that was in slavery. And for everybody to say nothing while that comment went by, that's wild. Y'all really need to check yourselves.
Well, he said
Because y'all
everybody
going
was.
a little bit too
Wait,
far.
he said everybody is a descendant of slavery. What?
Everybody on this panel right now got a descendant that was in it. I guarantee it.
Oh, you're saying that, or is Scoob saying that?
No, I'm saying that right now about everybody on this panel right here, right now. Every
Oh,
single one of y'all has a descendant, at least one that was in slavery. And for y'all to just let that comment just go by and didn't say nothing, y'all really tripping.
okay. And what was Scoob's comment?
He said that when y'all came over here, we was beating y'all down. Every single one of us has a descendant that was beat down. How y'all let that go?
I don't.
Come on. Hey, maybe you don't. Okay. But
There's a lot of people that
there's
don't.
at least
Speak
the
for
majority of the
speak for
people on
your
this
own
panel
family. Don't
does
speak
have
for
Yeah,
one.
you
You
gotta
gotta speak
speak
for
for
your
speak
own
for
yourself,
your
bro.
family.
family. Don't
Y'all
speak for
ridiculous.
mine.
Y'all ridiculous. So every single one of y'all
Yeah.
didn't have one descendant in slavery.
I mean, if you do your genealogy and
I
find
Every
your
did.
single
actual
tell
story,
me that.
bro.
Tell me that
I
right now.
did.
Every single
I
one of
did.
y'all was free on this land for all your family was free all your life.
No,
All through every
I'm not gonna
generation.
say that. I'm
Because
not
if y'all
gonna
say
say
that,
that.
y'all some damn liars.
I'm
Y'all
not
some
gonna
damn
say
There
that.
liars.
were
Hey,
free.
I'm
Puffy.
not gonna
Do you
say
know
Y'all
what
that.
some
free?
damn
And
liars,
Hold
and
up,
see,
y'all
hold
that's
up,
got
what
now,
I'm
that.
saying.
hold up,
When
cha
Hey,
one
cha.
Cha
of
Cha,
us
Cha Cha, I'm
says
gonna get
Cha,
to you in
one
a
something,
second
second.
because you're
Cha
a big
cha.
time liar.
I,
You're a
I
big
got
time
it's
liar.
as
Put me
simple
on
as
the
how
big.
this.
am
Hey,
Hey,
I a
Puffy,
Rocket,
could
big
you put me
time
on the big
You're
liar?
a
screen?
big
what?
time liar. Everything that
Rocket,
comes out of
I
your
have a
mouth is a
question.
lie. Cha
Rocket, I
Cha.
have a
Oh
question. What is
God.
a
Everything
free?
you say is a lie.
Oh my
Rocket, I have a
God.
question.
The
What
attack.
is a free person of
Yeah,
color?
I'm gonna attack y'all because y'all up here, y'all been up here lying for
What is a
hours.
free person of color, and did
Let me
they
ask y'all
exist
another
before
question.
slavery?
Let me kill another one of the dumb things y'all say. Y'all
Okay.
over here talking
Cha Cha,
about,
could you put me on
oh,
the big
all these
screen,
democratic
please?
states are
I got
bringing
you,
in all
brother.
these illegals. Let me ask you a question. What democratic states border the South? Which ones?
What do you mean border the South?
Which
Like,
democratic states border the South where people are crossing over illegally? Which ones?
What does that have to do?
It has everything to do with it because they're not democratic, they're Republican, you idiots. So who's bringing them in?
oh my
Y'all are so elementary. Y'all just say the most elementary shit,
I
and
just wanna wait
it's
till I'm a
taxing. It's
liar.
taxing as a black person to sit back and listen to y'all say the most ignorant shit.
All right,
So
talk
you
to me.
basically
What
saying
Well,
the
did I
well, we
Republicans
know.
say?
bring them
Well,
in,
for one
Y'all
right?
thing,
ignorant,
we
man.
know
Y'all
that
You
ignorant
saying
as
the
we
fuck,
know
man.
Republic?
that
That's just
blacks
crazy.
don't
Wait,
like
hold
to
on, y'all.
listen, and
What
I
did
know
I
that
say?
blacks.
How am
And
I
hold
And
a
I
on,
don't
Cha
big
Cha,
usually
time
say nothing,
liar?
because
man. I
hold on,
laugh and
Cha
I
Cha,
let y'all go.
hold on,
But
Cha Cha.
goddamn, y'all are full of
You see?
ignorance, man.
Do you
And
see
it's
what they
crazy.
say
I'm
right
waiting
there?
for
You see
you
what
to
they say right?
address me.
Cha
Do
Cha,
you
you
see what
you
it says
you
right
don't know
there?
what the fuck you be
According
talking
to
about, Cha Cha.
what
You need
is
to
the
cut it out.
Like what?
Stop trying to tell
GTPA
people shit.
program?
Talking
Like
about,
what?
oh, they
Like
took all
Do you
these
what?
see what?
Like
programs out of the
what?
school
Like what?
and whatnot.
What am I lying
You
about?
shut up, you'll
What am
hear
I
me.
lying about? Stop
Everything.
fucking
You lie
dancing,
about
nigga.
everything.
Stop dancing, nigga.
Everything. I'm
What
not
did I
dancing. Shut the
say?
fuck up.
What
And you
did
can
I
hear me.
say?
Everything you say is a
Fuck is
fucking
wrong with
lie.
like what?
Everything you over here talking
Like
about all these
what?
policies and whatnot, you don't got a fucking clue
Like
about
what?
policies. You're a fucking idiot.
Like what?
You have no clue what the fuck you're
Like
talking
No, you
about.
what?
getting it
Like
silly.
everything. Everything you fucking
Yo,
Oh
say
Nigga, you don't
man,
know what the
is
man,
fuck
fucking
I'm
fucking
gonna teach you some
bullshit.
about
verses.
It's
shut up.
Bro,
You
go
bullshit.
get
wanna
you
You're
something to
address
eat,
fucking
me
bro.
like the
dumb.
stand
You're
you
dumb as
are.
hell.
Like the
You're dumb as
stand
hell.
you
You live in
are.
fucking New York,
Like the
which is held up
stand
by
you
the only
are.
democratic
Like
city
the
in New York.
stand you
You fucking
are.
idiot.
Like the
You're a
stand you
fucking
are.
idiot.
You can't
You're
even name
dumb.
one thing I
You're
said that was a
fucking
lie.
dumb,
Shut up,
Cha-Cha. You're
yo.
fucking dumb.
You
And you need to
direct.
stop
You
talking
just
to
like
people because it just lets everybody know how dumb you are. You're fucking dumb.
Well, as you can see right there, the JTPA program was established in
Sir, shut the
1982.
fuck up, because you're
See, that's what I'm talking about. I'm a threat to these bozos. You understand what I'm saying? Because he could come up here and think he could address me as the stan he is, but can't name one thing that I lied upon. The reason why these bozos and these part-time broads feel a way about me, you see how I trigger these niggas? Because everything I say they can't debunk, refute, or argue otherwise. I make these little dick niggas feel smaller than they already are. Imagine me arguing with a bozo that pissed on his balls. Nigga, please. If you can't address the things that you claim I'm lying about, shut the fuck up and get my dick out your mouth. Alright? Cause my click is bigger than the motherfucking shit you hold on to, nigga. Alright? If that makes you sleep well at night, so be it. But get off mine. Fuck wrong with you?
And see, I know that them blacks, they don't like to read. And he woke up very upset this morning. I don't know. He must be hungry. I don't know. But you see, that was established in 1982. I don't know when you were hatched, because I don't think you were birthed. I think you were hatched. But I was doing it. And yes, that is the job program that I was working since I had been 13. So yes, I had been working since I was 13. And it wasn't illegal in the state of Louisiana. You're not where I'm from. You don't know nothing about my state. You don't know nothing about what was going on. But for some reason, you up here, man, I've been listening to you all morning. When? Man, why do y'all get up here hollering in the phone early in the morning? Did you brush your teeth? Did you wash your face? God damn, niggas be weird.
Yeah. Y'all talking a whole bunch of bullshit. Boy, you did not work at 13 because it's illegal on the fucking federal level. No matter what your fucking state says, you stupid ass. You're so fucking dumb. No, nigga, and I was born before you, you fucking dumb fuck. And Cha-Cha, I don't care about all that bullshit you just said. That's a bunch of bullshit, and those are the kind of fucking things that dumb people say because you know you fucking stupid. How about you try to prove the shit you said instead of waiting for somebody to prove you wrong?
Well, damn. Uh, I'll just say this though, man, to respond to the bro, man. Look, bro, that bitch that came up here and disrespected uh people ancestors on multiple. Well, I ain't gonna say multiple. It was only twice. But yeah, man, when she did this shit, bro, I gave it to the hoe, and I'll continue to forever do it. I'm gonna forever give it to them bitches. Go, Caribbeans, Jamaicans, Hispanics. Give a fuck where you come from, nigga. Cause we, hey, just as much as they want to talk about our history, nigga, talk about how your ancestors got fucked over from ours in this piece of history. Yeah, you the homie too though, Rocky. You know you it's all good, brother. But I just gotta tell them bitches that shit though, bro. Cause that's completely disrespectful. Bitch, you from Africa. Why are you speaking on history that is literally connected to people that you on the panel with? She shouldn't have been spoken on it. You stank bitch.
I just want to correct something that I said because I got it from the news. And so I just was looking further and I was like, I wanted to see how they were connected, those two departments. And the only thing that I see is that there are some the workforce development stuff, the funding. Oh man, the most important stuff got kind of moved, but it was basically talking about funding for the where it says training in the skilled traders and advance. It was talking about like apprenticeships and stuff like that. The reference that they made on the news was something like they were going to do try to get the more vocational things put into they already kind of have that at most schools. Then another thing when y'all were talking about the different states with
It's crazy. Motherfucking Bayou showed the shit, and that nigga still said he was a liar. I don't get it. Something's wrong. Something is wrong. Proof right there. Man, literally telling you like he's lying. I guess niggas with proof are liars now. I guess, fuck it. That's how we rocking now. Fuck it. Let the nigga show something for the rest of the night. We call their ass a liar. Besides creative, she gets a pass because she said it before. I said what I'm saying now. Let one of you niggas come up here trying to prove something. Some shit. I'm gonna call your ass a liar. I mean, like, get that bullshit out of here. Use a damn lie. You gonna be like, but it was published, and I'm gonna be like, it was published in a motherfucking lie. I'm gonna be in this bitch sounding like Cujo. Who told you that? Damn lie.
They mad because I'm free. Yo, they be tight because I'm free and they
The
still
cool
mentally in
Joe.
prison. Yo, I be having everybody crash out on this app, yo. I got everybody upset with me. And
Um,
because I'm secure in myself. Like these niggas be feeling real entitled, but you could tell that they are part of a herd. I'm the shepherd, nigga. You do what I say. And if I have your ass falling off the fucking cliff, so be it, nigga. Don't get mad at me because you're still mentally imprisoned. I'm not. It's my job to put you up on game. If you still want to be stuck to massa, that's you. But it ain't gonna be me. All right?
He said,
I'm
I'm the
I just
determined,
shepherd.
wanted to
Cha
nigga.
cha.
say
Wait a
something.
minute. Cha cha.
I told
I
this
have been trying
bulldog
to figure
to
out
name one
who
thing.
you sound like to me. You sound like fucking Heather B.
Heather B.
Oh,
Everybody says Remy Ma. They say 1 minute I sound like Remy Ma. Now I sound like Remy Heather B. But guess what? All these women have powerful voices. They can't stand a
Damn,
black
not I got
woman with a
dropped.
powerful voice. And not only is my voice powerful, they know I got influence more than
good
Okay,
boot
they.
child.
so I
That's
wanted to
why they
say,
mute me. That's why they dox me. That's why they go through all great lengths to try to humble me, but only God humbles me. And actually, I'm doing better than y'all, if you ask me. So,
no.
yes, y'all could be mad all you want to, but I ain't going nowhere. And my existence prove every time y'all see me existing and fighting another day, y'all gotta look in the mirror and be like, damn, why I'm not bold like that girl? Yeah, I got a dick between my legs, but she got more balls than I do. You damn right, nigga. I will be a constant reminder to you bozos how you suck at life, nigga. And I'm not apologizing for that. I will not apologize for that.
Is it him
Fuck
down
is
there?
Oh
wrong
my
with y'all?
Watching
goodness. Goodness.
it?
Be
Okay.
mad. I'll be the
No, but
reflection, nigga.
I don't know if y'all heard, because I think I got cut off. But all I was saying was the Department of Labor and the Department of Education weren't they weren't merged or whatever. And also when we were speaking of what happens in I don't know what state he was in. I didn't get to hear that because I stepped away. But I don't know what state he was in. But as far as children working, that could vary state by state. Like we could really look it up and see because what I can tell you about the state that I grew up in, but I don't, you know, the way we did things was you could get you could work at 14 with permission, okay? And then you only could do certain stuff though. You could do
Them
stuff
so
that
many.
was not heavy machinery, that was not damage. I mean, was not something dangerous for somebody under 18. And then you had to they had to abide with the labor laws for children
And you
that
only work so many hours.
yes, for your school and stuff. You can't work past certain times and all that stuff. They gotta follow that.
And
But
that's
as
all I was
far
saying, creative. I
as
was I just had said that I had been working since I was 13 through a JTPA program, and
Yeah, you had to get
I
permission.
went
If
to
it, I
work
guess
for
the
a couple of
program was the
hours.
way y'all did it, we had to get
Yeah,
permission. I
it
don't
was
know
a
what that
summer.
was.
It was like a summer program, and like you had to get signed up for it. So then like you
Mm-hmm.
work a couple of hours. You know what I'm saying? Like I worked like a couple of hours like in a daycare in my neighborhood, and then I went to a class for a couple of hours out the week. You know what I'm saying? And I
Mm-hmm.
earn like 200-300. You know what I'm saying? Every 2 weeks. That's a lot to a 13-year-old. Shit, that's a lot of money. But I'm just
I
saying
mean,
what
I
I was
believe you
doing
just because
as,
I know different states
as
do
you
different
know.
stuff, you know.
But I was saying that those are the programs that they took. So like a lot of kids now, like in the summer, is nothing for them to do, and that's what we were saying. They need to bring back those type of programs to give the kids something to do in the summer instead of having nothing to do but get into
Mm,
trouble.
that sounds okay.
I know, and creative one, in New York, they did. That's why I'm glad you brought that up because you do see the changes. They have a lot of work programs like after school and even during school hours, and they still able to earn a check while earning credit. Especially like the seniors, they'll be able to earn some college credit, and they just implemented that. That's fairly new. But even with other stuff, you hear what's the nigga name in Florida? Um damn. What's that nigga name? Cause he was alluding to that as well. And I was like, yo, well all that farmland in Florida, that's opportunity for not only agriculture but botany. Kids are being able to learn botany, and if they're interested, that could be they could get accredited that and earn college credit for that. Like I see so much opportunity with this labor force, because we always, like I said before, and I'm gonna reiterate that we always talk about financial literacy, and a lot of kids don't even know the value of a dollar to even begin teaching them financial literacy. They don't even know how to earn a dollar. And and doing what I do, talking to young men, you know, we ask them like, what is it y'all want? And the main thing that they say is, teach us how to get it. In other words, teach us how to hustle a dollar. All right, well, come work for a dollar. And if they had more opportunities to work for a dollar as opposed to being on the street hustling for a dollar, we'll have less prisoners and more entrepreneurs, more inventors, more things that will come back our way if they were put in that proper environment to be inspired to do so. You know, but if they don't have the opportunity, they have the negative alternative. So I kind of agree with that because even with the uh working at 14, that shit was limited where they could just do that shit during school hours and the weekends as opposed to limited hours during the week and basically nothing on the weekend or just solely the weekend depending on what state you're in. So right now in New York, they just implemented that this year, and hopefully we could take that further, and able to come up with more things where kids could earn their way. Because parents, of course, who's going to be there for the kids and taking care of them, but it's a difference where a kid is able to actually get up and earn it. Yeah, our kids can shovel snow right now in New York, but to receive a check and learn how to pay taxes and learn that is another type of discipline I think our kids should have. And I think I see greatness. I see more greatness than badness, I guess, when it comes to that in our land.
Only that they should not remove uh any of the academic requirements because clearly we still need to reach toward, at least some type of standard, you know what I'm saying?
I
So
agree.
I
In
don't
fact,
know, but with Trump, we don't know.
I think was standard. I think the things that are elective should become standard, like coding. I think coding should become a standard as opposed to an elective. Where right now coding is more, well, in New York, I can't speak for other states, so I don't know. But currently, coding is more of an elective as opposed to it being part of the standard curriculum. Where right now, as a parent, I'm fighting for that to become a part of the standard as opposed to an elective. So I don't think it's interfering, but as an add-on, yes, I agree with you, ma'am. 100,000%. But I think we need to start looking at what's elective and what's being called standard and make a move on that. Coding should be a standard, especially since we live more in the technical age. We see AI taking over. I mean, we far behind the ball with that. So I think we need to catch up by making those things standard.
But you also could have it geared to whatever it is that your state does. Like if your state does such and such in agriculture or something, or you know what I'm saying, whatever your state does, you know what I'm saying, or import or export. You know, if you like on like one of the port states or whatever, and y'all have shit that move through rivers and stuff, whatever that state does, you know what I'm saying, that's what the people should like capitalize it. Like how they tell you, like you know, like your state's known for this, or this is. What they call Louisiana like sportsman's paradise, and so like you should have shit geared towards agriculture, dealing with the water, making sure shit clean and stuff. Because like the majority of the fresh tap water is in Louisiana. That's where most of your salt and natural stuff usually comes from. Your salt, your sugar. You know what I'm saying? So the state should be geared towards that rather than what like one universal thing. You see what I'm saying? Because it's different in every state.
Imagine the younger generation being involved in stuff like that, purifying water. That's what I'm saying. Even with the farming, there's so many opportunities with just farming itself, not just learning how to grow, becoming herbalist at a younger age, learning botany, learning what it would take, the business behind agriculture, being able to not only farm it, but what would it take to put it in markets, creating supermarkets and franchise that. Like, I see so many opportunities for our young folks. I'm sorry that I don't feel bad about the whole immigration process. I feel like those jobs belong to our children. It do. As starter
Mhm.
jobs. I really
And that's what
do.
I was gonna say when you were saying earlier about the elder, like how you talking about like
Okay,
the
but
elderly
wait a
people
minute.
being in bag stores and stuff. That used to be the youth job, but now because the elderly can't retire, you know what I'm saying, or stay retired because the retirement pay isn't enough for them. You know, they're being forced back into the, you know what I'm saying, they're being forced back to work just to make ends meet because their retirement isn't enough for them to stay retired. So, yeah, I get exactly what you're saying, Chuck.
The elderly could be that mentorship. It could bridge the gap between it, because these young folks don't respect the older generation. That could be a way to bridge that gap, having them become the mentees to these younger folks and actually teach them something as opposed to complaining about them all the time. All right, teach them, educate them, and then in return they'll respect you. And not only that, they'll feel a part of a community. Ain't that a proverb, since y'all like to be African so much? The child who is not accepted by his community will end up burning it down. This is a way to
I never
change
heard that.
all those narratives and have a healthier, brighter future for our children as well as us. I'm just saying, I'm solution based. I'm not one of these bitch ass niggas, on this app that see a powerful woman and get intimidated and want to speak for her. You know, I'm more into solutions. And shout out to you, creative one. Cause see how we able to coexist on the same panel without competing with each other. A lot of these young bozo bitches, they don't understand that. So I appreciate you, creative one. Salute to you.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know what to think. But shit, I forgot what I was gonna say. I was hoping kept on interrupting me.
She peaceful, but I'm
I
gonna kick her
know you
ass
didn't touch
though.
you didn't touch creative one hard. Look at
Damn, let me come back.
that.
No, because
I
yo,
did.
I've been
I
around and I see she
did.
be going off sometimes I don't even know what happened, but she be going off. And I'm like,
No, because they be scared.
Oh
I'm a
man.
threat. I'm a threat.
Oh
I'm
y'all brother
ow,
motherfuckers.
threat.
my
I'm not
ops make
threatened.
me feel more powerful. I'm telling you, y'all make me feel powerful. Y'all really be thinking y'all humbling me, but y'all
I
really
don't know. Sometimes
showing me
just
how
what you were
powerful
saying
I
was just
am.
funny. It was funny. Oh my god.
But look, creative one, you gotta go look at that PBS one. You gotta go look at that PBS documentary that I'm telling you about. You gonna see they gonna show you them
Okay,
all them
wait.
people coming to Ellis
Remind me,
Island.
because that was earlier, right? What you said. What
Yeah,
was on the
you
PBS?
gonna see it. It's the PBS documentary of them coming to Ellis Island in the 1900s. 12.5 million. It says the
Okay,
largest
but
migration
repeat
in
the
human history.
statement because you said something about in the 1900s about 12.5 million Europeans arriving.
That's when they got here.
When who got here?
The
Are
white,
you trying to say they
the
all got
Anglo
here
Saxons.
in the
I'm saying the
1900 in
majority,
1900?
the major in the it's a film, love.
Okay,
It's a
forget it.
whole
Okay, that's fine as a
documentary.
film. Films could be lies too. But I'm trying to understand you're saying what who came here in 1900?
All the pale people, the majority of the pale people. It wasn't a whole bunch of pale people here, like they say, like they try to tell you in the stories,
So just
like
an
they say in
influx.
school.
I have to look it up because I can't. So just an influx of people from Europe came around 12 million. You're saying,
No, it's
right?
12.5 million. It's 12.
12.5
They
million.
gonna say they gonna say
But
twelve
that's
point
not
five
all. You
million.
see, but that's why I was like, what? Okay, I don't know. Unless I look it up, I'm and I didn't. I haven't. But I mean, if you can or if you have it, I would look at it. But so even with